What up? It's the midterms. We got everybody chilling up here. Luke's not up here yet. We got a whole big crew here. Man, it's getting crazy in Arizona. Carrie Lake came out. She gave a press conference. She is upset, but very professional in her addressing of these journalists, talking about the problems that are happening in Maricopa County. There, Trump said, stay in line. Blake Masters, everyone's saying, stay in line. Make sure they count your vote. How is it that we had all of these Republicans saying there are going to be problems? People were getting banned for saying there were going to be problems. Now there are problems. It's like people predicted this was going to happen. So I got no idea what's going to happen tonight. We have the Needle. We have over at the New York Times. Take this one out. Can we pull this one up?
Yeah.
The New York Times Needle. I love this image because I remember oh so fondly when Donald Trump in 2016 was on the verge of victory, when he was doubted, and the estimates were like greater than 99% chance he was going to lose. And then slowly over the night, it started to move. And then it got into like 50-50. And all the liberals in the RT office are starting to sweat. And then when it got to like guaranteed for Trump, everyone's crying. And Cassandra Fairbanks is like laughing her ass off. So I like the Needle. Let's see. After the polls close, this will go live. So in a couple hours, we'll start seeing this. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll be live for some time just talking about whatever. So we got a bunch of really great people who are going to be hanging out today. Some people are going to come in and out, and we're starting the show early because we're going to be tracking Twitter. We're going to be tracking various forecasts and models and the news as it comes in. So super excited for this, and I can definitely smell that pumpkin muffin that Mary is eating because it smells really, really good. Is that what it is, really a pumpkin muffin?
Yeah, it smells amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that can't smell it?
You're all the
I
way
guess.
over there.
I'm pretty far away.
You're
from you.
further.
Yeah, and there's a fan blowing it away.
Okay.
All right, everybody. So head over to timcast.com. Become a member, support our work. Your membership fuels us. It fuels the enterprise and makes all this possible. We've got great journalists writing about everything going on right now. They're all on high alert, getting the job done. Chris Carr, of course, writing about the AZ gubernatorial candidate, Carrie Lake, addressing the voting machine problems. With your supports over at Timcast, we're expanding the operation. I also want to say a major thank you to everybody who checked out the song Genocide, Losing My Mind. Listen to it right now on YouTube. If you haven't, just pull it up and listen as you're listening to the show. We are currently number 29 trending on YouTube Music. And wow, man, seriously, thank you so much. That's really, really cool. We're just over 700K views in real-time analytics. And I think we're going to hit Billboard very, very hard because we've got confirmation that this time they're tracking the YouTube. And I want to make sure that all of these woke lunatics in media who lie all the time, I want to make sure it's undeniable. And let me tell you, Elon Musk can't lie about Twitter's numbers. That would be fraud. When he comes out and says, this is how many daily active users we've gained, that is a sales statement to advertisers. So he can't just fake it. Twitter was accused of running bots for this reason, and that we assume they lied about it. Elon Musk is saying this is what we're seeing, and all of these news outlets are lying, saying it's failing, it's falling apart, people are quitting. So we want to make sure that it is undeniable. But more importantly, look, if you like the song, then put it in your playlists, listen to it, and buy it on iTunes, Amazon, or wherever. We were number one on iTunes for a little while. We fell down, but I think we're still number one on Amazon. And if we keep having this tremendous success, constantly hitting trending, we're going to keep making more. I think the response we got on this song, because it's overtly political, was way better. And I think it's fairly obvious. I mean, we're literally making fun of the establishment. We have this. Can we pull this up?
Yep.
Like, we literally have Taylor Lorenz, singing for us. She's basically singing that she's a liar. And so I was really excited for that one. And we have a bunch of them singing about how they're liars. So seriously, thank you all so much for your support. Just let's if you want to support us, just listen to it. Go to losingmymind.com, play it wherever you want to play it. And we're killing it on YouTube. So thanks for that. We're trending number 29 right above Selena Gomez with her new song that came out 5 days ago. I don't even know how that makes sense. Like, how does that work? She's got 5 million views 5 days ago with her verified channel. We don't. We're above her. That's really cool. Of course, as you know, Tom McDonald is way above us with his song Fighter, which is really amazing. You guys, if you haven't checked out Tom McDonald's Fighter, I actually think it's his best song. I love it. I love the organ. I think it's more melodic. I think it's an absolutely fantastic song, plus the message. Yeah. So thanks so much. So who we got hanging out today? We got Drew Hernandez chilling here.
Yeah, man, dude. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. CNN is telling me it's all going to be okay. all over social media that we can trust them. They're literally saying on live TV right now, stay off of social media, trust us, it's all going to be okay. The simulation is actually breaking. I mean, even MSNBC, Libby, what were they saying on MSNBC earlier? They're coming out and saying, we can't say that whatever happens tonight is a fair and equitable election.
No way. They said that.
They have someone on MSNBC coming out
Who said
and now
that?
denying this election.
We'll start with that one.
Want me to send you the clip?
Yes. Retweet it, and I'll grab it from your Twitter.
Okay, it's on there right now.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Libby, of course, hanging out.
Hey guys, glad to be back. Glad to be back after last night. I just saw this on Twitter. I wanted to bring this up. Did you see this new thing? You know how they're doing the $8 verification, the new $8 verification? So they're doing a new thing now where they're saying, a lot of folks have asked about how you'll be able to distinguish between Twitter Blue subscribers with blue check marks and accounts that are verified as official, which is why we're introducing the official label to select accounts when we launch. Did you see that?
Well, they're saying that people who are already verified won't have to pay for it.
Right, but they're also saying that not all previously verified accounts will get the official label, and the label is not available
This
for
guy right here?
purchase. Accounts that will receive it include government accounts, commercial companies, business partners, major media outlets, publishers, and some public figures. Who are these select major media outlets?
Well, let's talk about it. We also got Lisa's back.
Hi guys, happy to
How's it
be
going?
back. Same
And
stuff.
if you can see Ian's right behind her.
Give us a wave, Ian.
Yeah.
Ian, pull your chair up. Come on over.
Ian is here.
Thanks for letting me borrow the microphone.
But so we brought on a whole bunch of people specifically so that we can rotate people in and out. Mary Morgan, of course, is eating a pumpkin muffin, which I shouted out.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm eating a pumpkin muffin, that's true, and I didn't vote. I haven't been following the midterms at all, so I'm just happy to be here.
All right. And then, of course, we have Serge pressing all the buttons.
Hey, I'm over here, guys.
And then actually, at some point, we'll probably have Kellen pressing all the buttons.
Yes, we
He's
will.
chilling as well.
Yep.
So let's do this. Man, we're going to have like 800,000 segments by tomorrow. Oh, Luke just showed up.
Luke is in
Hey.
the studio.
Luke, you got no seat. You were late.
You want me to come back?
Well,
No.
you want to sit down? What do you want to do?
I don't care.
Do you want to sit on the floor next to me? I can feed you my scraps.
I know.
Are you getting pumpkin muffin on the
A
floor?
bunch of Sims would
I'll
love
get
to
it.
do that, but no, Mary, please.
There he is.
I'm a religious man.
Just, I don't know, hang out and then,
I just
you
want
know,
to see the shirt. What's the shirt say today?
Joe and the hoe gotta go.
Love it.
That is deeply
Give
offensive.
you one guess who the hoe
I wasn't going to
is.
say that
Hey,
online, but all right. I was going to say faux, just to be family friendly here, but you know.
Can we? I don't even know if people can hear what you're saying.
Here, do you want
Yeah,
to?
yeah,
Just trying to
kinda.
be family friendly here, you know.
Family friendly. All right, well, we got to pull up this story. Let's go for
Where
it.
to sit here? What is this nonsense?
There's no,
You
grab a
sit
chair.
here?
Grab that big chair right there. There's one big one right next to Ian.
Bring it over here.
Oh, there's two chairs. There's a
You got
chair right
over
there.
here too if you need it.
And then whenever someone feels like coming over, you know what we're planning on doing, but because we're building the new studio, is we have the wide shot camera, and we were going to put microphones over there so that we could have the
Oh, yeah.
Papasan chairs.
Right.
But we never did because we thought the new studio would be done by now. Let's pull up this video. Here's the first segment that is in a long line of segments. I'm going to play this because Drew just brought this to my attention. Let's hear what this guy has to say.
This is the greatest indicator that we have to always talk about voter suppression. One key thing, it's almost 5 o'clock, right? In the state of Georgia, thanks to Brian Kemp and Raffensperger, they changed the state law so that you cannot get a provisional ballot in Georgia before 5 o'clock. So if you waited in line for 2.5 hours, got there, and they said, oh, there's some sort of mistake, you can't get a provisional ballot here. The level of voter suppression is beyond anything that we saw in 2018. So I think it's completely up in the air. There has been youth turnout at levels we haven't expected. Democrats feel confident. Republicans I've spoken to feel confident. But we can't say that whatever happens tonight is a fair and equitable election because there have been too many laws passed by election deniers to keep people from being able to
Simulation
express themselves.
shift.
This is a great.
There it is.
There it is, dude. They have no idea what they're doing.
MSNBC Live. I'm sorry. This is the safest and most secure. No, you know what I think? I think Democrats are going to do better than people realize. And all of the conservative, Republican, independent personalities that are saying like, oh, this is BS. Tomorrow when the Democrats do better, they're going to be like, hey, last night you said it was everything was all good, right? Right? And then the right's going to be like, hey, you said it wasn't free and fair, right?
It's bipolar, man. The narratives are bipolar, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens. All I know is Maricopa County, dude, is like a banana republic. It's embarrassing what's taking place. I mean, even tonight, taking a look at what's happening there, so many people having issues with voting, and they're telling people to go to another location because these machines aren't working conveniently, and it's like, here we are in 2022. I'll say this is, can I even say this on YouTube? Can I say this anymore? Is like, if you're still watching what's happening right now, okay, in this election, and you're still convinced that somehow this is all safe and secure after what's taking place in Maricopa specifically, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
To put it simply, there's a problem with broken machines not tabulating votes. That is a fact.
Yep.
So
The problem is Katie Hobbs didn't recuse herself, and she's overseeing her own election. That's another problem.
Didn't Brian Kemp do that?
Yeah, still.
It's a prophecy.
Yeah.
It's a prophecy. It is a prophecy of what will happen to Arizona if that psycho racist gets in.
I mean, look,
Everything will fall
I'm pretty
apart.
sure it was Brian Kemp was Secretary of State at the time when he ran 2018, and so he was overseeing the election he was in as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the difference is when Raffensperger was in 2020, everybody got mad at him over how the election was handled, and it was Trump that lost, and so they were mad at the Republican over it. I think probably Kemp and Katie Hobbs probably shouldn't oversee their own elections, but
Probably.
well, I mean, I didn't hear a lot of people complaining on the right about Brian Kemp overseeing his election in Georgia when Stacey Abrams.
I still think that's problematic.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But we'll see, man. All that I can say is Carrie Lake comes out a long time ago. I think she was talking with Crowder, that there were problems with their elections, and they gave Crowder a strike over this. And now, sure enough, there are problems. They're literally happening right now. What do you think would happen if I started saying there were no problems? YouTube would be like, oh, you're giving out election misinformation. No. We have to tell people legitimately and accurately what's going on in Maricopa County. And what they gave Crowder a strike for, we are now obligated to report, lest we be engaged in, disinformation or whatever nonsense. It's ridiculous.
That's the state. That's the machine, dude. That's
Yeah.
the machine. Anytime the narrative shifts, you either have to be saying the right thing on the right side on the right time. And the moment that you're not, that's when you get shut down, you get canceled, you get censored, you get deplatformed, and the whole thing. And here's the thing, too, is I think this is a good thing. I think this is a very good thing what's taking place in Maricopa across the United States, because people that might be kind of like sitting on the fence, like, I don't know, that sounds a little like conspiratorial. Are our elections, messed up? Is there really a lot of bad, nefarious things going on? I don't know. There might be people sitting back saying, I don't know if I can agree with that yet. I'm glad that this is happening because people like that are watching this and they're having their own experiences at the polling places and waking up to that there's something that needs to be fixed in our election process. And Democrats can't sit there and say, oh, this is safe and secure and we want democracy, because if they really cared, they would do something about it.
They're the ones saying it's not. It's MSNBC
Yeah,
guys saying
they're
That's what I'm saying. It's bipolar. It's bipolar, dude.
Well,
this.
it just makes it so clear that nobody says anything that they believe in. They just say what they think is going to keep them and their cronies in power. And it's just so transparent. It becomes increasingly more and more transparent, because you had Hillary Clinton talking about this same thing in 2016. You had her just recently talking about how, the Republicans are going to be election deniers all over again. They've been consistently laying the groundwork for like a week or something now, that we're just not going to get the results in a timely fashion.
Yeah, that's all over
like,
social
Yo.
media. They
Something-
have
and-
these notices that
Yeah.
are like, just so you know, it might take a couple of days before poll results come out.
And that's not how it used to
normal.
be. That's just not how it used to be. Like, I remember voting, way back in ye olden days, and I would go in, I would vote, there'd be no line, it'd be no big deal. You'd vote, and then later that night, you'd know what the results are, and you'd be like, do, whatever.
Ye olden days.
Ye olden days of the 1990s.
Libby Emmons is a time traveler.
Yes, that is
Look
correct.
Who wants to read this one? Who wants to read it up on the screen? Somebody read it.
I can't see that far.
DeSantis won.
DeSantis won the Dade
There's a
Mail
glare.
by 54 to 46. Rubio won by 53 to 46.
Dade County. That is
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah.
2 Republicans have just won the mail-in vote. This is
Oh, that means the mail-in vote? Dade mail-in vote?
yes.
Yeah,
so
Okay.
so
Mail-in.
what's worse than apocalyptic for Democrats? Apocalyptic is like the end of the world. Is there a word that signifies like the end of all, heat death of the universe? There we go. This is a Democrat heat death of the universe. This is mail-in voting favors Democrats extremely heavily. for two Republicans to have won in a blue, safe blue urban center in the mail-in vote by 54 and 53. That is beyond the apocalypse. That is not just the world ending for Democrats. It is the absolute heat death of the universe. There is nothing left. It's over.
It's got to be Hispanics, dude.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they don't like communism.
It's got to be, bro. It's got. I would be
Cubans,
willing
yeah.
to bet right now that is Hispanics putting both of those two over the edge for the W, because these people are waking up to these damn Democrats thinking they can control them, and that is going to become problematic for these people.
It's just so obvious.
Yeah.
The people who have real experience with socialism saw it in the eyes of the Democrats who are running and just said, no, thank you. And the media desperately tries to lie to them, but they're like, dude, you can't lie to us. Our family experienced this. We're not going to vote for it.
Well, and then
This
you
is crazy.
had like the Christ campaign basically calling Cubans racist for being like opposed to communism and socialism. That was really eye-opening, I think, for a lot of people as well. And
They were
sort of
saying-
surprising.
This is
You're
crazy.
like, really? You're all nuts.
I want people to really understand how insane this is. Like the mail-in vote, it's like sometimes it's like two to one Democrat or more, like
They've
70%.
weaponized it. Yep.
But now we're seeing DeSantis won the mail-in vote. Holy.
They were
Whoa.
saying they were expecting the Latinos to come in at over 50% for DeSantis. I mean, that's
Well,
that's what that would
He's
describe
an
those numbers.
insanely popular governor.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just
'Cause
you
he's
know,
doing a great job.
He's doing like you could see what a great job he was doing when nobody would talk about how he was handling the hurricane, and it's like, oh, I guess he's doing a great job because literally no one will talk about this. You know,
Several factors.
Check this out. We got the Fresh Take Florida data. Current turnout is 3.5 million Republicans, 2.5 million Democrats. The GOP lead is nearly 1 million votes.
Was that
Wow.
3.5 you said? I can't see it.
3.5.
Wow.
So this is on top. It's everything. The GOP lead 945,000. I want to jump down to the county and pull up Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade right now, the lead for the GOP is 6,000 votes, just about 6,400 or so votes. So this is all turnout, including day of. So that's interesting.
Interesting.
We'll see, man. Look, I'm wondering where they're getting the numbers from, because right here it says mail-in ballots. GOP is down. I guess, what is this? Political polls. I mean, they're a big account. Nonpartisan group. I tracked them a lot. 233. Here it says that in Miami-Dade, it's Democrats had the mail-in vote. Unless they mean Republican votes, not including independent, in which case it would be, that number does make sense, actually, if independents were voting Republican. I guess, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Independents
man.
are the ones that end up changing things.
Right, and they're heavily favoring Republicans right now.
yeah, all the
guess we'll see,
polling
man.
was saying that leading up to this.
Right, and
Independents were
they're
leaning
not saying
GOP.
Republican, they're saying DeSantis. That means with the independent and GOP vote, DeSantis took it. Woo.
Well, and also, I mean,
sense.
I bet a lot of Democrats voted for DeSantis.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yep.
You know, why not?
Absolutely.
Like I would.
Well, there was that Democrat who endorsed them.
Yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man, it's gonna be fun, huh?
But Rubio's up over Val Demings by like 20,000 votes too, down there. So I mean,
Well, how about that?
Everybody's coming in.
Hey
hot
Drew, have
in
you seen one of
Florida.
these before?
Let me see.
That was given to us by Lord Miles Rutledge.
Oh, passport. If this is fake.
Yep.
Yep.
Fake
Yep.
illegal immigrants use those. He said he left that one there because when you go down the board, you find them scattered and littered
All
about.
over, scattered. UN packets
Yep.
showing them how to get across the globe,
Wow, no.
telling them and instructing them what to say in English
Amazing.
to the Border Patrol so they know where to go.
I just pulled up Twitter and that was the thing. It was like DeSantis won by 53. I'm like, I don't even know. what's
Well,
going
here's
on.
the thing. It's because they don't have anything of substance to run on, especially in Florida in these areas. If you're running on child grooming, child mutilation, if you're running on, oh, everyone's a racist and a white supremacist, even if you're Hispanic and we disagree with you, they have a losing strategy with all of these things that they say they're running on. And they can't even go to the economy. They can't even, you cannot go to people and say that we are going to fix the economy that we destroyed. They expect people to be dumb enough to just see that and vote for them anyways. And maybe some people are. I don't know.
They are,
But
but look,
people are waking up, Tim. That's a good sign right there.
A lot of people don't know, don't pay attention, but you cannot lie your way out of $5 a gallon gas.
Exactly.
People
And
like,
the gas, yeah, just to name
people
it.
put-
They were doing exit polls earlier today, though, and it was like they were saying that a really good amount, like it was like 22% or 23 or 32%, something like that, didn't think that gas had been a problem or impacted them in a negative way.
Hey, maybe it really
financially.
is.
Maybe they don't drive.
They were. I got to look up these exit polls
Who did they
because
ask?
It may actually look for people in
yeah, it was
Miami.
like CBS and like CNN polls, like exit polls.
But so look, if you're
Republicans aren't talking.
Were they-
about
were
it.
if you're in
like-
Miami and you're an urban liberal, you're
Let's
probably
be
not
fair.
driving all that much, so gas prices are probably not the biggest issue to you. In which case, these people in Miami are looking at communism.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, they're seeing signs of what they fled from Venezuela and Cuba.
How much do you think the gender ideology stuff being pushed on kids is influencing voters
Big.
in Florida?
Oh,
I think so
huge.
too.
Because it
Big
kind
time.
of it pushes the Democrats into a corner where you have to confirm or deny whether you're complicit in this.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that that's been happening not just in Florida, but that's been happening in Michigan. It's been happening in Arizona, and there was recently a poll. I think it was Trafalgar put out a poll, and they were saying that there's a lot of people who would not vote for a candidate that supported, child sex changes. And I don't think that's surprising. I also, though, we saw the Democrats leading up to all of this pushing sort of insane social issues. Like they put abortion at the top of their platform, and we know that they are pro-abortion
And
for
that's
9
not even
months.
a mainstream
And
Democrat
it's not
issue.
really, a lot of people just don't even want to talk about it or think about it, and they put it up there, up top.
Yeah, most
which
people
I
are
just thought was
moderate on
crazy.
abortion.
Yeah, I thought that was nuts to put that up top. They also, they talk about how all of these, anti-LGBT laws that are going into effect. And if you look at the laws, that's not what they are. And a lot of people know that. A lot of people are just way past all of this rhetoric. They can see through it.
What
at
are
They
this
those
can't
point.
keep
laws,
lying.
though?
What the law?
Those laws that are being framed as anti-LGBT.
The parental rights ones.
They're
About parental rights?
primarily
Yeah, don't say
parental
gay.
rights.
Because some of them are concerning like conversion therapies or whatever.
But here's the deal with conversion therapy. The way conversion therapy is defined is so you can't try and forcibly convert someone who is
Yeah.
gay, but that means you also can't try to forcibly convert someone who is trans, meaning you cannot encourage someone to be comfortable in their natal body. That's considered conversion therapy. Telling someone who says that they're trans that they're maybe fine without a bunch of surgeries and drugs is considered conversion therapy. So it's kind of a bastardization of the concept itself.
So these laws are basically like, if you're a parent, you have a right to know what's going on with your kid at school. And that's it. And they can't have sex ed without parental permission.
Yes.
And so what the Democrats did is they came out and started saying gay over and over and over again, which is like really weird.
It's don't say gay. They're trying to
Yeah.
tell you can't say the word gay or.
Right.
I want to pull out this tweet, guys. We need this, everyone. We're going to go through these exercises. The New York Times says elections and anxiety often go hand in hand.
Oh, God.
Here are some evidence-based strategies that can help you cope. Cope with what? Try 5-finger breathing. Trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger. When you trace up, breathe in, and when you trace down, breathe out.
Breathing like that just makes me angry. Like when everybody's like, somebody's like, take a deep breath. I'm like,
here's what we're gonna see. It's gonna be that woman screaming no again, but she's gonna drop to her knees and go, no.
They're gonna change the commie fist to the 5-finger pointing.
Here we go. Cool down. Listen, no, guys. Plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds. Yo, what is going on?
That sounds fun.
Dude,
a troll.
This is New York Times.
New York
No.
Times. That's verified.
Look at this.
Yeah, New York
Move. Wait, it gets better, guys. Move. Even a walk around the block can offer some relief for an uneasy mind. Here you go. Breathe like a baby. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to the brain. Limit your scrolling. Consider plotting out specific times when you will look for election updates. I gotta say it. Elon Musk starts banning a bunch of these whiny lunatics. User growth is at all-time highs, and they're having temper tantrums. I am so happy to see Elon grounding the naughty children because they're children. That's what they are. When I'm watching election results, I'm not crying. I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, this will be interesting. We'll see what happens. When Joe Biden won, I had a video. I'm like, there it is. They've announced the winner. It's Joe Biden. And the left made a supercut of that as if I was crying about it. And I'm like, I just literally said he won. I'm not mad. Like,
Right.
What are you talking? Like, you guys are, these people have to put their face in a bowl of ice water right now because of the results aren't even in. And the New York Times is telling everyone, please keep calm down. Yo, in Portland, let's jump to this one. In Portland, they're getting ready. Where's the silly tweet? They're boarding up windows. Look at this. Look at this video. Here we go.
Back to the office, I noticed that several businesses were boarding up their windows. Now, why would they be doing that?
They're expecting a red wave. That's why.
Look
Because-
at that.
And
Right.
the only people that complain are
Look at the
leftists.
banks, Wells Fargo. They're boarding up their windows.
That Rite Aid down there,
Not a bad idea.
closed.
Closed.
Payless, closed.
Wow.
That's their
I'd be
new
scared
normal,
to be
dude.
Down here.
I got to retweet this one.
Pretty soon, I bet you Chase Bank over there is going to board up their windows. Because you know how some of these people in Portland get.
That's right. That's right. The New York Times wants to make sure that you try 5-finger breathing. Dude, this is the problem with the internet. You have with Twitter particularly, you have these journalists who are just like, I'm being harassed. And it's like someone who says you're dumb. And they're just like, someone calls them dumb. So they quote tweet it and they go like, we're in hell. And I'm like, dude, someone insulted you. Have you never been in a city before?
I find that crazy too. Like, or all the people who are like, "Oh, I get horrible things in my DMs." It's like, okay,
I know.
Everybody else.
who doesn't? You can turn off your DMs. That
Welcome to the
that
internet.
solves the problem in a great.
So funny
you know,
when
in
people
great
say
way.
they get death threats. Like, that doesn't mean they're credible or that anyone is being serious about
or like the
them.
ones that are like, you know, when people tell you to kill yourself, it's
Right.
like, oh, okay,
Like, I'm getting death threats.
That's really convincing.
And the problem
I'm
is
gonna run and do that.
they
now.
keep pandering to this. So
Yes.
in the past, the advertisers would be like, hey, people are crying to us and they're complaining. And they'd be like, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Now Elon's like, don't care, banned. Shut up, don't
Because
care.
they're the ones who believe that Twitter is a privilege and not a right. Like, they think
Well,
that
not
free
anymore.
expression is a privilege, and if you break their rules, you should get kicked off.
No, now it's
now it's
a
being
right.
enforced without a double standard.
But now it's a right. Now the same people that were like, but my private company are like, Elon Musk is a tyrant.
Yeah.
So here's what happens. You saw everybody changing their name to Elon Musk. You guys saw that, all these actors.
Kathy
Did,
Griffin.
yeah.
They
H3,
did that
H3.
because someone made the point that once anyone can be verified, impersonation will be a problem. I'll prove it by changing my name to Elon Musk. They instantly get banned, and then they're like, but I was doing parody. It's like, wait, hold on. Your point was impersonation is dangerous and that we can't tolerate it. Twitter has never tolerated impersonation, so they banned you. Now you're complaining you should be allowed to do it? These people are not serious. They are not serious people. They're not arguing any real positions. So I don't care to listen to what they have to say.
Now they're
anymore.
like, this is such a loss for free speech. Like,
Right.
they were the champions of free speech
No,
all
they're just-
along.
they're
And Kathy
just
Griffin hopped onto
ridiculous.
her dead mother's account.
no.
Yeah, that's what she did. That's
She
really
hopped onto her
funny.
dead
Yeah.
mother's account
wild.
to impersonate Elon Musk on that account again and get into a back and forth with him on Twitter again.
She was like, my mom won't mind me doing this.
Right?
What's-
she
what's
she
that-
thought
what's
her
her
mom
mom's
would
account?
like it.
Oh,
you know her name?
I forget what
I
it
forgot
was.
the
It was
name.
like her mother's name was like Maggie Griffin.
Maggie Griffin?
I don't know if that one has also been suspended since then.
Yeah, maybe. Maggie Griffin Kathy is trending. And Elon.
But yeah, how
Elon
ghoulish,
Musk-
you know?
Hair, what is this?
And she's like, my mother would have been okay with this. You don't understand.
Like the severed head wasn't ghoulish enough.
Yeah, she always takes things too far, huh?
She's just gross. She's ugly to look at too. I
My
mean,
favorite-
yeah.
Look at this. From the New York Post.
Is that it?
Kathy Griffin uses the late
Yeah.
mom's account to evade Twitter ban.
Like, what a ghoul.
Yeah, wow.
The
No
first
content to
the
it at
first
all.
tweet I saw though was funny. That wasn't her, but they were like, I like a steaming cup of my own urine in the morning.
Elon Musk
doesn't?
said if she really
doesn't
wants her
love that?
account
Great
back, she can have it
tangy
for
way to start a
$8.
day.
Praise
So what pissed me off about this story is that Elon was giving him special treatment again.
Yeah.
The rules are you can't impersonate if you're verified, period. And so Elon said, no, fine, I'll let you do it as long as you put parody in your name. And they went, no. And he's like, okay, well, then you're banned. Like, don't give them special treatment. They changed their name to Elon Musk, ban. It's always been the rule. Sorry, goodbye. I think there should be some kind of path to redemption. But as I stated yesterday, I am not going to advocate for any of these people to get their accounts back because they oppose free speech.
Well, that's not free speech. That's like identity theft.
Right.
If
But I mean,
someone's
like,
identifying the real, if you steal someone's identity in the real world, it has nothing to do with free speech.
if someone's house is on fire.
But that's what they've been claiming.
I'll put it- if someone's house is on
They've
fire.
been
and
crying
don't like
saying
them-
I have free speech,
Right.
saying Elon's not for free speech.
If someone's house is on fire and I don't like them, I will call 911 and be like, let's help them put this fire,
Yeah.
even though I don't like them.
Yeah.
If someone is an arsonist and they're setting fires and then they get burned by it, I'm not going to call 911 because they deserve help. I'm going to call it because the fire is a problem and needs to be stopped. My point is, I don't want anybody to get hurt by fire. I don't want anyone to get banned when they're engaging in free speech. But I'm not going to help an arsonist. This is not going to happen. I'm not going to advocate for these people, and it's just not going to happen.
Well, these Skittle people are just a bunch of pussies, dude. I mean, at the end of the
Skittle
day,
people.
yeah, they just the Rainbow Mafia. These are the same people that are running around threatening everyone, threatening to bash your face in, but they can't handle a word. This is why they want to change words. Because if
Right.
you say words that are too offensive, they can't handle it in reality.
That's the thing
This is who these
that's-
people are. They're
that's-
pathetic. They're pathetic, and they don't represent America. Because if you did, you would be able to stand on your own 2 feet and be offended in the face of anything that opposes you. But they can't
They're
do
children?
that because
Well, the
they're,
other
they're
thing-
children.
They're children.
This is what Kathy Hochul has been doing in New York, right? This is why I think
Boom.
this is what she's
Boom.
been doing. She has changed. She spent all of this energy and money to change the word inmate to incarcerated person in all legislation, as if this means anything at all. Apparently, the word inmate was offensive. But like, if you change a word that you think is offensive to a different word, shortly thereafter, that word becomes offensive as well.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
didn't
in
even
my
know prisoner was offensive.
inmate is offensive.
It's a never-ending
Inmate
cycle.
is
It
no
will
good.
never stop. They will never
They've
stop.
changed all the gender language in the state
I'm
legislature
sure
as well.
that
They
the
spent all of
incarcerated
this time on
persons
this.
really are thankful that she
When
made this
my
change.
son was in kindergarten, they had this rule that you couldn't say stupid because it would make people feel bad. So the kids
Dude,
started
anti-bullying
So the
stuff
kids
is-
started
it was
calling
always
each
a
other.
psyop.
Yeah, it totally is. So the kids started calling each other silly, and then silly became a bad word.
Kids are mean.
and I was
They
like,
like
"This is stupid,
roughing
you guys."
each other
Like,
up. Like it's just how
just use the
socialization
original
works.
words. Yes.
Can't say
Anti-bullying
stupid.
was always a mistake.
Anti-bullying is a mistake. And like, as someone who was mercilessly bullied, like you grow
Same.
up and it's fine and you're resilient. Like, suck it. You know?
People
Like,
bully.
well.
People bully.
You know?
is the
Life
thing.
is hard. It
Life-
builds character.
Yeah,
Like,
for
get
real.
used to it early.
Yeah, you're
Like,
going to be
real
offended.
early.
You're going to get pissed off. People are not going to like you. That's what's crazy is these people want to be put on the forefront, like be on the news. They want to be like blowing up on TikTok and social media, but then they get criticized and they run away and claim it's hate speech and put their
Right.
tail in between their legs. Because like I
Well,
said,
you
they're
know
a
what
bunch of
then they do?
pussies.
Then they breathe like babies, right? What was the 5-finger breathing thing you were saying? And
Five-finger
tomorrow,
breathing?
all of these people will have to cope and they will do
No,
extra
they'll start
breathing.
doing that weird.
That's why there's that.
Like that demonic.
That's why the
screaming.
5-finger thing.
Family friendly, Drew.
The screaming is
I'm
like
just-
the
dude, I'm
craziest
just
part.
like
Like,
these
like the
people,
thing
Tim,
at
I'm
Penn
sorry.
State.
yeah, like, are you possessed?
They
like,
do
is there
seem
something
possessed.
literally wrong with you? Like,
You know
they're-
who's remarkably resilient to this stuff is Dylan Mulvaney.
Well, because
Why are you so good
Dylan.
at handling the online bullying?
Mulvaney
know-
is a
Curious.
performer.
Mulvaney is a bully intending to insult trans people. You will never convince me otherwise.
I don't know about all
You
that.
think
No,
it's, you think it's a put up
it is-
job?
I think people on the right are so eager to look at trans people as Dylan Mulvaney that they accept what is clearly a troll designed to insult. When a dude put on, when they used to put on blackface, they didn't act like black people. They acted like insane caricatures to mock them, the way they painted their faces. Dylan Mulvaney was for the longest time making social media content, was, I believe, a gay man.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, all of these videos are just the most insane mockeries of women and trans people.
Well, it's been a great career move.
And Mulvaney's getting praise and protection from it while mocking women
It's
and
worse.
trans people.
It's worse than that. It's
Yeah,
worse than that.
I-
He's not impersonating a woman.
It's a little
He's
girl.
impersonating a little girl.
Right.
But
So
my-
it's even
my
wor-
point
no,
is,
listen.
he's not-
He's not impersonating a female adult
I
woman.
understand.
It's even more mentally ill and deranged, where
no,
he's
I
attempting
don't
to
think
be
it's
a
mentally
little
ill.
girl.
I think it's planned.
There
out.
are some.
This is
twisted
hold on,
and
no.
depraved.
This is the issue. You fell for it.
I didn't fall
No,
for it.
I've
did
been
fall for it.
watching
I did
that.
not.
It's
A
insane to me
little
that you
girl.
guys believe this.
It's a little
He's
girl.
taking hormones. He has one breast bigger than another.
But it's just
and he's
commitment
getting
to the bit.
electrolysis.
This is
He
an
committed
individual.
to the bit.
All right. What did I fall for?
A guy who wore hiking heels. And you're like, that's a legitimate human. That's a real thing.
No, he's a weirdo that thinks that that's how women actually
He
are.
said
guys,
he's performing.
you guys,
He said
you're
he's doing
missing
a
the whole
bit. He
thing.
said it.
You're missing
He
it.
said it.
You
He's out
guys-
in the
The
right.
White House.
He
Yes.
said
Because-
outright.
People take
No,
it as
He
legitimate.
listen.
said
Okay.
outright he's doing a bit and performing, and he wants to be a performer, and this is his performance.
He doesn't want to be a performer. He is a performer. This
Right.
was a career move.
It was a
Prior
career
to
move,
doing
yes.
this, he was doing TikToks where he was interviewing animals as a gay man. He went on The Price is Right and won a massive pool table and had a great time. It was actually kind of a good segment on that show. But this move to be trans, to be like a little trans girl or whatever, brilliant career move.
But
He
it's-
is
but-
an
but listen,
intelligent, opportunistic gay man.
But
It's
he
a
is
per- it's a
going through
performance.
the-
He's
As
an
a-
actor. He's an actor.
You
Like,
look at I
it's
will
a-
I will cite, as I did before, Blair White and ContraPoints. These are two trans people. One person's left sphere of influence, right sphere of influence. They don't wear hiking heels. They don't flail about and fall down when dragonflies come by. They don't talk about Barbie pouches. They don't say it's time to normalize the bulge. That is not what a real trans person is going around doing. The argument for, so what happens is,
So what you're doing too is you're doing what like the anti-trans activists, the like gender critical people would call giving into the idea of true trans.
what
which
I'm
is
saying
also
is,
its own whole separate weird thing.
we had Blair White on here talking about, actually, when we've had Blair on several times, we've not really talked about trans issues because, I don't know, just we talk about politics.
Well, Blair's a very smart person. So
And
you
Blair
can
was
talk
talking about,
whatever.
like, she said that Dylan is
Legit.
legit. Like, people
Right.
actually think, I think it's you're being trolled, but I think conservatives want this to be the caricature of trans people.
Yeah.
They want it to be that way.
Well, it's like that
But
Ontario
like, you look at
teacher.
Blair and you're like, why isn't Blair acting like that? Because that's not
Because
how
I
trans
think
people
that
act.
I think there's still like a spectrum of mentally ill trans people, more normal trans people. Like this
There's a spectrum
person,
of how much
this
of it is
person has
performance.
Right, but what you're saying is,
Arrested Development,
but
he is still going through like the
But what you're
hormones
saying
and
is-
all the things.
some people are mentally ill. Some people are not mentally ill.
I think
And
they're
so,
all mentally
so,
ill.
So therefore, you might have someone like Blair, who's a very smart individual and very reasonable, and then Dylan Mulvaney is trans and also happens to have other mental illnesses.
Including Arrested Development, like stuck in that like.
So do you think
kid-
Dylan is grifting even the
Yep.
left?
I still
playing
think
the
yes.
left.
Yeah.
And you
Hands
think
down.
that he got into the White House because
Grifting.
he's playing and
Yes.
grifting his base?
Come on, dude. Normalize
I'm
the
just
bulge.
asking, I'm asking
Yes.
you. Yes.
Can we say that
Dylan
he's
Mulvaney-
grifting and still doing it at the same time? Like he's a gay man that probably saw an opportunity by being trans. He's exploiting it, but he's still going through all the things because that's what's going to make him money.
So it's like
All
a
I know-
double.
all
It's
I
a
know
double,
is-
right? He's screwing women, screwing the trans people, screwing the trans, let's just say trans kids, right? So he's screwing all of them at the same time because
Dude.
he's pulling a grift on all of them. So he doesn't
If-
really care about trans people.
Do we take
he just
Rachel-
wants to be famous.
Do we take
Correct.
Rachel Dolezal
Yes.
seriously? Like, the way I see Dylan Mulvaney would be if someone put on blackface and started running around demanding watermelon and fried chicken. It's like, that is insanely wrong, offensive, and stereotypical. That's not reality. Dylan Mulvaney is doing all those things 10 times. Hiking heels?
But look at these other crazy drag queens.
Normalize the bulge. Those are performances.
Tim, don't
and
you think that there is an amount of performance and fakery and non-reality to all transgenderism?
No.
All
What do you
expressions
mean?
of it?
What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
all of
Fetishes
it is
is what it is.
artificial.
No,
The,
see, it's like,
the hormone therapy, the surgeries,
This is
all
why
of the
we'd be-
appearance
we'd be-
stuff, it's all artificial and cosmetic. There's a performance
people are trying to
involved, no
present
matter what.
a certain way. So like this is what Blair White was talking about, and it's probably it's Blair's a better person to talk about it than I would be. She mentioned the difference between gender dysphoric individuals and fetishist individuals.
Correct.
And they're not the same.
Right.
Can't
And
they
so-
overlap though?
Well, anybody can overlap. That's not an argument. You can be. I'm
just saying, it
you can
seems
be
like
a
kind of a
communist
false
and trans
dichotomy.
person, and you can be a Trump supporting trans person. Right? There's overlap in all sorts of ideologies. The point I'm making, without getting into the greater all of the trans stuff, is that Dylan Mulvaney, I just look at that and I'm like, the first thing anyone should think when they see Dylan Mulvaney saying normalize the bulge is like, this is a gag. This is not real. This is not. First of all, we've not seen something like this. It's over the top tenfold. And going into the woods wearing like women's biking outfits and high heels is not a real thing. It's
I don't
not
think
real.
any of trans is a real thing.
But there is
but you
that
do.
transvestic.
Well, like Blair White's a real
fetishes.
person who exists. And
Okay,
like,
I'm not. That's like you're denying our existence. I'm not denying that people who identify as trans are real. I'm saying that the identity is artificial.
what I'm saying is there's not a woman that frolics around in the forest in high
No.
heels.
Yeah, he does it like way over the top, and he's kind of blowing
Guys,
It's
his
a
cover.
gag. It's a gag.
But there is transvestic fetishism, right, or whatever you say,
Autogenophilia.
and yeah, right. And what that is that they get off having other people see
Totally
them dress
separate
as a woman,
conversation.
dress as a little girl, dress as all those things.
And I think, yes, and I think it's a totally
And I'm
different conversation.
sure that
I
he's
think,
grifting off of it, getting off of it. Like if you watch him,
I
because
just-
I've gone down like that TikTok like feed.
look,
endlessly.
There's nothing indicating that he's having like that. This is getting him off. Like,
No,
why would you
he
even say
talks
that?
about it. He talks about like saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm dreaming about the way this guy gonna kiss me, and he's seeing me as a girl," and like he talks about the stuff. Like you can clearly tell he's getting off on it in some way.
We're not going to solve this now, and we should probably get back to election stuff. But
Yeah,
my point was just
Sorry for bringing him up.
my point was just simply that when a person does as many cartoonish things that insult trans people, and then everyone on the right is like, haha, see, that's what trans people are. I'm like, dude, come on. Like,
I think it's an extreme expression of what all of that is.
I don't like, I guess, but he says he's performing. And he was doing tons of videos as a man, and then all of a sudden starts doing these gag videos. Like I would say, wearing high heels in the woods is a gag. It was a joke. Saying normalize the bulge, and then trying later to walk it back after trans people started calling him out. Then he was like, "Oh no, I was just he put out a video saying like I was just self-conscious and didn't really mean it." And it's like,
I don't think he's that out of the normal though. I don't think he's over the top.
It completely is over the top. Name another person saying normalize the bulge.
Like when you
Name
go
one
to
more
these
person.
protests, Tim, we were in Nashville at Matt Walsh's thing, and it's all those kinds of people running around screaming, foaming at the mouth, like their eyes rolling back.
So
all dressed the same way.
Yes.
Totally mentally ill.
You cannot
men dressed
say
as full
every
women.
single person.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then-
what I'm
then-
saying
then
is that there still is people in the left that are over the top like that,
Okay.
Tim. On the ground when you go see them and talk to them.
I know for sure.
There's countless
and so the
footage of
issue
these
is the handful of grifting, fake ideological individuals are not representative of the general public. Like simply put, when you go to an Antifa crowd, you are looking at a group of Antifa mentally ill people. That's what they are, all of them. You don't go around smashing windows and burning buildings down unless you have some serious mental problem. So like, I'm not going to look at Antifa and be like, look at all these white people. Yeah, Antifa tends to be overwhelmingly white. I'm not going to go there and be like, well, white people are clearly mentally ill because Antifa is. It's like, no, those are the unwell people. My point is that I guess we can talk about it a bit later. Otherwise, we're going to go in circles again. So
But they're like white, skinny,
we'll start
and
talking
ugly
about the
and-
election again.
All the things that go with that.
I'm seeing
Yeah.
reports that Marjorie Taylor Greene won.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they called that one early.
Right?
Yeah,
I
where's
was
the-
seeing that report.
I feel like they called Rand Paul too, right?
MTG is based.
I like MTG. I was skeptical of her at first, and then I
She's
spoke with her
amazing.
several times, and I
She's pretty
really
cool.
think she's
I think they called it.
interesting, smart,
Very down to
and
earth.
Did they?
Great. I like her a lot.
She's a sweetie.
Yeah.
I don't know though.
She likes
New
my
York
dogs.
Times. New York Times is.
Oh, dude.
saying.
I mean, with 3% reporting, she's at 71%.
Yeah. So
Okay.
there you go.
Well, that doesn't really.
There's still
No, I know it's only 3%. But so you said the New York Times is reporting?
Yeah.
I always
And
get
Decision Desk too.
people get all hype when
Yep.
it's like 3%.
Wait, no. They didn't call it yet.
They didn't. Decision Desk did.
Decision Desk called it for Marjorie
Really?
Taylor
Didn't
Greene.
they? I saw this here.
Well, I got the New York Times right here, and it does not have a check mark or anything.
Decision Desk projects Marjorie Taylor Greene wins.
Wow. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pull up Decision Desk.
Yeah, they just said it at 7:00. It's on Twitter.
All right. Here we go. It's on Twitter.
Pennsylvania's looking pretty red.
When did they tweet
Really?
it?
Do you think it's
So you mean
7:00?
So an hour ago they called it.
Yeah, just about.
What is this?
Pennsylvania looking pretty red.
Wow.
Ooh, yeah, but
Wow.
the
I
urban
mean,
centers are.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But
Fetterman is
Can I see it?
ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
how do you vote for a guy like that?
I mean,
So hold on, check it out. Decision Desk has projected Tim Scott as one.
Wow.
GOP hold. I mean that was probably obvious. Rand Paul has won. Oh, this is amazing. Look at this. Marjorie Taylor Greene has won.
Red wave.
Yeah.
In Vermont, Peter Welch has won. This is was he Senate? Yep, U.S. Senate.
Yep.
So that's what we got so far. So I don't know if this was surprising to anybody that Tim Scott, Rand Paul, and Marjorie Taylor Greene were going to win. But there you go, everybody. They won.
You know what? I like that Marjorie Taylor Greene won because she's going to get some committees back. You know, she's going to get a little more power. She stuck it out this whole time. They really tried to trash her. They tried to destroy her life
Yep.
by swatting
If I were
her.
her, I
They
would
tried to
want
destroy
committees.
her career. You know, she wants committees back. She wants some
I
control.
wouldn't, though.
Yeah, well, she ought to get it. Like, that's
less
where you
work.
get the control. Sure, but
It's less work. She can do
she
more
wants
by just
to do
by,
work. She
I know,
doesn't want to
she
like
does.
just be a media
But
person.
that's not what I
she
mean,
wants
though.
to like get her hands dirty.
There's not a lot you can get done as like, well, I guess we wouldn't be in the minority anymore, but as a minority member on a member on a committee anyway. So if we're in the majority, fine. She wants to see that way.
She wants to do investigations, I think.
Yeah. Then that's fine. But like as a member of the minority on a committee and the committees that they were giving her anyway, it's not.
But now she's going to get to pick. Like,
Yeah.
McCarthy's going to let her pick.
You think he's going to let her pick?
He said it.
Did they call
Yeah.
North Carolina already? Wow, Ted Budd's way down. 33% in. We've got Sherry Beasley at 58%, Ted Budd 39. They haven't called it though. New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan, it's 2-1. Wow, 63% to with 8% in. So we'll see. We'll see.
How's
see what's going on.
do we have any information on New York? I really want that to go.
New York. Good
I
luck.
really want Zelda.
Nothing
to
in
win.
yet.
Does anybody like Kathy Hochul?
Nobody likes her.
Like anybody.
Nobody
Like,
voted for
when
her.
you walk up and down the street in New York,
No.
can you find one person that's like, oh yeah, she's great?
No, she does nothing worthwhile in the entire state.
Now, how does
She's
New
terrible.
Hampshire go Democrat? That's what I don't get.
Did it? Is that what happened?
So that
Right now, it's looking like it.
do you want to know how New Hampshire goes Democrat? Because everybody from Massachusetts moved to southern New Hampshire.
So why?
That's
why-
literally how. Like,
And so we got
that's
this.
My family.
Luke,
is
Luke
up
over
there,
here is
like-
always saying like, you got to go to New Hampshire, and I'm telling him like, dude, you're right next to all of these. What are you doing over there with that? You got booze? Are you holding?
He is
No one can
holding
hear
a
you.
whole
No one
bottle.
can hear you.
Get over here. I told you to come over here earlier. Come
Are you
on.
drinking, Luke?
The official transition is going to be
Luke, just bring your chair here. We can share. Come on.
Official transition, 8 o'clock. We'll be
8 o'clock, 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
10 minutes.
I'm telling you, you can take my seat now.
So
Okay.
I think they're calling Florida for Ron DeSantis already. Is that what they're doing? What do we got in? 43% in. DeSantis is at 53 to Christ's 45.
Yeah,
I don't believe it. Did you see that? I think it was CBS sent a reporter out in Miami and he couldn't find a single Christ reporter. He was like, I went to a few restaurants and like
A reporter or
a reporter couldn't find a single supporter.
okay.
Yeah. They found like one guy, like nobody wanted to support him. I guess we'll see, man. We got the decision desk map. Let's pull up the House results. What do we got so far? It looks like the areas where they're calling it are red already. Is that how it works or what? No, that's not it. I think that's just what they're showing. So it looks like they're saying 30 Republicans to 8 Democrats so far. Uh-oh, not looking good for Caroline Leavitt. Man, it's like 2-1. 12% in, and Chris Pappas has 61% to Caroline Leavitt's 38%. She was a former, I think she was a White House aide in the Trump administration. I got an ad for her on Facebook, so I donated. Looked pretty good. What else we got going on?
I don't donate to politicians. I work for them. I don't donate to
West Virginia,
Donate to
District
them.
1, Carol Miller wins. They're calling it for Carol Miller with 0%?
0% vote. What?
This is so. The whole thing is bizarre this time. I mean,
I mean, there's
times
no
around, but-
point in saying anything else about West Virginia. Come on. It's MAGA country. Everybody agrees. Can we not? I don't get it. Why can't we make this bigger? There we go. All right, let's see. Where's West Virginia? There we go. West Virginia 1. We got Mooney. They're calling it for Mooney already, I guess. Is that what this check mark means?
I don't know.
Why is it the Twitter verification mark? But it's red. Hey, look, it is.
Yeah, probably an
What is
easy
it?
icon they just threw in. Most
Yeah.
likely.
Are they? Does that mean they called it? Is that what it means? Runoff?
maybe it means it's.
It's like
No, I don't know what it means because they don't have a check mark here.
That's weird.
Yeah.
They need a legend. All maps need legends.
2022, let's do Attorney General. I don't care about that. We'll care about it later. So far, Democrats got 37 seats, Republicans got 31, and they're saying 0. 0 seats gained. Well, all right then.
The Florida Senate looks interesting. 61% in with Rubio leading 53 to 46. So Florida's just going to be all red.
Decision Desk says 46% estimated votes in.
I was looking at political polls. 61% for that.
Oh, maybe Political Polls was saying that they won the mail-in vote, and they currently are at 53 to 45, because that's what he's got right here.
Okay.
Maybe it didn't mean they won at that number. I don't know. Oh, man, look at this. No, yeah, he did. 53 to 46. Marco Rubio won Miami-Dade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, okay, it's only 32% in. So I don't know about the mail-in votes, but it's Miami's red. Yo, that's crazy,
Telling you, dude. I'm telling you.
Let's do governor results and see what DeSantis got down there. Yup, it's red. 32% in. DeSantis is at 53 to 45.
I care about Pennsylvania, but I really want to know, like, did they, I don't know if you, I wasn't watching the news clearly all day, I was writing, but did they go to court today and say that they could count votes up until the 14th or the 13th?
They're trying to. I don't know what the result was.
There was
the
a
decision
lawsuit or
today?
something, right?
Yeah, and they were
The
still in
Fetterman
court as
campaign?
of today. Yeah, but the Fetterman campaign. But do we know if that
I
was
don't know.
decided
You can
or
maybe
they
pull that
decided?
up.
Let me look.
I don't know what came of that.
Yeah, that undated and misdated ballots would count. It's like,
Right.
what's the point of having election laws and integrity at all?
There is no election day anymore. It's election month.
With 87% of unofficial results reported, Hillsborough County, a county won by Joe Biden in 2020 by 6.8 points, is currently led by DeSantis by 7 points. Yo, man, that is crazy. This is it's turning out to be a red wave, huh? Where's Hillsborough? Does anybody know where Hillsborough is?
No.
Tampa. Is this what is this one?
I will say,
Hillsborough, there
don't
we
say
go.
you can't say red wave yet because I still feel like they're going to
Tampa's
find a
currently
way
red.
to.
That's
manipulate.
this is a very Philly thing that you're doing right
I
now,
know.
which is like, do not jinx, do not.
I am. It
do
is.
not
It
jinx
is. It is. It's
Don't
so
just
true.
don't say it.
Just don't say it. Don't
say
give us
it.
any bad juju. That's what we say. But yeah, don't jinx it.
I'm going to read some super chats too, because we got a long night ahead of us, and we better just read
yeah.
the ones we can. Otherwise, we're not going to read any, right?
Had a lot already.
So we got this from Dustin Weiser. He says, Libby is correct about New Hampshire. My sister is in banking. The amount of out-of-state house buyers from New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut were 5-1 in state buyers. So, I remember, it's like a year ago maybe, Luke was like, you got to move to New Hampshire, the Free State Project. And I said, dude, you're surrounded on all sides by Democrats or Canada. Like, you can't do it. And then Luke was like, nah, you're wrong. And now all of these Democrats are moving in, and it's turning the state blue. They're being invaded, Luke. He's over there. He's smiling. He knows what he can't say anything because I got the microphone. No one can hear him. No one can hear what you're saying. He's agreeing with me. He's saying, Tim, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Not happening.
What are you holding that McKellen for?
You gotta give him a show, you know?
They should just keep going north, go to Canada.
Luke's sitting in the back. He's holding a bottle
You
of
can
McKellen.
do your rebuttal now if you want.
Yeah, come on.
Come
10
over.
minutes, 10 minutes.
Is it up?
Bring the
I don't
musket.
know. I'm not keeping count.
No, don't bring the musket.
Okay.
Luke's also holding a model 1861 rifled Civil War musket. It's an antique.
He's just getting
Always ready for the Civil
That
War.
I still
violently
think you
drunk
should
over
shoot.
there.
But I think it's been done, so that's why I don't want to fire it.
Can we look it up and figure it out?
I'm seeing
you can find it. Yeah,
Anna
it's-
Paulina Luna
Yeah.
in Florida. I'm seeing that she won.
Really?
That's big.
Who's got that one?
Charlie Kirk just congratulated her. So
Really?
that's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Let's see decision desk. Let's see if they got anything.
Yeah, let's check that one out.
Her videos were badass.
21 seconds ago, Anna Luna, 165 to Eric Lynn's 143. I don't think they haven't called it. What's this? You've reached your maximum allotted page views for one day.
Wait, what?
Decision desk. I'll just follow you on Twitter for free. Yeah, they got her at 52% to 45.
That's
How is
like-
it so split like that? Oh, with greater than 95% in, it looks like she won.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a flip?
Yeah, that's a flip.
Yeah, she lost last time around. So it's definitely a flip.
Ooh.
Yep.
Let's get that retweeted.
Yeah, I think that was an
Yeah.
open seat.
Which is
right?
that? That's Florida
I don't
13.
remember.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw it when Charlie Kirk posted it.
So I guess as long as I keep decision desk open, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, then it's okay. That was funny. That was like a joke that my son told me recently. He said,
Oh, no.
Don't be like Elon
Oh, that
Musk.
got me.
Elon Musk spent $44 billion on Twitter, but it's free on the App Store."
Wait, your kid said that?
Yeah, my kid said that.
Oh, so this is okay. What is this? This is which city is this? Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, Largo, and Clearwater. Wait, it's that south? Wait, what? What is this? 13th congressional district. Did they call it here on Wikipedia already? Nope. She ran there in 2020. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Charlie Crist was the incumbent, so he's out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was I mean, aside from the fact that we're looking at a red wave anyway, losing the incumbent really opened up the seat
Yeah,
for sure.
big time.
Anna
It was an
Paulina
open seat.
Luna. Well, there you go. It looks like with more than 95% reporting, Florida 13 has gone Republican.
She's going to D.C.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this Virginia 2. I think Virginia 2 was Luria, right? Who's on January 6th committee.
Yes.
20% reporting has the opposition Jen Kagan's winning. It's only 20%, but if that does go for the GOP, then that's 2 January 6th committee members voted out. Which
So
is
it looks like
interesting.
Google actually
Good.
has the whole map.
Yeah.
So you said in Virginia? Oh, this is great. Google actually has a free AP map. So
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at Google
it's not letting me
right now.
not letting me actually look at the individual districts, I guess. I guess it just has it right here. So who do you say Virginia second?
Yeah, the Virginia second.
Actually, we'll just pull up Decision Desk. What do we got here? They're saying 71% in... Oh, okay, so they updated. Wow. 28 minutes ago, Anna Luna was actually down by 4 points, and then she took the lead with greater than 95 in. So that looks like it's it. So
She
far,
worked hard though. Like, good for her. She worked hard. She was out there knocking doors and doing the right thing. Like, she really fought to win that seat.
the GOP has gained Florida 15, Laurel Lee, called by the Decision Desk. Decision Desk HQ projects Laurel Lee wins, and that is a Republican gain. Mm-hmm. There we go. Slow motion red wave. And then here's the funny thing. They're calling it right now.
Slow motion red
They're
wave.
outright calling it. What happens if there's a red mirage and then a week later, like, oh yeah, we did call it, but now we're uncalling it.
Red Mirage.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. Decision made, 752.
Tim Scott, South Carolina.
Yeah, where did that map go? There we go.
Real Clear Politics has a map too, just so you know.
Is it like updating?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like, it's like showing the actual victories and everything. Current House. I see. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Wait, no way. No. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I was like, that's that. Where was it? House projections?
What are you on? Oh yeah, Real Clear, right?
Battle for the House 2022. They're saying 227 Republican already. But that's leaning Republican. Okay. So wow. If the lean Republicans all get projected and confirmed, then there we go. They got it. What else is new?
I'm disappointed about New Hampshire. There was a push for this other guy to take over in the primary, and nobody was paying attention. I remember like emailing people things about his bio, and that was a totally winnable seat. And to see it here at like plus 1.4 is kind of disappointing because we could have had that one too.
Man, this is crazy. All of the reports coming in about Republican voter turnout. Miami-Dade is R plus 14 turnout.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's a
Miami-Dade, that's wild.
I want to know the amount of Democrats that actually voted Republican. Because I'm living in Philly now, and every time I talk to anybody, like clearly I was out for one of the wins from the Phillies when they went to the championship, and my random neighbors see my sign like Mastriano, Moms for Mastriano or whatever, and they come up to me and they're like, "Oh, I'm a lifelong Democrat and I'm voting Republican," and even like. Working with Libs at TikTok now, like the leads that come in, 75% of them are from actual Democrats who are outraged about all the stuff that is happening in the schools. You would think it would be like, far right-wing, bigoted people, but it's not. It's like people that are like, I'm just waking up and this is crazy. So I feel like there should be somewhat of a big shift from Democrats like now voting Republican. Maybe not straight ticket, but certainly on like the bigger races.
The interesting thing too about that, like what you're saying about outraged Democrats, is there is a point when you're talking to people on the left and they consistently say, no, that's not really happening. That's not really happening. No, they're not doing sex changes on kids. And you're like, girl, look, like actually look at these scars, look at these results, look at these people who have come out this other side. Like
we had a
check it
mom that
out.
was in Philadelphia and she sent us in a lead, right? That said, they're doing drag queen story hour for my kid's first grade class. And she was like, I didn't think this was happening, and now it's here in my school, and I feel like I'm isolated. I don't have anybody to talk to. I feel like I don't know where to turn. She turns to Libs TikTok, right? But still, there's like a lot of these people out there that they say to me all the time, like, I didn't think that any of this was actually happening. Like, I thought it was everywhere else or it was isolated, and now here it is right in my face. And I think that they're not asking those questions in the exit polls, but I think that the trans agenda thing has a lot to do with a lot of this shift, for sure.
So we have Decision Desk is back. The Republicans currently +1 seats. So we'll just be sitting here for the next several hours, tapping away on our phones.
Hitting refresh.
Yeah, maybe I'll play, what's that game?
I feel bad for like Ian and
Happy
Luke. Like,
Glass?
come up here. All right, come in here
They're
right now.
saying, political polls are saying it's likely going to be a runoff for the Georgia Senate.
Pay attention.
Ian's coming in.
Hi,
You
everyone.
guys got a high five on the way. You got to tag in.
Luke is gonna be done peeing in a second, so before he usurps my throne, I just want to plug my Instagram. Follow me at Mary Archived, and also subscribe to Pop Culture Crisis on YouTube.
I don't
Mary
think
Archived?
Yeah,
I don't think
That's
I
your
follow
handle now?
your
Yeah.
Instagram.
changed it.
I'm going to do it.
Okay, peace out. God bless. Bye, etc.
Wait, Mary Archived?
Yes, Mary Archived.
I'm doing that.
Luke's here.
Damn right.
Yo.
Welcome back,
You were-
beautiful,
you were
amazing human
saying-
beings. My name's here. Luke Rudowski here. We are change.org. I come here with the simple message: Joe and the foe have got
Whoa.
to go. And of course, that is not what exactly says on my shirt. If you want to see what it says on there, you go on thebestpoliticalshorts.com and you could support me there. And it's crazy what's happening right now, that this country, one of the richest countries in the world, can't count. There's ballot boxes failing. What in the world is happening here? Come on. Obviously, we see ABC News gaslighting, the Fetterman campaign gaslighting, saying, hey, it's just going to be a few days. It's okay. It's totally normal, totally fine. No, it's not. It's not okay. It's not normal. A lot of people, more than ever, have voted before the election in early voting. We should be having a lot of these numbers up to date when it happens, when it comes in. We don't. So, of course, a lot of people are going to be skeptical. A lot of people are going to be asking themselves a lot of serious questions. But there's so many different issues that I want to talk about. A Rothschild passed away on a red blood moon.
Yo.
There's so many crazy things happening.
Crystal Matthews reportedly deleted her account. I don't think that's true. I think they just got it wrong. Okay, I'm gonna fact check that one. What's Crystal Matthews' Twitter account?
Hey, Ian, that hat's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah.
We were sitting there in the back, and I was like, we got to give these guys a show in the back there. So we were trying to entertain as much as we could. That was one of the beanies that I got Tim for, I think, one of his birthdays.
I'm gonna keep it.
And,
That's all right. It's a great one.
And I was like, we got it.
Can you turn my headset down a little? There's
Yeah,
Serge.
I can do that.
Thanks.
1 second.
Thanks, brah.
No, no worries.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was dirty on the inside, so I kind of was trying to wipe it off before I put it on.
Anna
my,
Paulina
no
Luna
worries.
wins, Florida 13.
Yep.
Boom.
What's this crystal girl's name you're looking for?
Crystal Matthews. Someone, Ryan Saavedra said that she deleted her Twitter account, but I don't know if she even had one.
How's that?
Tim
Yeah.
Ryan is currently up. First votes in, 103, 73% to 26%. JD Vance is down. It's early, though. We'll see what happens.
I'm seeing reports that Abrams is in the lead in
We got
Georgia.
it. Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. Currently,
Yeah.
Tim Ryan is at 64 to 35.
I see that too.
What is this? They've turned off MSNBC in the West Wing per White House staffer. Oh, from Posobiec.
Really? They turned it off?
There's also reports of
They should've done- they
DeSantis
should've
being
done
up
that 2
12
years
points
ago.
in Florida. So a huge lead for DeSantis in Florida, which I think is also extremely telling. A lot of people were saying that he was definitely going
He's
to
up
be winning that
15.
list.
He's up 15 points.
A couple minutes ago it was 12, now it's 15, and I think, the longer we go on, it's going to be very clear that Florida, again, a purple state, could go either way, just like New Hampshire, a purple state. This is battleground states that will decide the future of this country,
Yo.
along with Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Tampa's all red right now.
Wow.
What about Arizona and Pennsylvania? What are those numbers showing us? Because those are the most important
We're not
ones.
there yet.
I don't think
there
the
yet.
polls closed.
I'm a bit of a novice with the lingo. If they're up 15 points, does that mean it's 57.5 to 42.5?
Yes. Yeah.
7.5 in both directions. Got it.
No. So, right. Ron DeSantis is 57.11 to Charlie Crist's 42.26.
Hell yeah.
So he's up just shy of 15 points. And he's got Miami red. We've got, what is this? Broward County is blue with 30% reporting. That's surprising, to be completely honest. But
Did you guys talk about Arizona at all? I saw some.
the data's not in yet because that's not going to be for a couple hours.
Yeah.
So we'll be here all night, everybody.
West
We'll be here
Coast.
all night.
It was a while. There was a Twitter clip of Carrie Lake, and I think it was Harmeet Dillon saying, actually, here, just in case you guys want to get everything straight, you're having trouble voting, you got to go to the government website, which is like vote.arizona/good luck find it if you can -lookforme.org, and she's like, leave it to the government to make the most ridiculous URL for people to try and find. Like there's almost trying to make it difficult. You might think, when you could just have bought like votearizona2022.com.
Yeah.
Or votenowArizona2022.com and have people go to that.
Well, this is where it gets confusing because on one hand, we know that there's a large swath of the government that is totally incompetent. Is that the incompetent arm that is represented in what's happening in Arizona, or is it malice, or is it anything else? We still don't know. It's still very early to tell, but what I've been seeing from Carrie Lake and Donald Trump is specifically sending out videos being like, hey, I know the lines are long. Indianapolis, people are waiting an hour and a half. I know they're long. Please stay in line. Please stay in line, because at the end of the day, we don't have a voting holiday. People have a very short window to come and vote. And when they see a huge line, I mean, obviously the average American is like, I don't want to wait in line for that long. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I don't want to play in this Fisher-Price ballot box, make-believe pretend system. I don't want to do any of that for that long. I don't care that much. It's only one vote. It doesn't matter. So the messaging here is very important, and it's just mind-boggling that we live in a country that can't even count their votes. That you can't test the machines the day before. I mean, that's just utterly ridiculous and crazy.
And I'm getting some videos in Maricopa of some of the poll watchers instructing people not to wait. Just turn in your vote right now. Don't wait. You don't have to wait. They play on you not to wait because they want you to do what they want.
Carrie Lake tweeted out that if you've checked in already, you need to wait and cast your ballot either with a broken voting machine or to put your ballot in the box where they'll check it later. And then some leftist journalists came out calling it disinformation, telling people to leave. And I was like, what the? Why would Carrie Lake go against her own votes? She's not going to lie to her own voters.
Yeah.
And then some other journalist comes out and says, no, if you are there and you checked in, you can leave. Don't worry. Like, wait. No.
Sense.
I say, follow the advice of the election, when the, what's his name? Bill Gates is actually his name, the guy running the elections or whatever.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all.
But it's not the Bill Gates.
I know.
But he was like, you can still put your ballot in the box. We will count it. And then someone was like, there's going to be a Democrat and a Republican, and they're both going to be watching the count. Why would this person go on Twitter and tell people to leave? That sounds suspect. I don't trust these people, man.
Yeah, there's 3,800 incorrectly dated ballots in Pennsylvania that ballot workers are going to have to manually fix. I mean, that again, like, why is that happening? Pennsylvania is going to be somewhere that we've been gaslighted to think that it's going to take many days to find out what happened. Why is that happening? I mean, is it incompetency? Is it malice? It's just mind-boggling.
They also have the issue where it's like they've already said that there's a bunch of ballots they're not going to count tonight, like 300,000 ballots or something.
That's
like
ridiculous. Fired. He's fired automatically.
Yeah.
It's happening because
fire all of them.
They're essentially asking people to ride by horseback to get to a big open clearing where you set up your tent and camp for 7 days. Like, it's not 1840. Why are we voting by paper? We have digital technology where we can vote instantly.
I like voting by paper. I think we should be voting by paper all the time. We should be marking our fingerprints, like not our fingerprints, but like stain your finger purple, like we see. I think that it makes a lot more sense to do it as simply as possible.
Yes.
We're having so many problems with the voting machines. Like you saw what was going on in Maricopa County. They had ballots that were so poorly printed the scanners couldn't read them, and it took technicians to come out.
Well, we got data. Data just came in from Pennsylvania. Couple things. In Georgia, it's leaning Democrat. Pennsylvania just had some data drop. 3% is in with John Fetterman. 83% to Mehmet Oz is 14%. And it's just Pittsburgh's data. So unsurprising. 14% of the votes in from Pittsburgh, and Oz is being Fetterman is being favored.
I think that
that's so crazy. How could Fetterman be favored?
It's just Pittsburgh.
Brain damage.
It's a major city area that is heavily Democratic.
If that guy wins, nobody's going to believe it.
I got arrested in Pittsburgh. It wasn't fun. Not a fun place. They like drove me around to like 3 different jails. Not a good place. I didn't have a lot of fun there. But that's what you expect in a major city. Major cities are of course going to be voting for the Democrats. We've seen a big voter turnout, especially in the last presidential election, mainly because of the efforts of Facebook and other billionaires and other special interests that got involved and said, hey, we're going to make sure that we're going to make it as easy as we can. And there's also COVID, so we're going to have as many mail-in ballots as possible. There's a lot of ballot harvesters, and Facebook invested hundreds of millions of dollars specifically concentrating and focusing on people in major cities on voting, knowing that this is going to result in a political party that is more favorable of big tech and won't, of course, censor them and put them in check. So, we've seen how Google reacted after the 2016 election. I think we're seeing the results of that after the last presidential election, and I think we might be seeing some of that. If it's going to be consistent, if it's going to work, we're going to see today how effective those hundreds of millions of dollars, those bigger ballots efforts are.
There it is.
Yep.
Decision Desk said 7 minutes ago, Ron DeSantis has won in Florida. He will hold the state. We have in Alabama, Katie Britt will hold the state. Marco Rubio has won in Florida. This is all a whole lot of fun. Anna Paulina Luna called by the Decision Desk as the winner in Florida 13. Wow, look at all this. This is amazing.
Do these ever come out inaccurate, Decision Desk?
Well, there's going to be a red mirage, Ian, and then we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait a couple weeks.
3 a.m.
Take off the red-colored glasses and see what it really looks like.
Oh, man.
The reason I think that I brought up voting digitally, Libby, and what you were talking about is that I think that although voting by paper, you mail it in, and that it might make it easier on the front end for people, but it's created a mess in the back end where there's paper all over the place and people don't know who's in what boxes. They got to count it 50 times, and then if it gets moved, they got to count it again. And then we have proprietary voting machines doing the tallies. Like if we had an organized, just because one system of digitization of voting is gone wrong, doesn't mean that it's all bad. I think that the future of voting is going to be on blockchain.
We got data from Missouri, and the Libertarian Party is currently in the lead.
Oh my God!
There we go.
What?
All right, we got to open up the Louis right now. Open up.
Wait,
This is actually pretty cool. With
did it say
just
5 votes?
5 votes.
5
5
votes.
votes.
We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll run home with it.
All right then.
So in Butler County, with less than 1% reporting, 5 votes for the Libertarian. I'm sorry, Libertarians. We love you, but to see the Libertarians in the lead, screenshot it now, because in the nation,
Now's
look at
your
this.
time.
Look at this
This is your
nationwide
moment.
map.
Oh, look at
I
that.
saw Missouri turn yellow and went, what?
It's going to be a yellow wave of what going all over the political party.
Yellow wave.
A yellow wave of pee-pee all over the political
Yes, we
system
got it.
and
We got it.
establishment. Get it?
I saw Missouri turn yellow, and I just was like, what? And then I clicked and it's like one county, and it's 5 votes. Just 5.
It's happening.
Screenshot it while you can, Libertarians.
I gotta derail here for a moment. I'm looking at blue and red and thinking about the red, white, and blue American colors, the blue and the red, the way that the Republican Party and the Democrat Party have co-opted the red and the blue. And they've also called their parties republicanism, democracy, as if these parties have anything to do with those concepts or represent those concepts in any way. We're all Republicans in that we live in the Republic of the United States.
The last time Ian made this point, he said you got the red party and the blue party, and then he called for
We need a white party. If you really want to unify the three parties,
And everyone,
that's what started me on this snowball. But I think that just the Democratic Party does not more or less represent democracy than the Republican Party represents
Less so.
more or less republicanism. We're all Republicans in the United States.
No. Actually, the Democratic Party is all about direct democracy, and the Republican Party is about republicanism. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but that's what it is now.
For now, yeah, it could be, but it's not because of the names. The names almost should be legally changed. It's like calling it Federal Express when it wasn't federal. I think it's misleading.
I think we're in a simulation. What's going on over there? What was it? I just looked. There's a blood moon this morning, signifying Incans and Mesopotamians believe that it signified the death or overthrow of the king, and so I'm just like, that was at 12:02 a.m. Pacific. So like when the contiguous U.S. entered November 8th, a blood moon happened. That is weird. Yeah, that's just crazy.
That is
so
pretty,
As Evelyn D. Rothschild of the banking dynasty died at the age of 91.
I heard that he was worth $260 trillion in 2011.
Well, he comes from the family that, of
That's
course,
fun.
has historically been controlling a lot of the bigger banking institutions. The same family that, of course, hoodwinked at the Battle of Waterloo, the situation which allowed them to become so prominent and have so much money in their entire family.
This has come up before. So the Waterloo thing is when Napoleon is about to lose the war.
And they knew he lost, but they came in and they actually faked out the British stock market and said that he won. And of course, that made everyone sell. They bought off the stocks on the cheap. And then when the real news came in saying Napoleon lost, the stock market went up. And of course, they were super rich. That's one of the historical kind of understandings of it. But I don't want to, talk about the Rothschilds all night today.
Do we think?
Well, actually, I do, but I shouldn't.
Okay, Real Clear Politics projected that Ted Budd would win in North Carolina. Right now, with 45% of the vote in, Cherry Beasley is up about 9 points, 9.3 points. So we're still waiting on several counties to report. But I don't know, man.
And to defend my fellow New Hampshire state that I love, and the Free State Project that I love in there, it's only 16% that are counted. Yes, 58% blue, but again, only 16% of the votes are in. It's still a long night. The Libertarian Party is winning in some jurisdictions. That's impossible. It's not supposed to happen.
It's not. The Libertarians in New Hampshire, Coppin is
no, in Missouri.
Missouri.
Yeah. I'm saying
it's 5 votes.
I know it's 5 votes. It's only 16% of the votes in New Hampshire currently right now. I love this state. It's a beautiful state, but there are a lot of mass holes moving in. It is kind of changing demographically, but it is also home of the Free State Project that does bet on local politics. And I think, a lot of people are looking at the big Senate races and the congressional races. I think if there's going to be any big significant change, it is absolutely going to be in these small local races. The Free State Project has captivated all of New Hampshire and has won a lot of seats in local offices that was able to make laws and get rid of really bad laws in New Hampshire. And it's going to be interesting to see where the state goes. It's a purple state. It could go either way. And at the end of the day, I'd rather be where the battle is rather than be somewhere comfortable. That's why I love Florida. That's why I love New Hampshire. Purple states, it's where the battle of ideas is, and that's why we need to be there.
In Missouri, 7 votes counted. And the issue is in Butler County, they only had 7 votes to report, so it was probably really easy to wrap up. They opened the door, 7 people showed up. 5 of them were for the Libertarian, 1 was for other, 1 was for Democrat, and no one voted GOP. And they were like, that's it, 7? All right, we'll send it in. And so there you go. That's how you get it.
Can we call the race now? Can we please?
With 7 votes in. The Libertarian takes the state.
I mean, I don't like the Libertarian political party, even myself. To be honest with you, I think the party has failed many times over and has become an embarrassment in many instances. Will it have a different face with Dave Smith? I'm a little optimistic, especially coming up in the 2024 elections. This is going to be the precursor of, I think, the larger, bigger battle of the presidential elections. It is surprising to see so many people vote. Again, 44 million people voted early this year. It's a 40-year high. So we're seeing the involvement of people in politics escalate throughout the last few years. Is that because of Facebook and all these other institutions telling people to vote in the cities? Is this because people are understanding that if you ignore politics, if you try to be out of politics is going to be inside of your life? I forgot the exact phrase. I think
I like that one though.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if you don't take
an interest in politics will take an interest in you. Thank you, Ian.
I like it though. If you're not inside politics will be inside you. I like that.
Yeah, more ways than one. Especially if you're Bill Clinton and all these other presidents and really bad politicians that go to private islands. But that's a separate order and that's a separate deal. We're not here to talk about that. But I want to revert back. Local elections are, I think, the biggest game changer, the biggest difference. And I think we're seeing people, especially with what happened in Loudoun County, not so far away from here, of people saying enough is enough. This is crazy what happened with COVID. This is crazy what's happening to my children. This is crazy what's happening at the gas pumps. I need to get involved in politics because politics is getting involved in my life in more ways than one, and it's making my life miserable. And I think this could be a representation today of what we're going to be seeing.
What do you guys think of the people, I guess we can call them like refugees of California or people fleeing New York?
California.
Going to Florida or going to Texas, going to Arizona. Do you think they'll actually learn and start voting differently?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think they will.
You don't think so?
No.
I disagree with you,
Really?
Libby, but
You disagree? Let's hear why.
No, you want to go first, and I'll rebuttal. Okay, I'll go first.
How about this? There was a guy who wrote about how he was moving to Florida, knowing the politics were bad, but California has just become too awful, so he's going to continue to vote Democrat when he gets to Florida.
Okay, I think those are rare
'Cause this is
exceptions.
millions of people
and
we're talking
usually
about.
when people leave, they had enough of this nonsense. I was in New York City. I left New York City. I first went to New Hampshire. Now I'm in Florida. But obviously, the people who are naturally either conservative or against the other insanity that the Democratic Party put forward within the last 3 years are the ones who are leaving. People who are fed up and sick of the policies, sick of the taxes, sick of the regulations, sick of the mandates, sick of the lockdowns are leaving. This is why I left.
Right, but
I think this is why, I don't know if you want to talk about okay, that's fine. But personally, I left. And I see a lot of other people like myself leaving because of the same reasons. They had enough of the big cities, and
Agreed.
I'm going to be voting a certain way in Florida. So I think there's a lot more people like that, and
Yeah,
it's only
I think
polarizing the political landscape.
I do think, though, that there's a lot of people who will leave, New York, California, wherever other horrifying place that they find themselves living. I think they will leave and they will go vote Democrat in other places because they will feel that the Democratic Party just didn't do it right where they were. You know, like those people who say that wasn't real communism, those kind of people, they're just going to keep voting the exact same way.
But the people who love the mask mandates, the people who love the lockdowns, the people who love the transitions that are happening to children, they're going to stay where they're going to have where they're going to have the best
Or are they going to
representation.
be like, you know what, I have to leave for this very specific reason. I do think that it was correct, but perhaps it
Why
went
would
too
they be
far.
moving to a state with crazy anti-maskers? Why would they be moving to
But
a
we're
state?
looking at it. Look at New Hampshire. All of the, as you say, all of the massholes, they moved to New Hampshire, right? Because there's no income tax and whatever, and they're just going to pay high property taxes or whatever. So they move up there, and now New Hampshire's purple. Like they're moving up there, and they're voting blue.
I don't know. Well, here's the thing. We are seeing that there's a lot of where was it that we were looking at earlier where it was a lot of independents? Was that the Rubio election? That
Miami did.
Was it? It was a bunch of independents that put him over?
It was the independents.
They didn't actually say
The
Republicans.
GOP was down compared to Dems, but the independents tacked on to
So
the
I am
GOP
curious to
independents
see if
vote.
there are people that might be like ghost voting, not really identifying as anything, that are kind of really sick of what's going on, the people that Luke is talking about. But I do think there are probably a bunch of like woke-tarded morons that like just will probably think like that, what Libby is saying, and still kind of think there's a different Democrat that might do it better. I'm just curious to see where this lands, because I'm genuinely curious to see if people actually learn from 2020, the lockdowns, the riots, and all this stuff that's been taking place. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see where these people actually land.
You might be right, and I might be right, but it depends who's more right, depending on the individuals. And
Well,
it's very
you know,
hard to
it's
gauge.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I talked to a lot of parents during the lockdowns who were dealing with masks and whatever else, and their kids were being suicidal because they couldn't
And the
go
forced
play sports
inoculations.
and all of this stuff. They were dealing with it. It was even pre-forced inoculations, as you say, and they were moving to Texas and different places so that their kids could go to school, but that was the only reason. So it was like once they get to the place where the schools are open, they're going to keep voting exactly the same way that they were voting before.
I think COVID matters a lot more than we're actually giving it credit, because this is the first election kind of officially after COVID. And I think that's going to matter because there's going to be a certain amount of individuals that fell for the trauma-based mind control, and they felt safe because their state was locking people down inside of their own homes. There's other individuals who were denied seeing their loved ones at their deathbed. And when they go through such emotional trauma because of the state, I don't think those people are going to be reverting back saying we need more state. That's
the
just me
people who
personally.
watched their grandmas die live on Zoom, they're not going to go back.
Yeah, and not even be able to go to their
And those
funeral.
are a lot of people, and those
Yeah,
people
that
are
did
fed
happen
up,
a
and
lot.
those people usually vote with their feet, with their dollar, not just with, of course, the election box. So I think a lot of those people were like, this is insane. I can't believe I had a government that was controlling every aspect of my existence, every aspect of my life, treating me like I was a little child. I don't want this nonsense. I want to live a place where I have actual freedom and liberty. I want to go down to Florida. I want to go down to, New Hampshire. I want to help out the Free State Project. I want to go down to another state like West Virginia, where I could have more freedom, more personal responsibility, and a government official is not going to be telling me how to live my life. I think a lot of people have voted that way with their feet, with their movements, and I think that's why Kathy Hochul was even coming out a couple weeks ago and saying, "Hey, if you're voting Republican, you're not a New Yorker. You got to leave."
Yeah, get
and a
out
lot
of
of
here.
people have been leaving.
Big mistake of her, by the way.
Yeah,
to tell
that was
people to
so
leave is bad.
obnoxious. I thought that was just so horrifyingly obnoxious. You don't get to decide just because you ousted your opposition with fake sex scandals and took power doesn't mean you get to tell the entirety of New Yorkers who they are and what they're about. What garbage! What a garbage person!
I mean, look
she
what's
is.
happened to Beto.
Yeah.
Beto's not having any kind of
Beto's not having
significant
Beta
victories
O'Rourke.
in Texas today.
Beto
There's
O'Rourke.
no way. I don't see Texas turning purple. I just don't see it. I see a lot of the Latino community actually, doing a 180-degree turn on the Democratic Party and saying, you guys are too crazy for us. Stop calling us Latinx. Stop trying to patronize us.
Nobody likes
Yeah,
the Latinx. Nobody wants that. It's just a bunch of white people who want to call people
a
something
few
else.
yuppies
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Real
Williamsburg.
colonizers.
Yeah, in Williamsburg, a few yuppies with nose rings were like, "Yeah, Latinx, this is great." No, it's not. It's horrible. It's disgusting. Stop it.
We talked about this has come up a couple times. So I'm not sure what you think about it, Drew. That it's so easy now to travel between state to state, get a new house in another state. That maybe you should have to wait a couple of years before you can vote. once you relocate states?
You know, there are a lot of states that have residency requirements and there are rules. And some of what you've been seeing over the past couple of years with states changing election laws and allowing illegal immigrants to vote has had to do with residency requirements. So in New York, I think it was something like the city council passed a law saying that illegal immigrants could vote. It was legal immigrants. It was non-citizens. New York City Council, non-citizens can vote if they have had 3 months residency. And I know that there were some other states that were trying to do the exact same thing, but say that you only needed 1 month residency. And all the states do have residency requirements before you can vote, but some of them are far lesser than others. I don't think any of them are a year.
Allowing
I'm sorry, go ahead. I want to
illegal
ask you a question.
immigrant
when
to
you're done.
vote 3 months in sounds like they're harvesting. They want to get low information people to vote.
Yeah, it actually
Yeah,
got
wanting
overturned
16-year-olds
by
to
a
vote is the same
court.
thing.
Yeah, it got overturned by a court.
What got overturned?
The legal, it was legal immigrants. It was like if you had a green card or whatever, but you weren't a citizen, you were going to be allowed to vote. And I'm pretty sure Supreme Court in New York overturned that and said that that's not actually constitutional.
So
Well,
they
let's
can't
just
vote.
say we got
they can't.
We got the needle meter here, which is showing
saying?
it's the Senate is actually starting to lean slightly towards the Democrats, but it's still toss-up range. And they're currently saying there's a 76% chance that Republicans will take control of the House.
Drew, I wanted to ask you, what are you seeing where you live? Because like I spent a lot of time in Miami. Miami looks like it's going red, which is surprising to a lot of people. Not me when I was on the ground there, talking to the people there, living there, having neighbors there, seeing the change to that city, which overall was for the worst. Like crime. It's just crazy, especially down in South Beach. I think that's having a major effect on what's happening right now at the polling booths in Miami, potentially a heavily blue area, potentially turning red. What are you seeing in your area? Are you public about where you live? Can you talk about what you're seeing?
Arizona,
'cause that's a purple state too.
Arizona, Carrie Lake is a freaking rock star, dude. Like, nobody likes Katie Hobbs. Everybody knows that Katie Hobbs is a lifeless, empty puppet that doesn't know anything, because when she's asked, right, she did like some kind of little town hall thing with like the Hispanic community in Arizona, and they were specifically asking her, have you learned anything about the Latino community while you've been in Arizona, while you've been campaigning on the campaign trail? Could not say one thing. Could not come up with one single thing. This is part of the reason why Katie Hobbs would not debate Carrie Lake, because Carrie Lake would destroy her and humiliate her publicly and annihilate her. But I think the Democrats in Arizona kind of know what they're doing, because they know they need to keep her away from Carrie Lake. But what I will say, to go to your point, is Arizona, okay, is red. Obviously, there's some purple pockets, and there's some like Tucson is pretty blue, right? And they call Tucson like the armpit of Arizona. But what I will say is that the majority of Arizonans, they do not want this far left stuff taking over their schools, taking over their children, and the gun thing too.
And people from California have been moving in large numbers.
And the anti-2A stuff does not sit well in Arizona right now. I don't think it ever will, but this is why a lot of people think that this is probably why they want to, rig their way in.
We got a decision desk calling Massachusetts governor Democrat flip.
Yeah, that's a shame.
But I'm not really sure anyone thought Massachusetts was actually Republican anyway.
No.
Yeah, Massachusetts is not fun.
I think it's
I don't
important.
like that. I don't like the state.
Springfield moved out of the state. Historical
Wow.
Springfield Armory. They moved out of Massachusetts because of
Really?
restrictive gun laws.
Insane gun laws that are absolutely nonsensical, don't make any sense at all, and are just ridiculous. Being in New Hampshire, totally different world for now, which hopefully we could hold on to.
Gun control people are the dumbest people on planet Earth, dude. The dumbest people.
Well, I don't know about the dumbest, but they are
the dumbest people, Tim. You know this.
very ignorant.
Tim, you know they're stupid people. You know this. When you have a conversation with these people and you ask them, it always goes the same way. Do you support gun control? Do you support taking firearms and disarming the public? They will come out and say, yes, I totally support that because I want to save lives. But then you turn around and you ask them, well, what about the government? Are they going to disarm too? They will literally say the same thing. It's not that they'll be stumped. These people will respond and say, well, yeah, the government will do the right thing. They will do the right thing.
If you ask a gun control person...
We should do a man on the street and see.
Yeah, what they say is, I don't want to take everyone's guns away. I just think these assault weapons are really dangerous. And you say, what's an assault weapon? And they go, Oh?
30-round magazine, semi-automatic.
That's not.
That's what I was told when I asked my dad about it. But then I was like, well, we need that to protect ourselves from a potentially tyrannical government. And then I get the
That's
stunned...
not even it, though.
That's the stunned look where gun people that want to disarm are completely at a loss.
It's not even that,
you do
though.
need
It's
to protect
like-
against governments.
or wild animals.
Or wild animals, but I'm talking about Mexican cartels, American psychos. You got to protect yourself.
But this is where the local voting absolutely matters, because if you look at gun rights, they have been actually expanding because of states' rights, because of individuals in the local jurisdictions and the state assembly members and the Senate assembly houses coming together and saying, you know what, constitutional carry makes a lot of sense. Let's pass this for our state. This is where I think your vote absolutely matters in the larger scheme of things, because at the local level, you can make the biggest amount of difference as soon as you start paying attention to what's going on in your life.
I started to think like the border states are the most important to have armed, where the citizens are armed, because we literally have an invasive force pushing slaves across the South's border right at the moment, terrifyingly, by a narco tyranny state of government with these cartel that are like de facto the Mexican government. It's terrifying.
Yeah,
So,
it is terrifying.
we don't have the police force, or we're going to send in the military at some point to try and
Nobody's
oust.
doing anything. I mean, like
You
the
wanna
states
know-
are trying to do stuff about it on their own, but they're not getting help.
I just
from
think
the
you
You know
federal
what? You know what?
government.
You know what's funny is that as I've been reading more about the Civil War, the Southern Democrats wanted slaves because they wanted, effectively cheap labor. When the cotton gin got invented, it made it so that seeds could be easily removed from certain cotton that was worth less, now became worth more, and so they needed more slaves. They needed people to do labor at a dirt rate. Right now, the Republicans want America First policies. They want Buy America. They want American manufacturing. They want American free labor to make products. And the Democrats are the ones who have consistently advocated for this international trade, free trade, Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is basically slave labor. Outsourcing jobs from America to places like Southeast Asia where people work for dirt so that people in the United States can have cheap products. Same party, same old garbage.
They also were trying to, the Trans-Pacific Partnership was trying to essentially blackmail people into forcing them to use slave labor, Americans, if they were like, we're not using this Malaysian oil company anymore because they're not paying their employees the right wages. The company would be like, well, you signed the partnership. We have the investor state dispute settlement clause that allows us to sue the United States government now because you won't buy our slave labor oil. So
it's crazy.
Trump got us out of that. Thank God.
Yep.
Sanders would have got us out of that. Obama wanted us into it. I don't know. Now it's done, and Trump signed us out of it, so it's gone. I think they have a new partnership deal without the U.S. now.
We get cheap products abroad because people don't have health care, don't have unions, don't have labor rights, get paid dirt. And then U.S. companies import these things for dirt, sell it back to Americans, and it's destroying our economy. It's very, very bad. And we don't even produce our own vitamins or antibiotics. We get them from China. When the pandemic hit, the masks weren't even being made here. So when we needed them, the boats get turned around. China takes them all back. It's funny. Democrats are the party of having, impoverished third world countries do your labor for dirt and advocating that they should be happy for it. And Republicans like Trump were like, bring the factory back to Detroit where American free labor will produce it. It's amazing.
I think there was even a story about the United States stealing masks from the French, and the Chinese hoarding it themselves and then upselling it at a bigger profit. With specifically even them being accused of hoarding medical supplies when they knew that there was a virus going around. They allegedly hid that information to themselves in order to profit off of it, as they were telling even their citizens in the mainland, get as much of this as you can. It's going to be really valuable, and it was. Yeah.
Indiana's first votes are in. Democrat is up, but these are all kind of whatever. We'll see what happens. We got New Hampshire Senate General Maggie Hassan is at 59% to Don Bolduc's 38%. Oh boy, it's going to be interesting. I'll say that.
I think they're going to impeach Joe Biden.
Yes,
If the Republicans win, yes.
What
As
for?
they
What do
should.
you think they'll impeach him for?
There's a number of instances. There's a new whistleblower also coming forward making some allegations against Hunter Biden right now. That's one possibility. I think what's happening
draining
with,
the oil reserve.
Yeah, what's happening with Biden and China, with Hunter Biden, with the business dealings, Tony Bobolinsky, all that stuff. When the Republicans do take office, one of the hopes I have, again, I'm not that hopeful. I don't have a lot of faith in the Republican Party, to be completely honest with you guys, but to hopefully open up the hearings, get Dr. Fauci in there, get Tony Bobolinsky there, get Hunter Biden there, and let the world see what's actually really happening behind the scenes. Let's unveil the contracts. Let's see what other business dealings there was with Ukraine. Let's see what else the Chinese government was influencing with our government. Let's see how the Chinese government profited off of the Afghanistan withdrawal. Let's see, the large landscape of what's really happening here.
Santorum was on the show. He was saying that you have to impeach a president for something they've done as president. So I think draining the petroleum reserve, the problems on the border, there's a bunch of things to go after him for in terms of impeachment. But 25th Amendment may be the actual approach.
That might be the one that works. Although I do have to say about the petroleum reserves, I find that sort of terrifying, that we could be depleting our reserves so quickly, so brazenly, and he just keeps congratulating himself for it. I look at that, and when I look at my bank account numbers, if they're, dipping 33% because I'm just randomly doing whatever, that freaks me out.
I think if there's anything that Joe Biden has done or is trying to do that is worthy of impeachment is, I don't know if you guys saw this video, he announced publicly that he wants to make Roe v. Wade a rally-land. Did you see that one?
What? A what?
Rally-land.
Is that a...
I can't believe it. I can't believe he would say that.
Not a rally-land.
A rally-land.
You don't say.
He said that he wants to make Roe v. Wade a rally-land. And I'm like,
so
as soon as he said
addition,
that is disqualified. Yep, too much.
So in addition to no more drilling, in addition to firing all coal workers, all people in the coal industry, all of that, he even wants to go as far as to make Roe v. Wade a rally-land.
I can't believe it. That right there, everyone tell your family, because when your parents, when your friends hear he wants to make Roe v. Wade a rally-land, they're going to gasp. Here we go. Here, are you ready? You ready? You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a rally-land. We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a rally-land.
A rally-land.
We're going to codify Roe v. Wade in January and make it a rally-land.
A rally-land. You're right. It's a rally-land.
It's like he was trying to say law
of the
land, and he said rule of the land, and he
all I
put
really
them all
think
together.
about
But why would you say a
maypole,
rule of the land instead of the rule of the land?
I don't know.
Because
I don't
he
know.
doesn't know how to speak.
We do not translate for Joe Biden.
Right.
We say what he said, and what he said was rally-land.
Rally-land.
Rally-land. That is disqualifying right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Impeached.
What if there's a country
impeached
called Rala-La-Land? That was just discovered.
Why would we want to make Roe v. Wade that country?
Why not? It could be a place where, like Taiwan. It could be America's
just like
Taiwan.
the ultimate abortion place. Like you just go there.
Rally-land.
It's run by death cult, and the
there could be
Satanists
euthanasia
are in
there as
charge
well,
there.
like,
Exactly.
And
And
Sarah
total government.
Whoa,
You know
we got it.
Total
Sarah
communism.
Sanders has won.
Oh, how about that?
Big news. Let's jump back decision desk. Where she was? Alabama?
Yeah.
No.
isn't she,
I'm on the Senate General. I
Arkansas?
got
She's
Arkansas. Right.
Yeah.
So political polls showing it. So did they call it Sarah Sanders? Okay, there's no data in, but Decision Desk has called it. And then we have, where were we just now? Political polls says AP projects Sarah Huckabee Sanders wins the Arkansas governor.
Nice. Do you remember
Wow.
a couple of years
First
ago when
woman,
everyone
right?
was when everyone was saying that, like, if you saw people who worked with Trump just having dinner somewhere to go out and attack him? Who was that? What's her name? Oh, how can I not remember her name? The California congresswoman. Maxine Waters. Yeah, she was out there like, if you see people, you just go confront them where they are. And then remember they like forced Sarah Huckabee Sanders out of, was it a Waffle House? Am I remembering this correctly? Do you guys remember that?
We got a message from Carrie Lake here, everybody.
Arizona, stay in line. If you are lined up ready to vote and the polls close, they gotta let you vote. So do not get out of line until you cast that ballot. That ballot is your voice, and you must vote tonight. We need a red tsunami in Arizona. We'll talk to you later.
Carrie Lake and Ron DeSantis are like two of the best politicians I've seen.
I think
in my
we got
day.
some Texas numbers.
Texas.
The
What's going on in Texas?
Beto is way too close
that's
to call. It's just Austin and Dallas right
It's
now.
Austin and Dallas.
Yeah,
It's a
I
major
just saw
city
that.
that, of course, is coming in. People in the comment section were like, Beto's not. When we were commenting and making fun of Beto, they're like, no, but Beto's winning. But Beto, again, early on, the votes are still coming in.
Yeah,
the
it's
votes are
still
mainly
very
coming
early.
in from the major big city areas, which are predominantly Democratic.
Hannah at Post Millennial posted that, and she was like, ew, ew, ew. And I was like, no, it's just too early. It's too early. Don't puke yet.
Yeah.
Just hang on.
Yeah,
Beto is so
I don't think
cringe.
he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna win it all. Like
I just
there's
think
any
they
chance.
overplayed
The
they
Atlantic
overplayed
called
their
him a
hand.
superstar loser. Him
Wow.
and Stacey
Yeah, I remember
Abrams.
that.
Yeah, they said Democrats are obsessed with superstar losers.
What if it becomes the next Abraham Lincoln?
Beto?
Beta ham.
Beta ham.
Starts a new political party.
Wasn't Beto a stand-in for Napoleon Dynamite?
I hope so.
No, I mean,
so
like, yeah, he
Abe
could be.
Lincoln started his own political party, won a four-way race. If we really want another Abraham Lincoln, I think
Yeah.
they're going to have to step outside the paradigm, create a new party. I mean, Trump had the opportunity. Bernie Sanders had the opportunity. The world is ripe for it right now. We need someone that's just brazenly talk about the corruption within the, obviously created two-party system. It's been set up that way. Thomas Massey talks a lot about it on purpose. There's two chambers. They're not supposed to be two. There's unlimited, there are infinite amounts of political parties. So the next great Abe Lincoln character is going to come out of left field and create their own political party, I think. Otherwise, they're not an Abe Lincoln character because that's what Abe did.
Well, there's a divide also in the Republican Party. I think a lot of them are either neocons or wannabe populists. Some of them are actual populists. But as of right now, how do you guys see it? I want to ask you, Drew, this specifically.
Real quick, DeSantis is up 17 points,
Wow.
up 1.2 million.
That's a bloodbath. But Drew, you're in the kind of conservative world more than I am. How do you see this divide? Who has more support on their side, especially when it comes to the political institutional power? Is it neocons? Is it the establishment Republicans? Or are populists bigger, more powerful? Or do you see this election being a turning point in either of those directions?
Well, I think the establishment on both sides, the uniparty, is always going to be unified behind the scenes. And then when you talk about the donor side of that and the money side of that, they have the ability to really pull some heavy strings behind the scenes, especially in D.C. So as much as the establishment continues to be unified behind the scenes together, I think that's always going to be a problem for the populist movement, whether it's on left or right. Because, I mean, you take a look at Bernie Sanders and how he got destroyed immediately by the establishment 2 times, multiple times. It happens. So as long as they're continuing to be established and unified, I think that will continue to be a problem for conservatives and populists on the right. But I will say this. This might be an unpopular opinion, whatever, but I think DeSantis and Trump really clashing with each other is going to become very problematic for the populist movement, because for me, it's just kind of like sitting there watching that, like, your parents getting a divorce and you don't know why. And you're sitting there kind of questioning, why is this happening? And then you're starting to see there's like kind of like a donor war. Yeah. Have you been seeing that as well?
I know why. I've been seeing it for a while. I've been calling it here on the show, saying DeSantis and Trump are going to be going at it. And they are. And you see Trump kind of making the jabs in there.
We saw that all over on the New York Times today.
I love these tweets from Define Els. Charles Booker on October 7th. On November 8th, Kentucky is going to get a new United States Senator. I'm him. And the next one is WDRB News. Rand Paul defeats Charles Booker, wins 3rd term to U.S. Senate.
Nice.
So,
I love those tweets.
So just back on this original topic, because I think it's important to understand here this larger Republican civil war between the populists and the neocons. Because again, if the Republicans win overwhelmingly today, it's going to be who? Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell that are going to be in power.
Won.
Okay, yeah, not surprised. Sununu is very popular. He did let a lot of people down with some of his policies, but overall, he's a lot better than all the other ones in New Hampshire. That's specifically the race there. But what is Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy going to do? Wag their finger and just implement the same policies as the Democrats 10 years from now? This is why a lot of people are kind of disenfranchised, being like, okay, we have this red wave, but is this red wave going to do anything? That's the larger question that I think a lot of people are asking themselves.
Well, that is the concern, because typically when people get into power, they find that they don't perhaps like governing. They instead like attacking their opponents, and don't actually tend to get anything done. So that's a concern. But I do think, were we talking about it earlier? Like, they're going to, if the conservatives take Congress, they're still not going to be able to pass any legislation because Biden will veto everything they do. And so all they'll be able to do is a lot of like rhetoric, a lot of investigations, which I do think are important. And it's important to get to the bottom of that stuff. But they're going to come up after 2 years without having made any major changes in Congress. They will have perhaps made major changes in public opinion if they can move fast enough.
And then the Democrats are going to be like, look, they had power, they did nothing with it.
Right.
This is who you want to vote in as president of the United States.
Exactly.
I think that's happening. And then it's interesting because, again, as you were talking here, civil war within a civil war, with now DeSantis and Trump butting heads going at it. Not really DeSantis. You just see Trump just kind of jabbing. Well, he did this a number of times. He did this a couple days ago, called them Ron DeSanctimonious. He did this even a couple months ago after that. And I just see this bigger battle. I did see a lot of people push back against Trump with his attacks. And we see DeSantis not answering back. So how do you see this kind of unfolding? Because I see this as even, more of a bigger battle than a lot of people are expecting it to be.
I think the establishment would love to see those two split apart and then split the base somehow. I don't know how that would end up, but I know if just picture this, right? Fast forward, we're in a Republican primary and you're seeing Donald Trump going head to head with DeSantis in the middle of that primary on the debate stage. just like thinking about that is like, where does that really go? But is that something? I think this is the question people have to ask themselves, and I know the answer. You know the answer. Is that something that the establishment would want? Is that something that the establishment on the left and the right would love to see? Is two populists destroying each other and splintering the base so that the populist movement doesn't have the power and the steam that it could have had? You know, I don't know. I don't know where I can't speak for Ron DeSantis. I can't speak for Trump. I just take a look at this and I see it going in a direction where it can become problematic for people that want the country just to be where they believe it
Now, the
should
bigger
be.
question is, will the party be stronger because of this? Like iron sharpens iron. Will the two test each other and really become the best version of themselves in this larger battle, or will it weaken the party?
Well, I think Florida would have to answer that question, because what will happen with the void in Florida with Ron DeSantis gone? What would that be?
Yeah.
That will cause a massive vacuum. He's doing such an amazing job. And I talk to a lot of Floridians that are influencers, people in the media. It seems like a lot of them want him to stay. They want him there. He's an amazing governor. He's doing a great job. Could he go another few years continuing to build his resume for the public, for the people, to be this rock star populist that would just absolutely destroy it if DeSantis can get in and basically do what Trump is doing, just be uncontested in the Republican Party? Is that a better strategy going forward for the populist movement? Let Trump just do his final 4 years and then bring in the next populist? At least my opinion,
No.
I think that's...
I think if Ron is going to have any kind of chance of being president ever, it's going to be in 2024, and that's it. I think this is his time. I think it's his time more than ever. And I think this is why Trump is preemptively launching attacks on him, because he understands DeSantis represents a big political force that threatens his presidential hopes in 2024. As we just saw yesterday, he was announcing that he's going to be making another announcement next week, which most likely will be that he's going to be running for the president of the United States. And I think the jabs there are deliberate, and I think there's going to be a bigger fight. I think DeSantis is going to run because he has to run if he wants to be president of the United States. And a lot of people told me, but listen, I just want to make one more point before you get to rebuke what I'm saying here specifically.
I'm gonna let you finish, Taylor. Swift.
It's because specifically I've been saying that this war is going to be happening for a very long time. I had guests that came on here and said, no way, it's not going to happen. It's going to be fine. It's going to be cool. And now we're seeing the jabs. We're seeing the infighting. And I would say I was wrong on what a lot of people told me that I was right on what a lot of people were telling me I was wrong about.
I think the jabs are coming, but don't you think that it's suspect that the whole establishment is backing DeSantis? Like what's going to happen is Trump, he can't run again. This would be his last term. He can go in there and destroy everything that he needs to destroy and go balls to the wall, excuse my language, right? But if you have DeSantis in there who's backed by the establishment and all this money and all these donors that are donating to him, is he going to give us more of the same? The person that we really need to back is Trump, that he can break it all down. And
yes,
and is that by design?
But I agree, because as much as I do think DeSantis is better in a lot of ways, if he does get elected, it's his first term, and he'll be very careful.
Right.
And he's going to be like, just like Trump, let's just get through the first term and do what we can, and then really hit him hard in term two. Whereas Trump will come in with term two and be like, let's get it done, and then pave the way for DeSantis to come in with a clean road.
I respectfully disagree, because when Donald Trump lost, he still had a couple months in office where he could have went balls to the wall. He could have pardoned.
But he knew he wanted to run again. His ego was not going to let him be.
He knew that he lost. Why didn't he go balls to the wall then? That's my question.
Because he knew he was going to run again, and if he went balls to the wall, then he would lessen his chances of being elected a second time.
He pardoned some weird choices, I got to be honest.
Hey, listen, I thought he should have pardoned Assange, but that's
absolutely.
not the point.
The Assange thing was a major thing. He said he didn't know who Assange was. He was like, "Who's Assange? I don't know." A couple years before that, I love WikiLeaks. Now he doesn't even claim to know who Assange is. Come on now.
Even if he didn't in those last few months, the odds of him going straight for it and going harder than DeSantis are way greater.
People would have supported him. People would have clapped. If he would have pardoned Assange, he would have bridged a gap with the populist. He would have made a whole bunch of Bernie bros and a whole bunch of people who were politically disenfranchised actually hopeful in him in actually doing something. The way he treated his supporters after January 6th, I mean, that's a telling sign. A lot of people felt like they were just kicked to the curb here, honestly.
All right, Luke, let me ask you this. Political landscape, right? What happens? Would DeSantis need Florida to win the presidency?
Most presidents do. This is the key state.
If DeSantis, this is why I don't know. When DeSantis was asked on the debate stage, if you get elected governor, are you going to stay as governor or just go run for president and kind of do a 180 on all your? And he didn't answer. Okay, so what happens to all of those voters that may be offended by that, may kind of be worried that there's a huge vacuum now? We needed you. Now you want us to vote for president. What happens to the state? I'm just asking hypothetically. What do you think happens to those voters?
I mean, it depends who
that might
DeSantis.
Be pissed off that he would need that might not vote. I don't know. I'm just thinking hypothetically.
I don't think people would be that pissed off. I think he would appoint someone that is capable of doing the job, that is just as well as equipped as he is. Again, I'm not even that big of a DeSantis fanboy because I don't even know his foreign policy. I'm very critical of some of the things he actually implemented and did in Florida. But I think out of the two, we're seeing a battle of ideas that I think is worth testing. I think this battle a lot of people are trying to avoid, but I say let the best ideas win. Let them go at it. I think DeSantis would win in a debate, in a conversation, especially with all the ammunition that he has. But that's just my perspective from what I'm seeing. And either way, even if it's DeSantis, I'm still going to be critical of DeSantis myself, to be perfectly honest with you.
But why split the party and go through all that drama? Why can't he just stay and do a good job at governor like he's been doing? Let Trump lead the way. And there would be no DeSantis without Trump anyway. Right? He's the one that paved the way for this populist movement. He's the one that DeSantis pretty much has all his mannerisms from, right? DeSantis is following his lead. Why not let him carry out those last 2 years and then go?
Well, before that, it was also the Tea Party. It was also individuals like Ron Paul that kind of pushed it into the perspective and made it where it is today. But I think there's a lot of people disenfranchised with the political system. So how it's going to unfold?
DeSantis, who's a part of the establishment, is the answer there?
Well, Trump, I would say, is a part of another element of the establishment, especially when it comes to kind of big pharma. So that's another aspect that we do have to understand here with his kind of support and push of that industry. But again, we shouldn't make this a debate. I could respectfully disagree with you guys. This is just how I see it.
I get it.
And I respect your guys' perspective, and you guys might be right. I might be wrong.
You know I like to push back on you. It's fine.
It's good. Yeah, let's do it. I love it.
All right. Interesting conversation.
I do have a story. I want to pull up. So we'll do a quick brief because we've been going for almost 2 hours now. So my friends, thanks for hanging out. We're going to be hanging out probably till, I don't know, we're going to be here all night. I'm going to be very tired, but it'll be fun because we're having good conversations already. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We've got a rockin' 76,000 people watching right now. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. It's really exciting. So far, it looks like that the Republicans have picked up 2 seats in the House, but we'll see how things are going. The New York Times says that it's currently a toss-up. We're still waiting on tons of data. It's early. It's not even 9 p.m. yet, so we're waiting for a lot of polls to close, and we'll see how things play out.
Yeah, what about the super chats? Should we get into
I want to get into some super chats,
Yep.
and I want to do a round of everybody to shout stuff out, because like Mary pointed out, as we're moving in and out, people want to know socials. So, of course, I want to promote the song that we produced, so check out losingmymind.com. Check out the new song, Genocide by Timcast. And if you really want to support us, you can purchase it. It's a rebuke of the establishment. We got a CGI animation of a bunch of news personalities to sing lyrics about how they're evil and they're liars. So we're really excited for that. And it looks like we're trending on YouTube with your support. You can follow the show at Timcast IRL. You can follow me at Timcast. Luke, you didn't get a chance to shout anything out because you joined late. You want to shout stuff out? We'll go around and everyone can introduce themselves.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Today I'm wearing a very nice political shirt that will definitely have your neighbors talking. It's a great way to start a conversation at your local bank or supermarket. This is a way to make friends, spur conversations, and hopefully make people think. This is a little bit of a strong statement, but I think a statement that might make some people laugh. If you like the shirt, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com because you do. That's why I'm here. Thank you again so much for having me.
Ian's in. He came in late.
What up, homie? I didn't have anything really particular to shout out tonight except Genocide, which you already brought up. The new song Carter Banks produced. Me and Tim and Carter sang on it. Pete Parada on drums. Just spectacular drummer. Really the heartbeat of that song. So if you haven't heard Genocide, check it out. Work on a couple other projects upcoming. I'll keep them under the sheets until it is time for the big reveal.
Drew Hernandez, of course, is hanging out.
Yes, I am the host of Frontlines, powered by Turning Point USA on Real America's Voice. You guys can find all the links to the show on my Twitter at Drew H Live. I go live Monday through Friday, live on the network. at forgot the time of my own show. 7:30 p.m. Pacific. That's 10:30 Eastern. Actually, right after Tim Pool.
Right on. And of course, Libby's here.
I'm here. I'm the editor with the Post Millennial. We're covering all of these breaking results at thepostmillennial.com, and you can check it out.
So, Serge, of course, pressing all the buttons.
Yeah, I'm here still, yeah.
We had Mary here for a bit. She's out. Lisa's chilling over in the back with her Carrie Lake hat on.
Yeah, where's Mary? Is she coming back?
If she wants to.
Yeah, people in the chats are like, "Where's Mary? We want
Well,
Mary."
she's listening.
Owen is also here. He's coming up right now as well.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool. All right, it's about time. So we have a story for you guys as we're waiting for more results to come in. About 10 more minutes, we might get some more updates. Who wants to read I'll just read it. Rolling Stone. Trump keeps musing about journalists being raped in prison. He's not joking. I think it's funny to say keeps musing because didn't he say it like twice? Or I think he said it one time and then said they should be arrested or something.
I don't know. How many times did he say it?
Well, their
Who knows?
story is a knowledgeable source tells Rolling Stone that the former president has wondered how he might be able to jail reporters if he retakes the White House. Somehow, I literally just don't believe this. Do you guys think Trump is going around being like, how can I arrest all these journalists? How can I do it? The guy who wouldn't send the military to shut down the BLM riots that were firebombing federal buildings.
I think this is election day propaganda to try and get people to come out and vote against Trump, even though he's not running.
Wasn't Obama the one going after journalists?
He
That's
did.
right,
And,
that's right.
and he
Correct.
used the Espionage Act more than any other president before him collectively to use that law to go after sources and journalists and punish them in very cruel ways, which sent a chilling effect in many newsrooms that prevented a lot of important stories from seeing the day of light. So, again, what Obama did is absolutely atrocious. These comments
The day
also...
of light?
A light of day.
The light of day.
I like Day of Light.
Day of Light, it works too. Day of
Yeah,
Light
it's
too
magic.
works. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate you always
divine.
having my back on my Lukeisms.
White magic, baby.
But more specifically, what Obama did is disgusting. These comments by Trump, again, hyperbole. Also, I don't like them. I think they should be pushed back on. But you shouldn't be sensationalizing it and just crying about it all. Stop. When in reality, his record doesn't really tell the record of what Obama did to journalism.
I would even step back from saying it's hyperbole because it's just somebody reporting that someone else said that he said it. It's not even if he comes out of his mouth.
He did say, we were talking about this on the show. He said that in order to find out who's leaking information to journalists, we should put them in jail where a male prisoner forces himself in an adult way on that prisoner, and that should be the way that we should get the source of information.
That
the
is
leaker in the
disgusting.
government. Yeah,
that
he
is
said that on record.
Torture,
Yeah.
and no one that speaks like that should have the office of president. That's disgusting.
Okay, but guys, I have shocking news.
What is it?
What is it?
With 50% reporting, Stacey Abrams is losing.
Oh, no.
We're not going to hear the end of it now. My goodness, she's going to go on a tirade.
Will she concede? Will she
Racism.
admit finally
Racist.
that she
Okay,
has
now
lost?
hold on.
It's the
Now
whites.
hold your tongues because she's down by about 90,000 votes. But you sit here and laugh, and then you knock on wood because by the end of the night you might be what's
They'll be
the saying?
pulling
Isn't it
them
by the end of the
ballots.
week? It's by the end of the week.
Sure, but
right?
my point is, well, look, we got a lot coming in from blue districts already from major cities, so it's looking like it's going to keep swinging towards Kemp.
Yeah, Atlanta. It looks like it's mostly in Atlanta.
Right.
Very heavily Democratic.
And Augusta,
area.
Savannah,
Yes.
Columbus.
So a water pipe is going to break.
It may get called relatively soon, but I just want to make sure everybody, don't do one of those things where you're all like, yeah, we're the best, we win, high-fiving. And then when it swings right at the last minute, you're doing the Young Turks thing where you're like,
I know very well as a Cleveland Browns fan from the 80s, you can always fumble on the 1 yard line when you think you're about to win the AFC championship. The game is not over until the clock hits zero.
I saw the
And
decision.
unfortunately,
desk
we don't
tweet.
know when the clock's going to hit zero for these elections these days because they run for a week. They have to count the votes. I mean, it's insidious.
3 a.m., dude.
Insidious. What do we got here? VA7. Yesli Vega is currently up by about 3 points, 3.3 points. So it's looking good.
Is that
What do we have?
what were you going to say there, Tom?
I was going to say Raphael Warnock is currently leading with by about we're at 7 points in Georgia Senate. So let's actually see if we can pull up the Senate map here. See how many votes are currently in Georgia. We got 42% reporting. It looks like most of the major urban centers are in. So this may actually start flipping. It's only about 120,000 votes that Herschel Walker will need to clear. No guarantees, man. It's a long shot for Herschel Walker. Look, man, like I was watching some videos of Walker, and the dude is, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. He's not a smart man.
He's embattled, to say the least.
He's embattled. So when, we rag on Fetterman, I do think there's a difference between, Walker not coming off as, I'm not going to say he's not a smart man. I'm saying he doesn't speak well. He's not very articulate. And so the assumption people have is he's not very smart. Fetterman's got some serious injuries, man. And that guy needs to chill. Yeah. But we'll see. I mean,
Fetterman needs like a rehab clinic,
It's
those
kinda
things
like,
where they help you walk again, that kind
before
of
we
stuff.
change
for your
topics,
brain.
before we change topics, we're on the topic of Georgia. We just got a $50 super chat from Zoel Bliss, who's talking about this situation. And he said, salutations from Georgia. I work in the Atlanta area and noticed today that a lot of businesses are closed and boarded up. Also, a lot of local homeless people I know are missing from the usual spot. Something's up. P.S. Hiring field reporters, ? So that's a $50 super chat that we just
field
got.
reporters eventually. But we saw the boarding up in Portland. I wonder if they're just preparing for some shenanigans and some chaos.
Some riots.
Sorry, I cut off the conversation.
Well,
but
Lisa's popped in with the Kerry Lake hat.
I stole
It's
a
a great hat.
It is
It is a
great
terrific
Great
hat.
merch.
She came here and dropped hats everywhere. They're littered all over the house. Like everywhere I go, there's a Kerry Lake hat.
I saw it up there and I was like, I'm immediately putting this on.
Her shirt.
You could have it because they're everywhere in the house.
It looks great on you.
Thanks.
Her shirt she gave me is the most comfortable
camo.
T-shirt I own. but
Really?
I won't wear it on the show because it's like a
Campaign
Yeah, it's a
shirt.
campaign. I'd be like promoting
You
the
also
campaign.
look rather fetching in that hat.
Thanks, dog.
You're welcome.
Thanks. This was a gift.
Well, I am promoting
Kellen,
campaign,
we have
so
another,
it's
like,
fine.
Luke
In more
gave
ways
us
than
a-
one.
We are honored enough to have an autographed Kerry Lake hat. I think it's downstairs though because we like to show it off
it is.
because
I was gonna say, I
Kerry
hope it's
Lake
not
is
this
the
one.
best. She's the best. I am such a big fan.
I agree.
So what I was about to say about Fetterman really quick, and we can change the topic, is that if someone were to sustain an injury like that as the president, you would use the 25th Amendment to take him out of office.
Clearly, they're not doing that already. I mean, how many times are they going to take mentally deficient people and prop them up? This is happening. They've been doing it with Biden for what, a year and a half, 2 years now. We knew that he needed to be in a mental home and not the White House. And now they're doing it with Fetterman. How many of these candidates are we going to keep doing this? Propping up and doing?
Yeah.
It's the increasing collectivization of the left,
But aren't there laws against elder abuse and disabled abuse? Because that's what's happening to these people. They are exploiting them. They are abusing both of them. I swear that's what I believe. I think
agree.
that Jill Biden is abusing Joe, and I think that everybody.
Giselle Fetterman seems like she's the one who's really itching for power here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that they're propping these people
I mean,
up 'cause
Fetterman
they
could
want-
hardly be itching for power after living in his parents' basement and not having a job. That's not an ambitious man.
No.
Jill, it strikes me she's in a lot of pain about what Joe's going through. The way some reporter asked Joe, "Are you going to run again? How does your wife feel about it?" And you could just see the pain in Joe's eyes. Like she thinks that we got to do we're making this sacrifice together, and you could tell it is not good in their family life right now. Neither of them are happy about
It
his
hasn't been good
position.
in
I
their
think
family
she's
life
the
for a
one
very long
pushing him,
time.
though.
You think so?
I
do you
think it's
so?
him. I don't think it's him. She loves it. She's the one that's going to Phillies games, all the first lady. As they're
she
booing
was,
her and they get it
singing
removed.
she was doing the Eagles
she's
song.
the worst.
Yeah.
She got booed out of that stadium, and then they took it off everywhere. They wouldn't let you post it on Instagram. They wouldn't let you post it on YouTube.
Part of me,
she likes it.
The deep conspiratorial part of me thinks that there's alternate cultures that are trying to control the United States government now with this giant culture war we've experienced, this culture shock, global culture shock we're in, and that they're willing to put disabled or destroyed people into power to watch the system tank.
Plus, there's a lot of money invested in these elections. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars. There's estimates that ad campaigns for this campaign cycle were up to $6.4 billion. George Soros decided to spend $128.5 million on this midterm election. Is he going to get a result? Well, I think on the national level, no, but I want to see what kind of races and elections he's focusing on and financing when it comes to district attorneys. I want to see those races. I think those races are going to be very important to see where particular cities are going to be going. And money talks. And we got to understand here, with Fetterman specifically, there has been so much money behind that man. There's a big political machine behind that man that probably is standing there and saying, I don't care how sick you are. I don't care how tired you are. I don't care how out of health you are. I don't care what you're going to be going through. You're going to keep running because we put so much money money in this, you're going to have to do what we tell you to do. And I think he's a perfect candidate of the multinational corporations, just like Biden, because they're empty vessels that again are just told what to do, and they follow orders very well because sadly they're not doing well physically and mentally. But that's just my take on it.
It's abuse. It's still abuse, and somebody needs to pay the consequences for that.
Is it illegal? Like, I mean, I know abuse of all kinds can be illegal, but like to push an elderly person with this demented into a public space.
I'm sure that they're
and
like
make videos
pumping
for money.
them full of medicine
there was a
and things
picture
like
the
that.
other day where
His hand had the track marks
it
in
looked
it.
like there was IV marks in his hand, and it was sort of disturbing to see that. It just looked like a puncture wound.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to take, IVs in your hand are painful.
Yeah.
You're usually supposed to take them, in your
Your
arm,
arm
and
your
not,
forearm,
not
yeah.
in your.
I mean, like
not
collapsed
in your hand.
veins. It's
Yep.
almost impossible to get them in.
Yep.
you know?
Yeah, so it's like, what's he doing every weekend when he heads home?
Ooh, Gretchen Whitmer's currently leading, but we're still waiting on a lot of results, so I don't want to say too much. But we will see in Michigan. I don't think they have the. Actually, I'm in the wrong spot. Here we go. Michigan, we've got 7% reporting. Whitmer is, of course, in the lead, but this is areas of Lansing and Detroit for the most part. We do have a bunch of red counties, but city counties reporting are going to be way more Democrat.
Well, what about Florida? Where did Miami go? Because
Miami went red.
Wow. I mean,
I'm pretty sure Miami's red.
I mean,
Miami's red, bro.
It was 30 points for Hillary.
Yo, he's 11. DeSantis is currently with 46% reporting. He's 11 points up in Miami.
Wow.
That's
That is
crazy.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
Tampa
wild.
went completely red. You've got Pinellas County and you've got Hillsborough County, both for DeSantis. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But I wonder what Orlando Oh, Jacksonville went red. Yeah, there it is, man. DeSantis winning urban centers is a sight to behold.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. After watching what happened in the UK with that huge victory they had, remember that? It was like apocalyptic.
Mm-hmm.
There were areas that hadn't voted conservative for 100 years that turned conservative.
Totally swapped.
And then you see what happens, with Boris. Did not go well for them. So
a conservative.
yeah, I'm not super confident, but we'll see. We're chilling.
Ladies and gentlemen, Owen Cook is in the house.
He's here. He's chilling.
He's taking a step
Owen.
out for a little bit.
Ian's
while
gonna bow out. Owen's gonna bow in.
I like your beard, by the way. I didn't have a chance to tell you that. Also, I want to wish a happy birthday to Renee Banks, Mrs. Banks. I know you're out there listening. Carter's mother. You're a wonderful woman. I've still never met you. Congratulations on your beautiful family. And if you're anywhere near as cool as Carter, then I know you're doing it right. Happy birthday. Thanks for making him so that you could bring him on board with us.
Also want to add, someone just super chatted us. We have Wrath of Paul saying CNN's reporting Walker is ahead by 77 votes.
Oh, my goodness.
With the latest data coming in. So Decision Desk appears to be a little bit behind. We'll see. We're using Decision Desk, but maybe we could switch to something more up to date. I don't know.
What's the New York Times?
That's what I used to use. Like I
Times?
like the Times.
Yeah, I
Whenever
like it too.
What is this? Look at the New York Times says we're looking into an issue with our estimates in Louisiana. We
Whoa.
plan to turn the needle back on soon.
What is
it?
that
Yeah,
about?
what's going on here, man?
Owen Cook, who are you? And what do you make of what's happening right now?
Great intro.
I'm back. Back again today. Thanks for having me back on. So I run seminars, and the reason that you and I became friends, Luke, is because we both like to do crazy stuff. So I got to know you because I admire your work. And how many people, Luke, understand the crazy stuff that you did before you did Timcast, that watched Timcast?
I have no idea. There's been a lot of wacky, crazy stuff that me and Tim got involved in as well. Traveling all over the world,
You
covering
went to
protests.
Fukushima. That was cool.
Yeah, that was not smart, but
We're gonna get
but we
thyroid
did
cancer.
it. Yeah, yeah.
No, but does your audience understand what gangsters you and Tim are? Like, do they get it, or do they think you just kind of chill at the table? Like, do they understand your background?
Well, Luke still does more field reporting than I do.
Yeah, but
I've
you
totally
did some crazy stuff, and Luke is just, I'm afraid for him.
Luke
tell
did
my mom.
crazier stuff longer than me and still does, and I'm mostly indoors these days.
Yeah. So I'm also a world traveler. I run seminars all over the world. I run free seminars all over the world, and then I post them on YouTube on personal growth, how to make cash, how to have better social relationships, how to get more spiritually tapped in. We talk a lot about the spiritual war that's kind of going on beneath the surface of the political stuff. So it's a common thing that we like to talk about.
Well, you do a lot of work on the ground specifically, and I wanted to talk to you in regards to
sorry.
this election.
Ted Budd just took the lead in North Carolina. Decision Desk
really?
reporting. Yeah. Republican is now up by about 5,000 votes. So with it hitting 9 o'clock, we're getting a bunch of updates. Fetterman still leading, blah, blah, blah. We'll see. What is this? We got official. Paul Gosar has won in Arizona 09 for a GOP hold.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, this is shocking, everyone. Ocasio-Cortez has won. The call is in. Everybody knew that was going to happen.
How many votes?
Ilhan Omar has won. Chuck Schumer has won. There it is. Surprise.
Poor Joe
Who's
I was rooting for Joe Pinion in that, but
I mean, we'll see with Zeldin. I'll take a look at where we're at with New York.
Yeah, where's
governor.
the race on that? Because that's going to be a very big one. And I think the main area of focus
Nothing
there is
yet.
going to be, of course, crime, which, Owen, you had to deal with, 2 nights ago when you were in Washington, D.C.
So by the way, I was talking about the gunshot thing, but everybody thought that it was L.A. It was actually at Surfside Tacos.
Yeah.
Last night in D.C., there was a bunch of gunshots going off.
Well, that's why, because you
Yeah.
were talking about shootings and Surfside Tacos, which sounds like
LA.
a very LA thing.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from the Zeldin, from a source at Zeldin's campaign, that they think they're going to know by New York's 11 by 10 o'clock. Oh,
If they won?
are they giving any
that's
internal
not
polling
Zeldin.
results?
That's New York's 11. Who's that? If that's
New
a
York's
blowout,
11.
they're saying that's a good sign.
I hope he wins.
And they're having a lot of good reporting back from Brooklyn. They're seeing the
Yeah.
numbers that they want to see. So
He's a
far.
Well, that's
really
because
good
of
man.
the Hasidic Jewish community actively
Yeah.
taking part in that election
which
and
they
getting
ought
their whole
to,
community.
because
They're-
they've been
yeah.
taking it on the chin.
Well, there's a very strong, Jewish Hasidic community that's very big in Brooklyn, and I've seen them politically activated now, especially when it comes to Heshi. He was on the show before. I forgot his last name. I'm so
Teschler?
sorry. What's his, what was it?
Teschler?
Teschler, Heshi Teschler. He was on
Maybe.
the show. He was one of these
think
awesome individuals in the Hasidic Jewish community that said enough is enough of these lockdowns, of these restrictions, of these mandates, and came out to the public parks and opened them up. Just got a crowbar and said, screw these stupid policies. Children deserve to be in parks. Closing down parks all in the name of public safety
That was awful. And you
absolutely
saw,
stupid.
I remember during the pandemic, I'd ride my bike around, and the only people I'd see out were Hasidic Jews. The
Yeah.
only kids who were out playing were Hasidic
And they were
Jews.
arrested.
All right. So it looks like Reuters' map is much more up to date.
Oh, let's go with that then.
Yeah, this is way better. We can see in North Carolina, Ted Budd has taken the lead with about, what is he up? 0.4. He's up 12,000 votes. So let's keep it going. That's a really good look.
Yeah.
Seems like with what's been reported so far, it's going to continue to skew red, but we will see. We will see. 68% reporting. Oh, this Reuters map is way better. Way, way better. Oh, we could do that too. We can atomize it. That's fantastic.
Reuters is one of the things I consistently track, honestly, more than AP.
We got Warnock currently up, they say, by about 5 points. 4.6. Is that, what am I doing my math wrong? 4.4 points, sorry. So he's leading in Georgia. We'll see. We've got preliminary data all coming in across the board. Fetterman with 12% reporting has a huge lead, but that's meaningless. And in New Hampshire, we've got 26% reporting. Maggie Hassan is leading Bolduc, but also 26% reporting. It's a bit worthless. North Dakota, 5% reporting. We've got Hovind is currently in the lead, but 5%. 0% in Iowa. So I guess we'll just have to wait. Maryland, what's this? With 0% reporting, currently there's 13 votes in for Chris Chaffee. He's got one vote above Chris Van Hollen, but I don't think that's going to go.
I like
well,
those
so.
numbers.
Wave.
If
Let's just
only
call
he lived
Can
in
we-
a place where 7 people
we call
voted, I think the world would be a better place. But that's just
Mark
my
Wayne
opinion.
Mullen won the Oklahoma special election, and this is special election for Senate, I guess, against Kendra Horn. They're calling it. Yeah, so some of these have already been. Alabama's been called Katie Britt. Indiana's been called Todd Young. Kentucky, Rand Paul. Obviously, we called that earlier, or we cited them calling it. And then that's what we got going on for governorship. Vermont, they're calling it for Phil Scott. Is that predictable? I don't know enough about Vermont's politics.
Vermont is pretty much blue.
Are you
Yeah.
Yeah, very blue.
Very
they're,
blue.
They're saying that Phil Scott won in Vermont.
That's
Is
where
it-
Bernie Sanders comes from.
Is that? Yeah, but I know he's independent. But is that a flip then for Vermont?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay then. I'll pull up some more data on that.
It looks like Spanberger might be going down in Virginia in Congress.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's interesting.
We'll track the House, and we will. Woo,
She
look at
was
this.
she was pro child sex changes.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah. Was she the one who came out and said a drag queen for every school?
I believe that was actually someone in Michigan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird thing to say.
That was
I
weird.
gotta admit.
I think that was Michigan's AG. I could have that wrong, because that would be a random fact for me to actually have in my head. But it might be true.
Yeah. By the way, we're doing really well on the numbers. We have 75,000 people watching live right now. The Young Turks, by the way, they're doing election coverage. 12,000 people watching live right now.
You know, that's.
But still, you know, I think it does show a shift because TYT again it was one of the major focuses. It's one of the major channels that YouTube promotes when it comes to politics.
They have a channel on YouTube TV.
Exactly. So you know, I think this also matters in the long scheme of things.
But this is actually
we don't even have all the fancy. We don't even have all the fancy charts.
Have you guys been watching the shift for the Young Turks? Cenk Uygur said he was going to interview Matt Gaetz on his show, and they all got mad at him. I think Cenk sees a line in the sand that he sided with a cult that is not in touch with the average working American person.
I just saw them interview Matt Gaetz. I'm watching the stream right now just to get kind of.
So you're one of those 12,000.
One of those 12,000 people is me, and then Matt Gaetz was on. I was like, wait, this is a glitch or something?
They've come out
here?
Against defund the police. They were in favor of it during the George Floyd riots.
So that's what somebody was saying in our Twitter Spaces today, right? That apparently, I guess Anna Kasparian or whatever, that the reason that she got all of a sudden like anti-crime was because she was assaulted by, and she's not saying this publicly, but like a homeless guy, and he was grabbing her and trying to
do stuff to her.
Yes.
So that's a rumor, though.
Well, I feel like
knowledgeable sources have said. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, there's like articles and stuff about it, and so Sean from Actual Justice Warrior, he's like he's pulling the police report.
Wow.
To get more details on it.
Well, I think when you look at where Cenk has been going over the past several months, I think they finally started to realize that they were pandering to a principle-less rage mob that doesn't bring you anywhere sound. And regular people who have families, who have kids, they're concerned about whether or not their kids are going to have good lives, whether they can pay the bills, whether they can pay their rent, whether they can buy gas, whether their kids will not be receiving explicit material in schools. And the Young Turks were going for all the bad stuff, all the wrong stuff, but notoriously crime.
Yeah.
They supported defund the police, changed their mind. Good for them. I don't fault them for changing their mind. It's the right thing to do. But I think Luke brought up their numbers and said it's part of a bigger shift. I think it's a good point. I'm not saying this to rag on them, but after a certain point, when you pander to a rage mob, eventually you're left holding an empty bag. And now they've got very few viewers relative to not just us. I mean, Charlie Kirk's got more viewers. Steven Crowder's got double the viewership we do. And that's on Rumble, of all places. He would have been probably getting 500,000 if he was on YouTube, but they gave him a strike.
Rumble's very busy right now, by the way. Lots of viewers, lots of people going there on there as well, from what I'm just seeing there. But I do believe that there's a larger shift because this was the channel that was mainly promoted by YouTube, working with them as an official partner, getting all the recommendations, getting an upper hand when it came to the algorithm, let's be honest here. And still, I think the numbers do speak for themselves at the end of the day.
To what extent do you think YouTube picks winners and losers?
100%.
They absolutely do it. It's through their algorithm. It's through their personal connections. It's through individuals that they may personally like, or the individuals that play within the kind of confines of what they want people playing in. So, I think they have certain rules.
We never trend. So this show is never featured in like live channels, live shows. We've had videos that have gotten, recently we had a video get like 1 million views or something, did not appear on trending. And this is like 1 million views overnight. We launched a new channel where we're doing music. We put up our first video and we got like, 600,000 or 700,000 views in a day. It's number 23 on trending, all YouTube. And it's funny because it's like, there's a new channel with a video that gets, 500,000, trends instantly. We put out a video clip talking politics, hits even more views, no trending at all. It's just very obvious that YouTube is like, this is what we want people to see, this is what we don't want them to see. It really is them picking winners and losers.
Yeah, that's the trending tab. The trending tab is someone at YouTube saying, I like this, I don't like this. It used to be in the good old days, in the wild west of the internet, you had Google Video, you even had YouTube Video implement a system where, your video is the most viewed. Here's a list of the top viewed videos. Here's a list of the top commented videos, the most liked videos in politics or entertainment or comedy or cooking or wherever it was. And this, of course, gave the rise of a lot of independent media figures, including myself, that used to get awards on my YouTube channel saying, hey, you're the most commented YouTube channel of all news and politics today. And that was huge because people were able to find me and people were actually able to see what they wanted to see. And now YouTube took an opposite approach, saying we need to curate who gets popular, who doesn't, who plays by the rules, and who doesn't.
Yeah, so basically YouTube and a couple other platforms has kind of monopolized the internet, right? So for example, we used to have an independent site, and it's not crazy, but I used to do maybe 30,000 views just on my own hub. Okay, this was back before 2006. Okay, and so now if I were to have that hub, it would probably do 200 views or 500 views or something like that, right? So it's kind of a monopoly. And I think this is where the discussion gets messed up, is they're like, oh, well, it's a private company, but they don't understand it's actually a monopoly, right? Like you can't just run your own website anymore. I mean, you can, and you guys are doing it, but it's difficult. And I'd be curious if you guys think that Rumble is actually going to start to scoop up that kind of content, if they're going to make any headway with it.
Well, I'll tell you, I just checked. Crowder's got 300,000 live viewers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That
Wow.
means, I mean, compare him to the Young Turks. Sorry, look, I'm not trying to be mean to the Young Turks, but 12,000. So we've got 74,000. We're a talk show. We're not. I think he's probably got a bigger crew. He does this stuff better than we do. So
He's
I'm not
also doing it
surprised.
on Rumble too. So right, like isn't his on Rumble?
Rumble's smaller than YouTube, so
yeah,
this
but
is
like,
massive.
But so it's like all the people that prefer Rumble are just going straight to him though too. It's not dispersed. Not that I'm denigrating.
What do you
Crowder.
guys think
look.
is the trajectory?
Hold
of Rumble?
on. Bannon's got 65,000 viewers. Viva Fry's got 18,000. Ricardo's got 10K. Charlie Cook's at 62. So it's not. Rumble is very, very active. YouTube, I think, is starting to realize that they've been shooting themselves in the foot with their policies. Yo, think about this. They gave Crowder a strike so that he would not, or for whatever reason, but now because of it, he couldn't be on YouTube. So Rumble's getting all of that traffic. That has to be one of the worst business decisions you've ever made. For what? The Young Turks? The Young Turks. Look, I'm not trying to be a dick to Jenk, but they've got like 10, 12K viewers. And they're doing midterm coverage. They're a featured channel. When you buy YouTube TV, this is what we use on all our TVs for digital streaming. I get YouTube TV.
Me too.
And the Young Turks is a channel, just like Fox News. And they're only getting 12K. This is what YouTube deserves. They deserve to lose in their business for the dirty games they play.
So what does Chris Pavlovsky have to do to take it over the top, to get Rumble to that next level, do you think?
Well, the challenge is, one of the reasons a lot of these shows are doing really well right now in Rumble is Rumble is overtly political refugees. Mm-hmm. They really need to, I think, focus on attracting apolitical talent, comedy, entertainment, and shows. But it seems like their big strategy was to go to podcasters and political commentary. And it's like, it's good. Politics is pop culture right now, so it's a smart move. But you need something wider than that. That's why
Steve Will Do It just went over there because he got banned.
Well, there you go.
From the Note Boys.
But there's people there, right? So we have 300,000 subs on our Timcast IRL Rumble channel and my personal channel. And then I got another channel with 70K, but we just moved everything to one, consolidated. And I look at some of the videos and they get between 5,000 and 10,000 views. A lot less than what I get on YouTube. I get 200 to 300, sometimes even 500.
How about the one you did with Darren Beatty?
Yeah, that was taken off of YouTube for censorship reasons. And it was put onto Rumble where it got like 2.3 million, which I believe was our biggest podcast until we did Alex Jones and Joe Rogan.
Why did you get so many with Darren, do you think, on Rumble? That's from Darren Beatty from Revolver.news, if anyone's curious. Why do you think that you got so many? He promoted it.
Yeah.
You think that was the big reason that it popped off?
Two reasons. One was that Darren Beatty promoted the show saying, censorship is impacting us. And that factor of like the show was taken down, we want to see it.
So I think the big thing holding back Rumble is that and this is just personal opinion, I'm not an expert on this, but I feel like if they just made it look more like YouTube, as close as they could get it to YouTube without being YouTube and having maybe a legal problem. Because do you guys even know, what is a Rumble? Like, I can't even figure this out, and I've been around the site.
Like when it says you have like 1,000 Rumbles or something?
Yeah, it's like you have this many likes, and so you don't know what a Rumble is. Nope. I don't know what a Rumble is. Does anybody here know what a Rumble is?
No idea.
It's like an upvote almost.
It's an upvote?
Yeah,
I've been on Rumble like
I think
once.
it might be like a link share or something. I don't know.
Okay, I think
they're calling Texas for Abbott.
Yeah, yep,
Looks like Beto went down.
Yes.
Beto lost.
Yeah.
This can't be accurate.
No way.
Isn't this like the second
People
time
don't want to
he's
be
lost in
disarmed.
Texas?
People don't want
Man, how
government
many times
controlling
he
every
gonna
aspect
lose
of their
in Texas
lives.
before he
Texas.
realizes
Heck yeah,
that
we're
the
taking
people
your guns.
just don't want him. They just don't want him
People
to be
don't want
leading in
open
Texas.
borders in Texas? What?
By the way, Tim, Vermont's still blue.
Vermont is still blue?
Yeah, like it was blue. I don't know what you were looking at, but the
No, I'm looking
Reuters
at
one
the
was-
governor race on Reuters has Vermont called for the Republican.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with 16% reporting.
Wait, Vermont?
Vermont.
Yeah.
Wait,
is
what
That's
now?
surprising.
The governor? Let me
Phil
see.
Scott, Republican. It says he's the incumbent.
Hey, there's your Free State Project. It's just right
Well,
next
no,
door.
that's New Hampshire.
Yeah,
Libby,
well,
pay attention.
I know,
That's
but I'm
New
just
Hampshire.
saying. Just saying.
For governor, right?
You could just
What are you
jump
looking
right
at?
next door.
No, I'm looking.
No.
Hold on a second.
With
New
like
Hampshire.
the
Governor,
legalized heroin and everything in Vermont. Isn't that what they have?
No.
It's a
I don't
glorious,
think they have legalized heroin.
Really?
All right, New Hampshire governor, they're calling it for Chris, but that's New Hampshire, Vermont. I don't see.
Yeah, Phil Scott was the Republican incumbent governor from Vermont, so them going
okay.
Republican is unsurprising.
It's not that surprising, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Senate, not the.
Ohio is now leaning towards J.D. Vance with 45% in, so that's he's up by
good news.
0.6%.
I thought it was interesting. He got a Tulsi Gabbard's endorsement. That was cool.
Yeah. And it's looking like the big cities are mostly in. Well, okay, no, not so much, but we'll see. 31%, 41%. Dayton's at 44%, so we'll see. Will be interesting to say the least. But yep, is that what we're hearing? That they called it for Abbott? Beto's out?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. News Nation called it for sure.
Fetterman is taking an early lead on Oz.
That's surprising.
Pennsylvania.
Well, I guess, is it Philadelphia and Pittsburgh? So
Philadelphia has a lot in already.
Vote from
even
Pittsburgh
though
and
Philadelphia, they were
Philadelphia.
saying that Philadelphia was going to hold back a bunch of ballots, right? Weren't they saying that?
Yes, but I think it was like 83% in, and it leans very heavy. I mean, it's like 95% of the vote there.
Yeah.
So even if it is, I mean, that's still a win in Philly. I think if you get like 80%, if it's only 80%.
Why do you guys think a guy as talented as Dr. Oz couldn't take on Fetterman?
Because Fetterman put a billboard up during the Eagles game that said Oz is a Giants fan, not a Giants fan, a Dallas fan.
That's why.
That's what he did?
No, he really did. It was like genius, and everybody was calling it out as stupid. But anybody that likes any Philly sports would tell you that was like.
Why did they
super
run
genius.
Beto and Stacey Abrams?
I don't know.
They're like, these people are losers. Let's run them.
They lost
Okay.
last time, so they're doing
Who
it
else
again.
do they have though? Like honestly,
They don't have
they don't
anybody
have
else.
they don't have
talent. I
there's
mean,
not
it's pretty
talent.
interesting. Like, most of the political talent right now, I think, is on the conservative side. There are some talented politicians on the Democratic side. Like, I think Tim, you and I maybe disagree with this, but I think AOC is pretty charismatic and relatively talented as a politician. She keeps winning.
You think I disagree with you on that?
Do you? Did you disagree with me on that?
No.
I feel like we disagreed on that like maybe a year ago.
Maybe
it
she's
was somebody else in a beanie. I don't
smart
know.
in the
I just got an image.
academically smart way. Maybe
I'm
that
not
was
saying
just
she's
a disagreement.
academic. I'm saying I think she's
She knows how to market herself.
from the conversation about who's next. I just got an image of the Democratic Party going around intensive care units in the hospital and nursing homes, being like, "Who else are we going to get?
Yes.
Who else can we pick here?
100%.
Please, we need somebody
Correct.
to please represent us." So you could be the empty shell that, of course, pushes the Great Reset agenda
This is-
and, of course,
look,
screws everyone over.
Let me tell you what grinds my gears, y'all. Right now, 36% of expected votes have been counted, and that's 45,000 for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and only 14,206 for Tina Forte. And that means that AOC will have won the seat of Congress with about 135,000 votes in a district of 770,000, in a district with an estimated 180,000 conservatives or Republicans. So if there was maximum GOP turnout, a Republican would have won. But people don't vote.
People don't vote, and conservatives don't really show
Well,
up
the
in New York
GOP,
either.
they don't go there and tell people to vote because they don't think it's worth it. And then you get
We
get
saw
AOC.
that for sure with the Zeldin campaign, right? Like, I know for months some of the journalists that I know in New York were like, "Why isn't anyone covering Zeldin?" They would pitch stories on Zeldin, and outlets would be like, he doesn't have a chance," and they wouldn't take the stories. It was only recently. It was only within like the past month that anyone was willing to run Zeldin content.
I'm feeling confident on Bolduc, but we'll see. We have Manchester, Portsmouth, and Concord are reporting, and then a bunch of the more rural areas less so. But there are a lot of blue ones, so we'll see. We will see, man. I'd be interested to see.
Portsmouth is
Republican.
so expensive. Like, I was looking at apartments there at one point, and it was like, I may as well just move to Manhattan. It's no difference.
Yeah. And you've been all around the United States. You work with people one-on-one individually. What do you think is the cause, the issue that people care about the most? Is it the economy? Is it crime? What do you see with the pulse of this country and where it's going?
I think where it's going is going to be economic. Yeah, the economy thing is terrifying, actually.
Yeah.
It
It should be for anyone paying attention.
I think it should be, but I mean, maybe I'm stuck in like libs of TikTok world, but I definitely think that it's the gender stuff. I mean, even when I talk to people in the street, that's all they're talking about.
I think it's going to be
the left has gone too
it's
far
going to
with
become
that.
economic if we go into a downturn.
And I think it's pretty clear we're heading towards
Potentially.
some very bad times financially.
Potentially.
Correct.
Not for
Yeah.
sure. Potentially.
I
Could be
think-
very
I
bad.
think the writing's on the wall. I think it's pretty clear when you print so much money, when you have such reckless policies that prioritize the ESG over capitalism and freedom, when you have so many subsidies, when you have so much finagling by the multinational corporations essentially running governments and allowing them to do what they want, when you have such out of control financial policies, I think it's only headed down one direction. What happened in 2008 was a warning shot, and it was something that we should have taken seriously. We should have let big businesses and big banks fail. We never did. We paved over a big bubble with a bigger bubble, and I think that bubble is going to pop eventually. When it's going to pop, I don't know, but I think a lot of people are fearing it. I think it's looming. I think it's there, and I think there's no way we could ignore the elephant in the room when it comes to the larger financial ramifications of these reckless policies that have brought us here.
Yeah, the 2008 thing, we sold out American youth in favor of pumping up big businesses.
Yeah.
It was really a crime.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve. We need Ian in here. The Federal Reserve, Ian, we were talking about it.
Luke, do you think that it was deliberate that they printed that much money? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
I remember talking to Ben Bernanke after 2008, and I actually snuck in with Paul Volcker and got into this private VIP area, and I saw Ben Bernanke sitting there, and I walked up to him with my microphone, and I was like, Mr. Bernanke, how does it feel engineering one of the world's largest secretive banker bailouts to some of the biggest international banks all over the world and no one even knows about it? He got so flustered. He got so pissed off. He grabbed my microphone and tried to literally steal it out of my hands and was up in arms, calling and screaming for security. People don't know about the secret bailouts in 2008. Those secret bailouts were still going on and probably still are going on right now during COVID. They will have grave implications on our entire economic system. And then when he got really uncomfortable, when security came, they had to literally pick me up, lift me out of there. And I was like, okay, we could talk about Bilderberg if that's another topic that you want to discuss here. He got even more mad because this was my third confrontation with him where we got face to face and we're screaming at each other.
Those old videos that you posted are some of the most insane things I've ever seen on the internet.
They were fun. They were very exciting.
So, and this is really crazy because Luke is just a guy who just went and did it.
Yeah.
He just walked up to these people, asking questions. You just hopped on a boat, went to Epstein Island and started filming everything.
It's about persistence. You want something, you could get it in life if you really, put yourself out there.
You were on Epstein Island?
Oh, God. Not this.
I love
Wait a minute. I was like,
I go, like, this is Luke. He's been to Epstein Island.
I don't
and
like
they go,
Yeah.
Is that
I'm like,
true?
oh, here's the, I'm not Bill Clinton. I'm not a pervy old
okay,
man.
but you were there.
Yes. I did go to Epstein Island.
We're going to have to talk later because I'm going to need
I wasn't invited.
a download.
I wasn't invited. I crashed it.
No, the video's completely insane.
How do you crash?
You take a boat. And you go there. And
So
you're
I
like-
would have done that.
And I started
That's
searching.
like-
and I
that's a
started
move.
searching for tunnels. It's like, where's the tunnels? Where's all the hidden
Did you find
evidence?
a tunnel?
I found a door that goes into the ground on top of the biggest hill there, but it's a huge area. I was running throughout the whole space, and I only got to see half of it.
Is that creepy
And then-
castle
I
thing
know
fake?
this.
You don't know
No, it's real. It's painted.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's a big castle, but no, it's real. It's up there. But the walls were boarded up. I was trying to get in there. I was trying to rip it apart. I didn't have the tools to do that.
I used to legit worry about you, bro. Like I've never the things that you do could get you killed. You know.
You could
What's the
but
mentality behind that?
You could
But we
get
all
killed.
do that.
You could get
What's
killed
that?
walking down the street. You could get killed.
Sure, but
you could get killed in a car accident.
No,
right?
I understand, bro. But the things that you've done, like some of these videos, as your friend when I'm watching you online, like you'll see Luke in a gas mask in the middle of a Hong Kong protest, and he's like, "Let's go in," and it's going off.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done. How much danger do you think you put yourself in? Your
A
life?
lot, and Tim did as well throughout
I know.
a lot of craziness, especially in Venezuela.
maybe going to Fukushima was probably a bad idea.
Yeah, it was a bad idea.
But the thing is, I mean, what you're talking about in terms of taking the horse by the reins, doing things yourself, learning how to do it on your own terms. I think that that's something that we're really missing. This is something I've been giving a lot of thought to in New York and, just sort of in life in general in this country is we are constantly fighting for access. If you look at what people are saying in terms of oppression or, wanting more for their group specifically, like that's what's going on is we're always like trying to get access to everything. Like, let me get this piece of equality, let me get this piece of equity or whatever, instead of stepping up and saying, I have two hands, I'm going to build something, I'm going to make it for myself.
They're calling Colorado for Jared Polis. or Polis, or however you say his name. But this one was fairly obvious. I mean, he's like 30 points up with 42% reporting.
Ian heard about the Federal Reserve, so he had to come up here, and he just got in here. But in short, I could get up. You could take my spot if you want. If you want to be here, you want to be here, Libby, or do you want to switch?
I'm gonna. My kid's here, and he wants me to go get snacks.
Okay. Well, come back afterwards.
We got a whole big thing with
Bring
like
them back
50
up here, Libby.
kielbasa's in
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna go hang out with my kid for a little, see what happens.
We grilled like 50 kielbasa's and farm fresh hot dogs.
What we
No,
did
nice.
today was also great. We should talk about that. Also, bring back Scary Mary. Scary Mary and Ghost
bring
Girl.
back
Get her
Scary
back
Mary
up here.
and Thank some you, Libby. kielbasa.
We were talking about the Federal Reserve, but to answer your question, is I had someone very close to me die when I was very young, when I was about 21. That was a pivotal moment in my life that made me realize how short life is, and how if you don't live life to the fullest, life is just going to pass you by. It was absolutely tragic what happened to someone very close to me, and I was like, there's no way. And he was very young, and I'm like, there's no way. I got to do this for him. I got to do this for my family. And growing up in Poland and communism, and I could keep going on. Tim's trying to get me to stop, and I'm going to try to go a little bit
The needle
longer.
is back. The needle is back. And the Senate toss-up over at the New York Times is started skewing slightly more back towards the center. It was leaning left a little bit. They called it a toss-up. Now it's leaning right a little bit and leaning Republican, 75% chance of control for the House. And we're just chilling. Usually on the hour, we get more updates. And as we're waiting for the West Coast, that might not be till way late. So we'll go as long as we can go.
Ian, will there be a financial collapse?
Oh, I heard you guys talking about that. I'm glad you were.
And we were talking about the Federal Reserve and the larger.
I was
bubble.
actually thinking about the bubble. You guys were talking about a bubble within a bubble. And I thought, scientifically, you could put a sieve in a bubble, a really tiny, tiny needle, and then slowly draw the pressure out of the bubble without popping it until there is no more bubble. So technically, we could deflate the economy and stabilize things.
How? What's the policy? What's the fiscal policy that represents
You
that
would need
when
to-
it comes to the Federal Reserve printing money out of thin air?
One way to do it would be to transition away from fiat cash into a cryptocurrency that is calculably
Like a central bank
deflatable.
digital currency.
No, a decentralized current digital currency that's built into the currency that it deflates itself.
You scared me there for a little
I want to say, I think one good thing is we haven't heard of any crazy violence.
Yeah.
We do have this tweet from Festive Holiday Cluster. It says an election official in Milwaukee apparently made a racial slur against two Republican observers, whom I know personally and are both calm, and in concert with a Democratic observer, called DOJ observers over to attempt to falsify voter intimidation claims. Okay, hopefully that's as far as it goes, because this is what, effectively the Bulwark and others were suggesting could happen as people start challenging each other. But it looks like we're going to get through this day without anything too crazy. I mean, they're boarding up windows in certain parts of the country, but that's for the aftermath. The big concern is what happens if during the election violence breaks out. So we will see. We will see.
Well, that's
It's
something we
looking
were trying to
calm.
keep a close eye on, and luckily things haven't escalated. Luckily things stayed cool and calm throughout the entire country, and we haven't seen any kind of acts of violence, which is great, which is good. And I think we need more de-escalation when it comes to our political circus that we're all kind of involved in. There's been a lot of nonsense. There's been a lot of idiocy. There's been a lot of just ignorant, stupid, low impulse control actions that have endangered all of us politically.
I want to shout out Bridget Fedesi with the Spectator quote, calling it now, the Democrats are running Beto and Abrams in 2024. It's just so insane.
How?
They're gonna do this.
I don't know.
Who do they have? Name one person.
Oprah and Oprah and Michelle. That's what I think. I think that they're going to run, and then that's it. I mean,
Beto O'Rourke.
how else can you beat them?
We got Donut Operator. Beto O'Rourke tweeted, "Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15 in September of 2019." And then he just tweeted, "Good luck."
He's not going to take anything now, thank goodness. But
he's going to take a nap.
Yeah,
he's going to take a nap.
I think he's the Democratic nominee for 2024.
Really?
Yeah.
But how? He has nothing to run on. Where's the experience? Where's him being in some kind of political office where he made a difference? What can he run on other than I ran and lost and was embarrassed?
They might run him along with a bunch of other people like they did
like
last
who?
time.
Stacey Abrams again?
Stacey,
who lost?
Pete Buttigieg. Maybe probably
why,
not Obama.
Why Buttigieg though? It's like they stop making
because he already ran.
And
But
he
they-
checks
they-
the diversity
Yeah,
checkbox.
he doesn't. They've attacked him for it. The woke have attacked him for being a white cis man.
He's like a token candidate. I don't know if
he's
they
not.
I thought
Well, they already
Buttigieg was
ran him
gay.
once.
But
No,
he
no,
ran.
no.
He,
He's gay, but that doesn't mean anything to the woke crowd. He is a white cisgendered man. They were like, we don't care about that. Doesn't do anything for us. He's got no experience. He disappeared for a little while. He has no charisma. He's like, You know, look, Newsom is B-list. You look at Newsom and you're like, I can kind of understand that he's got that, like, you know, slick kind of suit-wearing Democrat vibe, but he doesn't reach that level like Obama did. And then you look at Pete Buttigieg, you're like, bro, he's like W. He's like so far down the list. He's a small-town mayor. What are they doing? And Oprah Obama, I see maybe.
Yeah. I mean, who else?
I think this is also an argument for why DeSantis could be a better candidate than Trump, because I think that sometimes people go to vote against Trump.
Yeah, we were that conversation about Trump and going head to head with DeSantis earlier made me nervous because, and you actually brought up the way he let the pharmaceutical industry take over the COVID narrative, rushed this experimental vaccine through, gave Fauci the podium and like carte blanche is really concerning to me.
He did the opposite of what DeSantis stood behind. And DeSantis stood behind a record of not going into any of this bull crap. And I think that's going to be the biggest difference.
DeSantis is like Trump without NPD.
Could be. Yeah.
What's NPD?
I know you disagree.
Narcissistic person. I think Trump's hilarious. Like, I will watch Trump for hours laughing until I cry. He's so funny. One of the funniest guys I've ever seen. But I think he may have NPD, to be honest.
So Rebecca Jones was running against Matt Gaetz. Did she really expect to beat Matt Gaetz? She lost. She's got a criminal trial coming up or whatever, but they called that. It's just like, did they really, you think you're going to beat Matt Gaetz? That's ridiculous. Come on.
And you know, I'll concede, Trump, absolutely hilarious. A genius wordsmith.
He's awesome.
And when he's on stage, he's a master orienter. Like the way he could move crowds. Orienter.
Both.
Potato. But
he's really good at aligning the podium and like with the lights.
Orienter.
He's also going to go down as I think we'll appreciate him more when he passes. He's going to go down as a living legend. Imagine looking at him in 300 years from now, these old speeches that he did. He's going to go down as a legend.
Sounds like they may be calling it for Kemp. Let me see if we have any...
Krudowski's saying that Zeldin will be the first Republican to carry Staten Island in a governor's race since 2002, and it's not even close.
Brian Kemp wins. Political poll.
Good.
Decision Desk HQ predicts Brian Kemp has won Georgia governor. Stacey Abrams lost? No. Wow, I'm so surprised.
Oh, man. At least she still got her acting career.
So here's the issue. They're calling it. How could there be a red mirage? They've called it. There's no way they uncall it. That would be insane.
Well,
it could be like 3 o'clock in the morning and a whole truckload of votes come in. I don't know.
That's why I said poll watchers should be sitting outside these buildings with a 360 view of them all night, chilling in lawn chairs, enjoying a bag of pork rinds.
You know what's funny? I have my poll watcher certificate sitting on my coffee table right now, and I'm here. So
did you do it before? Poll watch before?
You know.
I'm technically an elected committee person in Philadelphia, and so they just gave me one, but I had prior obligations.
Oh no, Stacey Abrams, she lost. Get out of here. What were they thinking?
DeSantis came out today in his victory speech and said, Florida is where woke goes to die. So
I love that.
I think he's been hitting the right chords. Again, I'll be critical of him. I'm still unaware and unsure of his foreign policy. But just to continue the conversation, I know you were waiting to butt in to Ian's comments about Big Pharma.
Bennett wins in Colorado. They're calling Colorado for Michael Bennett over O'Day. A lot of people thought that was going to happen, so we'll see. It's only 43% reporting, but they're calling it. So they called it.
There was a lot towards the end that I was unhappy with Trump for. One was like when he was advocating for the $2,000 stimulus, and the other was his push of the vaccine and
lockdowns. He supported lockdowns. He started the lockdowns.
2 weeks to slow the spread.
Honestly, I was very unhappy with that. However, the whole thing seemed to like start falling apart. I remember that he had an aide that worked for him whose father died, and he said to Trump at one point, he's like, not only did I lose my father, I lost my job, and you lost the presidency. Like it was something they weren't prepared to deal with.
The New York Times needle for the Senate has ticked 1 degree to the right.
Oh yeah.
It's still a toss up, but now it's off center, slightly to the right. This is what's going to slowly, throughout the night, it's going to slowly start going down and down and down. It's going to lean right. Very likely Republican win.
I hope so. I hope you're right. From your lips to God's ears.
Well, but at the same time, the chance of winning the House has actually gone down 3 points since the beginning. But we'll see. Wouldn't it be weird if they lose the House but win the Senate? That's like 538 said there was no chance that could happen.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We might be up for a while until we actually find out what is going on here.
Bring up some of those farm hot dogs because... I'm not going to stay
Do you
up
want me
all
to go
night.
get some?
I want to talk about that, but wait, I want to
glasses.
kind of continue the conversation with DeSantis here a little bit, because this is an interesting conversation that I think a lot of people are interested in. Mike Cernovich just tweeted, Miami-Dade Democratic stronghold, DeSantis 2018 versus 2020. Look up those stats, then tell me he can't win POTUS in 2024.
I'm not saying he
That's what
can't
Mike
win.
Cernovich said right.
I'm not
said
saying
right
he
now.
can't win. I'm saying that he shouldn't be the choice, that we shouldn't rally behind him just yet. I'm not saying that I don't like DeSantis. I'm saying that we should rally behind Trump first. He's the one that's going to go in there. I mean, think about it. If we're talking about him having narcissistic personality disorder, he's going to go want to destroy every single enemy that he's ever had. He's going to literally go scorched earth. DeSantis won't be that motivated to do that, knowing that he has 2 terms to run. So let's have Trump first, and then go for DeSantis.
CBS News hasn't called Pennsylvania governor, but they are saying it is currently heading towards Shapiro.
What I want Republicans to do is take it easy for the next 2 years. Don't start
They're great at
doing
that.
any super radical,
They're great at
implementing
that.
policies or anything like that, and then make sure that we maintain the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2024,
Look at
and
this.
then go insane.
Look at this Vanity Fair cover from Beto O'Rourke. He says, "quote he says I want to be in it, man. I'm just born to be in it. Apparently not.
Nope.
Sorry, dude. Bye bye.
He's gross.
You're gone.
Yeah, he's got to do like a really hot dance to get people on his side. Are you going to play this video?
He did do it, and it cost him.
It wasn't hot. That's the problem. But I mean, he really needs to open up some sort of rock star inside him if he wants to.
Beto has now lost a Senate, presidential, and governorship race.
Oh man.
I mean, he is. Well, that's 3 for 3. That's a hat trick. He's officially a loser.
Well, you got to be careful. Lincoln was a loser too.
Lincoln won because of a split vote. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Big split. Four parties. I think he had
it was 4 parties.
31% of the vote. He won or something like that.
So currently over at Reuters, it's really close. Warnock is only up by about 26,000 votes, 26,500. It's about 1.1% with 72% reporting. So we'll see, man. We've got a couple areas that look like they may go red. We'll see. We don't know for sure. It looks like some of Atlanta and some other major cities have had the results come in to a great degree, but we will see.
Do you think that the Trump-DeSantis situation is actually setting up a situation where Trump demonizes DeSantis so much that the mainstream media gets behind DeSantis, which I think you mentioned they already are in a lot of ways, but big
The
money,
establishment
like BlackRock comes in to be like, anything that's going to make sure Trump fails, we want. And then they push DeSantis to the top, and it's like a 5D chess move from Donald Trump to get Ron DeSantis elected.
I would kind of question that a little bit, because I do see a lot of mainstream media hit pieces on DeSantis. I see them attacking him, not just during COVID. During COVID, they said that he was going to be the butcher of Florida, that there was going to be a bloodbath in Florida because he didn't implement any restrictions or any kind of larger mask mandates. That obviously didn't happen, but the attacks still continue, and I believe they're persistent from what I see, because I don't see any kind of mainline corporate pieces propping him up. I see him fighting the corporate media a lot, but I don't see.
When I say the establishment, I'm talking about the right wing establishment. I'm talking about the McCarthys and like the general, the PACs and things like that. They're more on his side than they are on Trump's side, because they're sitting there saying, okay, he's the tolerable Trump. He's the one that's going to not, say stupid things at rallies. And
the problem is, though, is that kind of behavior also can instigate riots, right? I mean, when you don't look. I'm on your team on this, but do you not think that the way that he handled the George Floyd situation kind of provoked a lot of what happened?
No.
You don't think he provoked it at all?
No,
you don't think there was any other way that he could have spoken about it that could have de-escalated the situation?
No.
Absolutely not.
They set Antifa and Black Lives Matter went around setting fire to DC before the dude was even in office. He didn't say anything.
Yeah, but
there's
so many ways that I think that he could have de-escalated the situation, and I felt like he antagonized.
Are you talking about Trump or DeSantis right now?
He's talking about Trump.
Dude, I feel like,
and I understood his perspective completely, but it just, I can put myself in the head of somebody else.
But see, I think the issue you're lacking is, and most people watching probably understand, I think you very much overestimate the good faith of these people. Mm-hmm. When they went around smashing and destroying and killing people, the media lied for them, and they lied for it. When Jack Posobiec got punched on the street, and the cops saw it happen and walked up, this Antifa woman goes, "Nothing happened. I didn't see anything." They just outright are lying. These are not people. You can't come out and be like, "We're going to try and appease." I mean, look at Twitter right now. Elon Musk went to these woke groups. We got pissed about it. And he said, I'm going to work with you. They did not care. They came out in the press the next day and said, he is a bad person making everything worse. And then he tweeted, I went to them and told them we're doing what you want and they're still attacking me. There's nothing you can say to an angry mob that just wants power.
In the protests, what percentage would you say would be far leftist and what percentage would you say would be mainstream people?
In like which protest specifically, like BLM?
Yeah,
like the George Floyd
during
riots.
those riots. What percentage of people were kind of mainstream that genuinely believe they're helping?
90%.
Wait a minute.
Mainstream.
No.
90% of the people smashing windows and burning things down were mainstream normal people who were not politically involved.
So with the people that are extreme, I agree with you completely. But was there any way to de-escalate it with the average mainstream person?
Yeah, sure.
The National Guard, the National Guard and the military.
I had so many regular friends that were like, we got to get out there, we got to help. And
help what? Like by smashing windows and.
But you're thinking
they
about.
believe that.
You're thinking about mainstream political people. There were people that didn't care about politics at all and just wanted to steal stuff, right? Like they were just opportunistic.
But what percentage of those people that were out there would you say are like that or far leftists, and what percentage were mainstream people that could have been convinced?
No. The far leftists make up between like 8 and 12% of politics right now of the country.
Yeah.
Most people who go out were frustrated with the lockdowns and weren't outside for months. A lot of people conservatives tend to live in suburban and rural areas. So for us, like I remember Ian's making fires in the fire pit in the backyard during lockdowns. We go back out in the patio where we can skate, where we have our backyard. It's a half acre, not very big, but we're chilling outside. We have some burgers, we grill or whatever. For people in New York City, you couldn't leave your studio apartment. You're literally, some people have no windows. Their windows look at brick walls. They're locked in.
Okay, but
when the riot started, they just said, I'm outside, I don't care. You can't say anything to these people.
In 2020, though, like I wish Drew was up here for this because he was filming the riots, right? I was filming the riots in D.C. We did it in Philadelphia, D.C. And when we were out there, I would say that 75% of the people that were on the streets, especially in the DC ones where you had like Antifa really set up and then you had like the Proud Boys that would come and they would clash, 70, maybe 80% of them were straight up lefty lunatics, Antifa people.
No. I got to stop you. I've been on the ground way too many times with these people.
I was there.
The strategy used by the far left is always, it's always a small bit of extremists that rely on regular people to show up in black bloc because they don't know what's going on. The far left, so in New York and Luke, let me know if you agree. A bunch of regular people show up, fumbling and bumbling, being like, I'd like to be involved. And then one Antifa guy goes in the middle of the crowd and chucks a water bottle at the cops. Fighting erupts, and now the regular people are involved in a clash with police going, I didn't do anything. Why are the cops hitting me? And then they start smashing, knocking things over. Antifa and these far left extremists need the normie regular people who won't come out. One of the reasons I'll put it this way. They like it when Trump wins because Trump riles up liberal, normal, urban people who aren't political to go out and fill the ranks of these violent mobs. So either way, you are not going, the president, a Republican who's Trump, is not going to be able to come out and be like, I beg all of you to please
that I agree with
stop smashing. Please don't attack innocent people. We're going to work for this. Nothing he could have said.
Did Trump at any point say anything about looking at, like, you don't need to demonize the police to just say that you might look at it. At any point did he even say he'll look at it?
Why would he do that though?
I mean, you've never seen police do bad things?
Sure. I tweeted about there's in Columbia County, a blind guy got arrested by some psychopathic female cop because she stopped him because he had a walking cane and she thought it was a weapon. Mm-hmm. And then she thought it was a gun because it was in his pocket. And then he's like, it's a cane. What are you, a tyrant? And she goes, I am actually. And then within 30 seconds, they arrest the guy.
Yeah, for no reason at all.
I would absolutely love Columbia County Sheriff, I hope you're listening, to put up a bunch of billboards all over your county to make sure you don't get reelected unless you fire those people. Yeah, they're bad cops. But the George Floyd story was, you cannot, as a president especially, jump the gun and just give in to anger.
No, but is there no middle ground here where he could have said, look, like, I back the police, but we can look into this?
That's not the middle ground. That's you giving in.
Okay. So there's just nothing he could have said. Like
there's nothing he could have said.
Well, the reason why, when it comes to the point you were making, asking me if I saw the same thing, yes, I actually saw the same thing. But I think the larger point that we're trying to get across here, it didn't matter what Trump said. It mattered what the corporate media reported on what Trump allegedly said and didn't say. And they mixed up his words. And, I criticize Trump sometimes, but what the media did to him was absolutely unfair. And it didn't matter where he stood,
Like
what he said, or his actions. But the media manipulated the situation to always make him look like the worst possible guy. So no matter what he did, they would take his words out of context, spin it, and make him look like the enemy. Drew, do you want to come in here?
Come in here, because we were talking about...
He's eating, though. He's eating.
All right. Well,
I was like, did he get the kielbasa or he got the burgers?
Were you watching?
Delicious.
He got the burgers.
I
like
think
the kielbasa.
I think
Farm
Trump
fresh.
could have de-escalated the situation potentially by
Libby?
sending in the National Guard on night 2. That crossed my mind on night 2. I'm like, why is the National Guard not out right now? You might argue that when you're saying what percentage of the rioters were far left, maybe another way you're asking the question is what percentage of the rioters were militant. And I think there was probably 10% of them were militant.
No, well, but
you can't,
not in
the
DC.
National Guard wouldn't have stopped the militants. You
They're
might have
all
to break them
militant.
physically. The other people were being radicalized by the militants.
So
and they would have fled if the National Guard came out.
They're all militant. They all flee. And yeah, dude, I covered this stuff, Luke, longer than I did, but I was on the ground covering this all over the United States in probably hundreds of situations. They were all militant, but the radical left ideology is a small percentage of the overall group. When politics started to change, and because I'm on the ground at Occupy Wall Street for 2 months, 2 or 3 months, we have this protest. When the camp got removed and mainstream appeal was leaving, all that was left was an increasingly smaller and smaller far left radical faction. They were squatters in New York City. Eventually, they didn't have enough numbers to stage any meaningful protests, and they started getting ignored. They needed mainstream press. When Trayvon Martin died, there was a Black Lives Matter protest in New York. The Occupy Wall Street organizers went to the front of the march, pushing out of the way the BLM organizers, and changed the direction of the march towards Wall Street, where they brought everyone to the Bull. These people, because most people who were out there were not anti-capitalist. Most people were just there because they heard a story they thought was about racism or something, and they didn't know. But when Occupy Wall Street successfully brought them to the Bull, they started going nuts, knocking down barricades, jumping and climbing on top of it. And now all of a sudden, there was photos and videos of anti-capitalist, anti-Wall Street protesters. The average person who's down there has no idea what's going on, but they will gladly, with mob mentality, join in the fight when the extremists throw that bottle first.
I have a feeling.
One more point. Sorry. The far left extremists know that if they fight a cop, and the cop seeing 500 people all wearing black hoodies, they don't know who's doing it. They say each and every one of you is the riot now. Then the regular normie person who was told, show up wearing a black hoodie to show solidarity. When in reality, it's so that they can mask their crimes. The cop sees 10 guys with hoodies. One guy throws a mortar shell, so he starts shoving all of them. Now the normie goes, why is this cop hitting me? And they start tweeting, the police randomly just started attacking me, rallying more normies to become radicalized and come down. And then when the cops start swinging at them, they start fighting back, being like, I was minding my own business and got attacked. I have no idea why they attacked me.
However, I feel like you're kind of letting a lot of them off the hook. I remember them being so organized as they had like certain wristbands for press, and they would I'd be able to identify if you were press or if you weren't press because you didn't have the certain wristband they had. They had their umbrellas. And it wasn't just like 10%. It was everywhere you went. If they noticed you were filming or you didn't have one of the certain identification markers that they had given out ahead of time, they would get you. And it wasn't just like the people in the front. It was like every 5 feet somebody would be attacking you or looking at you like that. They were more organized than you think they are.
I want to pull up this story real quick from the New York Post. We have Nicole Malliotakis has defeated in Max Rose. I believe this is in Staten Island.
That's New York's 11th. That's my district, in fact.
Is that Staten Island or no?
It's Staten Island, and it's a part of Brooklyn.
So the reason why this story is so important is that Max Rose ran on kitchen table issues back in 2018. He was going to focus on things like the economy, jobs, healthcare. What did he do right when he got in? got on his knees for Nancy Pelosi and says, we are gung-ho impeachment 100%. And regular people in New York said, you promised you would fight for these real issues. And he didn't. So they said, get out. And they're saying it again. Jeff Van Drew, however, who was a Democrat in South Jersey, said, I am not going to be impeaching Trump. I want to focus on core issues. Thus, I am joining the Republican Party. He won his primary in a landslide, got reelected.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that most of the people in that district, in the New York 11th district, do not care at all about January 6th. They don't care about any of these things. They just want things to go right for them. They just want things to go right for New York.
With 50% reporting, Jeff Van Drew is currently up by 20 points. Well, 19.3. Is it 19.3? Get my math wrong. Maybe it's 19.7. 19.7 points. Jeff Van Drew is currently leading as a Republican who switched and ditched the Democratic Party. It's obvious. This was coming a long time. I thought in 2018 Republicans were going to win and do really well. And the mistake I made is that I am ahead of the market. I think all of us here are ahead of the market. The average person is not paying attention this closely. So when we were seeing this stuff in 2018 with wokeness in schools, we assumed, or at least I did, I assumed if I'm seeing this in the news, regular people must be seeing it just as much. And the reality was they weren't. In 2020, it became more prominent. More people became aware of what was going on. And then finally in 2022, mostly because of what was going on with schools and Zoom classrooms, parents became aware of what was happening. Now, all of a sudden, where I thought we were in 2018, we are now in 2022. So it took 4 years. So, maybe when I say civil war, we're actually like 4 to 8 years out, and it's not anything coming anytime soon. How about that?
Yeah, you were also one of the first people to point out the parallel economy thing that could happen. You were one of the first people to point out civil war. You were one of the first people to point out that that censorship could get so bad that there was these huge consequences to it. And it seems like it took 3 or 4 years. Like I'd be passing your videos to my friends in like 2017 going, look at this. This is crazy.
When I was on Rogan and mentioned all the censorship was going to lead to hyperpolarization and eventually violence, and it's everything we're seeing. It's just been escalating, I suppose.
It looks like Walker has 61%, or is 61% likely, according to the New York Times.
The New York Times is saying Walker is likely to... Oh, he took the lead. There we go.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, this is a big one.
That is a big one.
For the Senate race, why did it just not stop showing me the data? Come on. In Georgia, Herschel Walker has taken the lead by 0.1%.
Yeah.
76% reporting. It looks like Walker is going to win. We'll see, though.
Yeah,
24% to come, so we'll see. Fetterman is still leading with 36% in. He's leading by just about 9 points. So that's really bad for Oz. Yeah.
I want to follow up on this Trump conversation about the riots and how he could have handled it, maybe de-escalated it. Just and we can change the subject, obviously. But I feel like if he had made the authoritarian move and sent out the National Guard and had them stomp down the violence with violence, it would have been looked at it as an extremely authoritarian move. He was afraid it was going to ruin his presidency, his legacy, but that it might have actually ended up preventing the rest of this authoritarian insanity that's happened. We're January 6th, and they're talking about crew-served machine guns and things like that. The riots created a powder keg system where there's so many people throwing so many rocks. Now it gives the military-industrial complex, a reason to get more investment to defend us against the riots.
It's Trump. If Trump wanted to win, he only had to do one thing, and it was not invoke the Insurrection Act. If Trump wanted to do right by the American people, he could have taken the advice of Tom Cotton and sent in the military to stop the mass violence that swept across this country. The issue, however, is you're probably right. The average person not seeing what would have happened, only seeing Trump suppress any possibility of protest, they would come out and be like, there were no riots because Trump didn't let them happen, right? So with the riots, they can point and say, look at all the rioting, all the bad things that happened. That's BLM's fault. BLM lost all of the support gains they made over the past year or two and dropped a negative, more disapproval than approval. Trump could have crushed it, stopped all the violence and destruction, but then there wouldn't have been any. And the only thing people would see is Trump sending in the military. But what Trump could have done to win in 2020, and people aren't going to want to hear this, but this is how Democrats think and how the wealthy elites plan. On the 5/29 insurrection, when the far left showed up to the White House, tearing down the barricades, setting fire to a guard post, and setting fire to a church, to St. John's Church, Donald Trump could have called the police back issuing a statement immediately saying, out of fear for the innocent, peaceful protesters, we are pulling the police back, but we recognize and we warn there are violent elements here that are throwing firebombs. Then, when the violent mob tore down the fencing, burned down a church, and actually stormed the lawn of the White House, they would have come out the next day and said the far left extremists have gone too far. And the whole narrative would have been not January 6th, it would have been 5/29. But Donald Trump sent federal law enforcement out to clear out the violence, stopping it before they burned down the church. And then the only thing anyone hears about is Trump attacked peaceful protesters. So this is the issue. If Trump wanted to do right, he would say, I will stop the rioters. If he wanted to win, he would go, oh no, we're helpless. The rioters are burning down the White House. But imagine what would have happened if they actually breached the black fencing at the White House. And they would have. They were trying to. If the law enforcement backed down under the guise of, we have peaceful, innocent protesters and we fear for their safety, we tried to engage, but there's a real risk of harm, so we're pulling back. Then you would have had the 5/29 insurrection. We would be having congressional inquiries over that, and not January 6th.
Yeah. So you guys are seeing
Trump would have won.
You guys are seeing through a lens of what to do once the riots had, escalated, right? So the way that I'm thinking about it is, okay, so the other day I'm on a boat to Nantucket, okay? And so I walk towards the front of the boat, and this cop, I don't even know there's cops on boats to Nantucket, Cape Cod. This was just about a week or two ago. The cop rushes down. He's like, put your hands up. I'm like, dude, I'm just on a boat. Like, what's up? He's like, you're not supposed to be here. Drags me up, screams at me, won't even tell me what's going on, reams me out, goes completely nuts. And I can see this guy is traumatized off his face. This dude should not be a cop. This guy, the last thing this guy should be doing is being a cop. This guy needs to be in serious therapy. Okay?
Well, there's a crazy situation going on with cops these days.
Yeah, so was there any way to not throw the police under the bus at all, but actually say, we're going to support you more with things like how to heal trauma? I mean, look, how many times have you just had it where maybe your girlfriend's giving you a hard time and you're steaming? Okay, imagine going into these brutal situations again and again and again.
Police are working intensive overtime, and they're working a lot of overtime. They have really bad morale. They're not getting the respect or appreciation that they certainly used to.
At all.
And I'm not saying that they, should or shouldn't. I'm saying they're just not. And I think also, what we're seeing with police is defund the police worked. It made people distrust cops more. It encouraged people to not have a lot of funding for police, and it was very effective. Like, people don't want to be police officers anymore. No one's growing up being like, oh, I want to be a police officer. That sounds like a great job.
Would you guys believe that some people have suggested that they wanted to get rid of the police because they're more right-leaning and they want to replace it with some kind of like leftist clipboard police?
Wait, say that one more time?
Some people suggested, I read this in a bunch of places, that the last couple institutions that are more right-leaning, they kind of just want to create distrust, get rid of them, and bring in some like woke clipboard police to get rid of the.
They want to destroy American
institutions. I figured you might have something to say about
this.
They
did. They tried pushing social workers. They
Right.
would try and push social workers to show up in a violent situation because they would be better to de-escalate it. But the media are the masters of this whole thing. When you're talking about 2020 and the riots, Tim's absolutely spot on there, because what you saw a lot in Portland and in Kenosha in Seattle, this is why they were saying it's the summer of love, when they literally established their own little country in Seattle, right? And they had weapons armed, threatening anyone that came in to try and stop it. And people got killed in there. Here's the thing is that
Warnock took the lead back, sorry.
Yeah, the media...
Yeah, that's wild.
The media takes control of the narrative. And the media will take, like Tim is saying, everything you saw, I think, in the eyes of people that were just watching what was happening in 2020 with the riots, whether it was in Portland or Seattle, or you name it, New York, Los Angeles, they literally believed those were protesters. They did. And I would watch Antifa do this on a nightly basis in Portland. They would set themselves up. They would go head-to-head with the police for hours, baiting a riot. And then the mainstream media would turn around when the police would respond, okay? When they would bait the police to go head-to-head when a riot was declared or an unlawful assembly was declared. And I'm talking about, like, not yelling at the police, not screaming profanities. I'm talking about, like, taking Molotov cocktails and throwing it at the federal courthouse, calling that peaceful protesting. And the mainstream media knew what was happening daily on a nightly basis. But they set the narrative that these people were peaceful protesters. So any act of law enforcement, even if it was an unlawful assembly, was an act against the First Amendment and than peaceful protesting. That was the narrative that they established. And that is why so many rioters got a slap on the wrist and a pass, even in Portland to this day, because the narrative was set by the media first. So anyone that went forward in the name of social justice in 2020 was a peaceful protester, even if they're throwing a damn Molotov cocktail at a federal building. That is why a lot of intervention was needed, but it's a narrative war.
I want to pull up, we got Ron DeSantis in his victory speech.
We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology.
There it is.
I really like the United States, man.
We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
Ooh, there it is. There it is.
Florida is where the woke goes to die.
It's looking like Georgia may go to a runoff election. And this means you're going to need mass Republican turnout again, and that's going to be tough. But we'll see. I mean, the Democrats aren't turning out in the numbers that the Democrats were hoping for, or I should say, what could they really hope for?
What would be cause for a runoff?
If neither candidate breaks 50%. So right now you've got Warnock at 50 and Warnock at 49 and Walker at 49, and it looks like Warnock. Did I say Warnock? Warnock and Walker. The names are very similar. Warnock is up by about, what are we looking at? 57, no, I'm sorry. It's 63 votes, I think. Wow. 64 votes, maybe my math is bad. Wow. 63, I think. I don't know. I'm not good at doing math on the fly like that. But it's flickering back and forth. So if it ends this way, I mean, we still got 23% yet to be reported. It's Walker or Warnock. They will need There needs about 30,000 votes right now to avoid a runoff.
Man,
seems very unlikely.
The whole 49.9% versus 49.9%. It's like looking at fireworks in the sky of Mickey Mouse exploding and laughing and pretending like Mickey Mouse is really there. I have seen video evidence of a guy testifying that he built software that will flip votes 51-49 for candidates.
Paper ballots.
Even then, they put them through machines with proprietary code.
No. We're saying paper ballots straight up put in a box, and a Democrat and a Republican, independent and libertarian can all sit there and pull them out one at a time in different little groups, and they can count it like they used to.
It's not scalable.
That's how they used to do it.
Yeah, I know they used to. When you only have like 10,000 people, you can pull it off. When you've got 300 million, it's like, that's a lot of paper.
And that I do think is a big part of the problem. I do want to pull up Pennsylvania here with 45% reporting. It's looking bad for Oz so far.
It's looking bad for Oz and Mastriano.
He's at 45.7%. Fetterman's got 1.247 million votes to Oz's 1.099.
Unreal.
And then over in the governor race, it is similar. Mastriano is down about 16. He's down 15.8%. Woof, that is brutal, but only 44% reporting. We'll see. I don't expect it to change all that much. Oh, we just got a big jump in. We got Clearfield County just came in, and that's not really going to add a whole much to Mastriano's count anyway.
Colorado 3.
What's up? Colorado 3?
Yeah, Lauren Boebert's losing.
Lauren Boebert's losing.
Yeah.
Whoa, but come on. How likely is it she's going to lose? How much is reporting in Colorado 3?
I think it's 50%.
Right now, with 50% reporting, Lauren Boebert is down.
Yep.
52.2 to 47.7. Mm-hmm. We'll see, though. It's only 50%. I don't like her anymore. You don't like, was it?
You're not a fan?
I don't really like her anyway.
You're not a fan? Lisa's over there talking from the Papazon in the back of the room. Lauren Boebert may lose. Yeah, I don't think people realize we had Stephen Marsh on this program, and he's Canadian. He wrote the book The Next Civil War. I think it was called The Next Civil War. And he says that, he's neutral. He's not left or right, but he's clearly left sphere of influence. His worldview is all based on the mainstream media. He said there is a multicultural democracy and a constitutional republic existing in the same space, in the same country, and they can't coexist. He said he was in favor of multicultural democracy. And I was like, well, yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously, you're in the left sphere of influence. We are all in the constitutional republic space. That's why even though our political views may be actually liberal to conservative, as long as you're a constitutional as long as you believe in a constitutional republic, you are right wing to the multicultural democracy people. But democracy is nightmarishly dangerous and bad.
And multiculturalism for the sake of it is insane. I understand not wanting to stack the Senate with a bunch of 85-year-old white men. I get that that's might be good, but an 85-year-old black man that's insanely wealthy and has friends at the Bank of International Settlements is just as dangerous to democracy as an 85-year-old white man. It doesn't. The culture is irrelevant. It's about wealth. It's about class.
It's about perspective. It's about being open-minded. It's about critical thinking. It's about all of those things. It's not about. It should not be about aligning yourself with a particular political perspective and then just going along with it. And that's what we're seeing from all of these people, in a lot of these races, I think.
Vermont, nothing in for Vermont at large for Congress. In New Hampshire's second, we've got Ann Custer is currently up with 27 reporting. And in where's the first? It's not going to highlight. There we go. With 24% reporting, Chris Pappas is up by about 3 points, by exactly 3 points. It's going to be a long night. It's only 10 o'clock. We should be getting more data coming in now-ish.
Arizona is starting to
Maricopa
come in. What are we seeing?
53% reporting. Katie's at 58.
Arizona, we are seeing the 9th district. Paul Gosar won. That was called. He was running unopposed, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then we have in the 2nd district, Eli Crane is currently leading by just about 1.6 points.
How stupid would it be if Katie Hobbs won? I mean, she said nothing. She refused to take on her opposition.
Katie Hobbs is currently leading with 40% of the vote.
She is.
11 points up.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I don't know what she looks like.
Yeah,
I definitely
don't know what she sounds like. She had, there were Project Veritas reporters out there talking to her being like, why won't you debate
I know who she is,
Carrie
yeah.
Lake? And she practically peed herself.
Yeah,
I think
away.
she actually spilled her drink. She spilled her soda or
Who
her
asked
coffee
her?
or
Said he
whatever.
wants you to debate?
It was Project Veritas.
Oh, right,
went out
right,
there.
right.
Yeah.
Bobby Maxwell confronted her.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
She ran away.
She sure did.
We're still a ways away. 40% reporting. This is what we saw in the primaries. Carrie Lake was down for a little while, and then near the end, she ended up taking everything.
Mm-hmm.
So in Coconino County, is that how you pronounce it? 47% reporting, and it's 68 to 31. Katie Hobbs' lead. In Pinal County, is that how you pronounce it? Pinal County. Katie Hobbs is up only a little bit, 16,000. She's up by 200 votes, and that's 25% reporting. Maricopa, that's the big one.
That's the big one.
That's where she's currently up about 130 some odd thousand. So
I think in the primaries
36.
it was Pima. That was like the last one that they were waiting. Like
and we have no
after.
data, and this is important too. We have no data from Pima, from Yuma, from Santa Cruz, and from Cochise. How do you pronounce that?
Cochise.
These are the borders. These are the border counties. I kind of feel like they probably would go Carrie Lake, considering what she's been campaigning on with the invasion at the border and things like that. Graham County, Greenlee County, and Apache County. Nothing in yet. So
And it
don't
looks like
don't
Blake
count her out
Masters,
just yet.
too. Blake Masters looks like he's down to the Mark Kelly, the space perv.
The space perv.
Space perv. That's what we've been calling him at Post Millennial. We've been calling him space perv.
But I will add, the Senate data is the same counties as the governor, basically. But I think in the governor, come on, pull it back up. Yeah, Carrie Lake's actually doing better in Navajo County, as opposed to Blake Masters. It's actually leading towards Mark Kelly, but only by like 334
Still
votes or
early,
something.
very early.
338 votes.
I've been thinking about your question, Owen, about is there something Donald Trump could have said to the rioters or maybe done that would have maybe made the summer of 2020 not so riotous? I don't think so. I mean, obviously there's magical words you could always in hindsight say, but because he issued the shutdowns, he basically set everything in motion from the shutdown.
We got Trump speaking. I don't want to play it all night, but I'm interested in what he's talking about.
Fantastic evening.
Just a little bit.
At 58 to 41. That's really tremendous. That's as of this moment. Katie Britt, I want to congratulate Katie Britt. We endorse Katie, and she did fantastically. 68 to 30. That means she has a future. Young and just a fantastic woman with a husband who's great. He's maybe the largest human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually. Played for Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not.
So, all right. He's not wrong. Walker is now leading by a very small amount of votes, by around what looks like 700 or 800 or so, give or take. But it's looking like it's going to be a runoff. So we'll see.
The thing about the riots, just to get back to that real quick, is there were, I remember it was, what was it? It was like March 1st. They decided they were going to be, shutting down schools. I think it was March 13th, right? So I remember so distinctly looking at what was going on. They were shutting down schools. And I said to a friend of mine, I was like, there's going to be riots. And he was like, what do you mean there's going to be riots? And I was like, there's going to be riots. There's going to be riots in New York City. So we should watch it. You know what I mean? I didn't know what they were going to be riots about, but it was very clear that if you were going to lock down a populace, at a certain point, they were going to freak out. And all that was needed was a reason. It could have been any reason, right? George Floyd was the reason that happened, but it could have been something else. And it was interesting because George Floyd's death was the exact same day as the Central Park birdwatching incident.
What was that?
Do you remember that? So there were two people named Cooper in the park. They were both with the last name Cooper, Amy Cooper and somebody else. Oh, yeah. And the other guy was also, his last name was Cooper. So Amy Cooper's in the park. She has her dog off a leash. And this other fella is like, get your dog on a leash. I'm trying to watch birds. And she's like, no, don't tell me what to do. She threatens to call the police. It turns out that the other guy, the bird watching guy, was black. And so it turned into this massive racial incident. That happened the morning of the day that George Floyd was killed. And it set off a whole bunch of stuff until it turned out that the video was released of Floyd later that week. But it was the same day. And it was exactly 10 days into the lockdown in New York City. Not 10 days. I'm sorry. I'm tired. It was 10 weeks. It was exactly 10
late.
weeks. It is getting late.
So in Wisconsin right now,
And I've been up since 5.
44% reporting Ron Johnson is currently down.
Ron John's
currently down. I don't know how much of this stuff matters because it's too early for some of these states.
Yeah, the early
West
game,
Coast.
it's like watching a race, like car, what do they call a car race? NASCAR, thank you. Like if you watch the first 7 laps and you're like, I can guess, you have no idea what's coming. There's going to be an accident. There's going to be, someone's going to pull ahead in the last 2 minutes. A lot of people wait and then I don't know. What mail-in ballots are going to be coming until, you said 3 a.m. is the last moment that you're allowed
They've called
to cast
it
a vote?
Josh Shapiro wins in Pennsylvania.
Yikes.
Wow. Democrats win the governorship. This is big, everybody. There it goes.
This is Doug Mastriano's race?
Yep.
I like Doug.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mastriano is way too far down. He's 15 points down. He's 14.6, it looks like. And so Political Polls, as Decision Desk calls it, Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, wins in Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd be happy to interview him.
I want to let everybody know.
Didn't you have Mastriano on the show?
Yeah, about
we
a month
did.
ago.
Yeah.
But I want just people to keep, look, it's likely going to be that the Republicans take control of the House. Currently, the New York Times has it a toss-up. We will see moving forward, but I kept saying, you follow me on Twitter, Democrats were going to surprise people. And everybody kept gloating about how it was a guarantee, a big red wave. And that's why I was very cautious to be like, we don't know. Don't count your chickens. You better go vote. Because I think Democrats are going to surprise you. What the Democrats were predicting is that there's going to be younger voters that aren't being polled. And so it's going to actually correct a lot of the polling. We saw it heavily favor Democrats in the past. So everyone assumed it was now going to favor Republicans because the polling was wrong. But now with younger voters who are not likely voting for political issues or culture war issues, it brings the polling back into alignment. I'm not saying Democrats have won everything.
Do you think that's
Josh
probably
Shapiro,
why they campaigned so hard with abortion,
yes,
which was abnormal?
Targeting young people. Trying to get new voters and hoping that their cult would remain strong enough to the older generation.
The death cult.
But I want to stress, Masters was down in the polls for a little bit. Shapiro was up in the polls quite a bit. Even when we had Mastriano on, he was down by this point, this percentage.
It was sort of a surprise that Mastriano seemed to have a chance,
Yeah.
in Pennsylvania.
We talked about
Given the history.
graphene when he was on the show, and I was like, "Yo, we can start pulling graphene out of the air."
You hear the news?
Turn it into
Shapiro
graphene.
won. Oh, no. Shapiro beat
carbon dioxide and
Mastriano.
graphene, and his eyes lit up when I was talking about the reindustrializing Pennsylvania. You can, you pull the coal out of the ground, turn it into graphene, you burn it cleaner. He was so happy about that, and the excitement thinking about working with the state governor to create a new industry in the United States. And just to think that now that he's not going to be governor, that's not possible. That's not the way to think. I think that whoever this other
Well, there's still entrepreneurship. Like you could still try and do something. No, do you need different regulations in the state?
I could definitely do something.
This
but
is
tax money, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tax money.
It's no one. Real Clear Politics thought that Boebert was going to win. So the fact that she's currently down with 71% reporting in Colorado's third, Lauren Boebert is down. She's the incumbent.
Yeah, she is.
This is actually pretty crazy. She's down by about 4 points, 4.1%.
Who is she up against? Was it
Adam Frisch?
Adam Frisch.
So you never know what's going to happen, man. I mean, media really went after her. But Marjorie Taylor Greene won, and it's not looking good for Lauren Boebert. So we'll see. We'll see as the night goes on. It's still. The night is young, but 71% reporting is pretty big. I mean, that's getting pretty close.
Yeah.
She needs to find 4 points, 4.2 points. Meanwhile, Frisch will be gaining as well, so we will see. Now, in Arizona's sixth district, which is a border county. Let's try and zoom out a little bit. It's looking like the Democrat is up by just over 100, about 120 votes.
Kirsten Engel.
That's Kirsten Engel. In Arizona's 7th district, Raul Grijalva is currently up by about 4,000 votes. There's only 5% reporting, 2% reporting in the 6th. But considering that these are the border districts, I don't know how good that's going to be for Carrie Lake.
Man,
They've not reported anything yet, but currently in let me zoom out here and get Arizona. With 40% reporting, Carrie Lake is down still 11 points. So keep your fingers crossed, everybody.
I was thinking how stressful it was to be an actor in LA because you're always trying to get work. It's every time you want to get a job, it's a competition, like what these guys are doing right now for running for office. It was so stressful to think I don't have a job. I have to compete to get my next job every time. The stress that these people must be under running for this kind of office, like it's make or break. If Lauren Boebert loses, she's not in Congress anymore. That's what a life change for Lauren Boebert. Like that's maybe not everything. I'm not putting that on a pedestal.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Do you also think that they could be using modern social media tools a little bit better?
Dude, they could be making YouTube channels. What the heck? They should all have a YouTube channel.
Yep.
So right now, the Senate forecast over at the New York Times, their estimation is that Republicans will get only 51 seats. So the chance of control, they say it's a toss-up, with their estimate being that it's slightly leaning towards Republicans getting 51 seats, which is all that really matters. 51, 52, 53, 54, it doesn't matter. Because they're not going to have enough to override a veto, and Biden is the president. All that really matters for the most part is that they get the House, and then they get control of committees, and they get subpoena power. However, we need 51 Republican seats so that Rand Paul can start bringing the heat to Dr. Fauci. That'll be very, very big.
One.
Necessary.
Yep, but right now, the current forecasting. So here's what we have so far. So we have all the states. They're saying, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, New York, all called for the Democrats. Washington, 91% Democrat. New Hampshire is 87% Democrat.
Where are you seeing Washington?
So I'm looking at you can look it up here, the New York Times
there we go.
tracking. They're saying Nevada's 52% chance of going to Cortez Masto. 60% chance that Fetterman will win, they're saying, with 52% reporting. Considering Shapiro won, it's
that's
possible.
A good bet.
But the difference is Fetterman's brain doesn't work. And that does play a big role in this. And then you can see New Hampshire is very heavily leaning Democrat. And then on the other side, we got Georgia. They're actually predicting Walker will likely win. 54% chance of him taking it. Wisconsin, likely go to Johnson. North Carolina to Budd. Ohio to Vance. That's 95% chance. Iowa, greater than 95. It's going to Grassley. The rest they've called already. So Georgia's going to be important, but it may go to a runoff because Walker may not get the votes that he actually needs. So they're saying 51. And right now, the chance of control is considered a toss-up. It's not looking like a red wave right now, especially with Lauren Boebert losing.
Well, Drew, you were talking about the narrative war. What are some things that you think could change the narrative war to where a guy like Fetterman couldn't be elected. When you look at Fetterman getting elected, I mean, what could be done different?
I think
how does that guy get elected?
It's a cult.
You see what I'm saying, right? Like there's a narrative war that you're talking about. It's really fascinating. You were digging into
It's
that.
a cult. That's how they get elected.
Sure,
that's it.
But I mean, what percentage of the average voter just wants low drama and isn't even following it that closely?
They've got $5 a gallon gas, but the cult is strong, and you'd think it's the economy, stupid. We'll see, I suppose.
What would it take, though? I mean, as far as social media channels, TV, media, things like that, because you were really impassioned about that. It was like an amazing thread that you were going down there.
I just think it's showing these people for who they really are. And I think what's happening with Fetterman is I find it hard to believe that guy is really dominating like that. I mean, the average person really taking a look at what that guy is, how that guy talks, maybe, let's just say in a real world, in a real election, maybe there's just stupid people that feel sorry for the guy. Maybe
I think,
it's a lot of emotion.
I just want to point out we got new data from Georgia. Walker needs only 0.7% right now to win with no runoff. With 20% left to be counted, Walker has got a pretty strong lead of about 16,000, 15,000 or so votes. He's up by 0.5%, but he needs 0.7 more. If he gets it, there will not be a runoff. However, it's looking like there will be a runoff, so that's not good or bad news, I guess. Bad news would be Warnock winning. Good news would be Walker winning. But it's looking like it may go to a runoff. We'll see. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Where do you post most of your content, Drew?
Twitter, my show's on Real America's Voice because YouTube took my show down. I would say the majority is Twitter right now.
So do you feel like that's where the Republicans are losing the media war is big tech?
Probably. I mean, with all the shadow ban going on and the throttling on YouTube and big voices, I think that's obviously definitely part of what's taking place.
So
it's the media.
I asked you what motivates you, right? And you said you're a Christian. So can you believe that we live in a world where a Christian person, you're doing things that are putting you at tremendous risk, right? You're putting yourself at tremendous risk. You're doing so trying to add good. How do we live in a world where you're trying to add good and you're being demonized for that? You're putting yourself at risk. You're being demonized for that. And then now you're losing, the narrative war and Fetterman is getting elected. Like, can we all just see the humor in Fetterman getting elected? You don't want to lose the absurdity of that. So what has to change, do you think, to change that narrative war?
I think what Elon Musk is doing.
Is that going to be enough? I mean, Twitter is still kind of a smaller platform.
I think Twitter will be a huge platform because you got to think about what they do. Why do they want to suppress free speech? Because they know when millions of people are speaking up, saying what they really feel and how they really feel, showing the truth, that's going to wake other people up as well, whether that's on social media or in the real world. Authoritarians have known this for decades, for hundreds of years, and that's why they want to suppress those things, because that ends up promoting truth as well. And when you're speaking the truth, you're going to expose a lot. So that's why they try to suppress. That's why they throttle. That's why they shadow ban, because more people begin to see something different than what the mainstream narrative is. So I think what Elon is doing could potentially be a game changer.
The New York Times says, New York Times House forecast, their current estimate is that Republicans will win 227 seats to Democrats 208. So they'll have control. They're estimating a 71% chance of that happening. And they just updated their needle. It has tilted slightly to the left. So while the control of Senate is currently in toss-up territory, the needle has actually shifted about 1 degree to the left. Not that shifting a needle 1 degree is actually any kind of scientific measurement, but that's what they're projecting so far.
And who is that? Who are they predicting?
I think
is it Georgia or
I think it might be
Georgia's already
Masters and Fetterman.
Yeah, that would be
Masters and Oz losing. Mm-hmm. But one seat, one gain is all the Republicans need to control and stop Kamala from having the tiebreaker. So
right.
So it is what it is. Not that the Senate's going to do too much, but that majority control would be great for people.
It would be great for stopping Roe v. Wade from becoming, what is it, Rala-Land?
Rala-Land, but that actually doesn't matter because they won't have the House, so
right.
it's not going through no matter what.
I just wanted to say Rala-Land.
What we will get, the House is the most important because they're gonna have control over budgets, and that's gonna give them a lot of leeway. However, one theory that's been going around is that Democrats actually want the Republicans to win the House. So that way, when Republicans use the budgeting strategy or omnibus packages or whatever, they can then say, hey, we gave the Republicans a chance for 2 years. It's 2024. They failed. this was their fault. Vote us back in. And then look, man, the cult is strong. The cult is strong. We'll see. We'll see. The night is young-ish.
So how do you begin to chip away at that, though? Like if we have...
Whoa.
What happened?
They just updated right now.
Oh, wow.
They are now predicting that the Republicans will not gain control of the Senate. The New York Times has updated their Senate forecast for a 50-50 split, giving Democrats control of the Senate. There it is.
Still control of the
Stay
Senate.
tuned
That's
to the
really
New
a
York
shame.
Times.
So the New York Times was actually predicting 51 seats for Republicans. Literally, just at this moment, the needle shifted blue.
They've
It
got
is
some
now
26-year-old dudes on Slack just laughing and changing these numbers so people stay addicted to the New York Times right now.
It's a robot. It's so it's all algorithmic. It's for the most part algorithmic. When data and election data comes in, they update their numbers. Then based on how many counties are left in certain votes for like the Senate, it adjusts their percentage likelihood of winning. So this is why they're able to call races when it's like there's only 3% reporting. How did they know for sure this guy won? And it's like, so right now the challenge for Arizona. Let's pull up a governor for Arizona so I can explain this. Maricopa County is 820 some odd thousand people already, and that's 53%. But when you look at these other counties that Kerry Lake is winning, it's like 17,000 votes. It's 40,000 votes. It's 3,000 votes. Those are meaningless to Maricopa. So she really has to perform well in Maricopa to win because that's where all the votes are. So if Katie Hobbs, it's at 53% reporting and she's leading in Maricopa, and they say she's got X many votes, they can look at all these other counties and be like, yeah, we only have one county reporting. Doesn't matter. There's not enough votes left in the state.
So when they say 3% is in, does that mean 3% of the counties are in or 3% of the total votes across all counties?
That I'm not entirely sure, but they're calling it for Shapiro now with only 56% reporting.
So it looks like we went from a red wave to blue balls. I think it's a fair comparison to what's happening right now. Also, finally, we got all the boys together. Boys, just like Ryan Long says. Libby, I fed your kid a lot of sugar. Sorry, not sorry. But this is interesting. This is a very interesting development happening here. Your kid's great and awesome, but I gave him a lot of sugar. But this is interesting to see. This is curious to see what's going to be the response from this, because essentially the predictions of the red wave, they're wrong.
It's amazing that progressive channels get no viewership. Nobody's watching. Independent to conservative channels have insane levels of viewership, but the vote turnout is for the cult. That, I think, breaks it down, man. These are people watching these garbage media channels and getting their news from memes.
Jimmy Kimmel,
talk about a really just awful person. How about that?
Cult, dude.
It's a cult. And
Was
it's
it
funny,
his show where they were running around dressed as syringes?
Yeah,
no, that was Colbert. That was Colbert.
That was Colbert.
Colbert when they were and actually what people don't realize is the vaccine thing he did with the dancing. That was actually an ongoing thing. That wasn't like a one-off. He actually had the vaccine as like a series of segments, I guess. But this is the reality, man. There are people. They're in a cult. They don't know they're in a cult, but they don't read the news and they don't watch videos. And the example I like to give is when Hunter Avallone came on this show and told me straight up, smugly and surely, that Joe Biden never said, if you want the $1 billion, you got to fire the prosecutor. And I just played the video. But he just believed it was true without doing any research. We do research all day and night. It's why we're here. It's why we all have different viewpoints, but we agree because we agree on a set of facts. They just follow and march in lockstep behind the lies. And you know what? I got to say, this was a surprise to a lot of us. Turns out abortion at 9 months and evil MAGA really was a motivating factor. Or we could say it wasn't, and that Republicans are just too lazy to get out and actually cast a vote to fight back. I actually think it's probably a little bit of both. I think Democrats very much are in the cult and saying, these people are evil and to vote against them. They will. You go on Reddit and see how manipulated it is. There's these like watching, I watch Politics Girl, right? And I don't see her offer up anything substantive other than platitudes. I watched all these celebrities, these Hollywood celebrities. It was John Leguizamo and Marissa Tomei. And they were like, Kathy Hochul's going to bring equity and equality in the environment. And it's like, you didn't tell me anything. You didn't actually say you're going to do anything. If you are someone who is in a cult, that's good enough for you. If you're somebody who cares about facts and making life better and a better country, you're like, tell me what you're going to do. But that's not what these people are. I think it's also true that Republicans don't go out. They rarely protest. They're less likely to organize. It's been changing, but the sad reality may be, look, we're seeing a tip. It is not a red wave so far. We're not looking at a red wave. We thought there was going to be one. It's looking more like a typical first term midterm presidential or midterm election.
Well, you know what happens before a giant tsunami? The tide goes out. And you'll be like, wait, this is the opposite of a tsunami. The water went down. Maybe that must mean that there's no tsunami. No. That means that there's going to be a giant tsunami because the tide just went out. So,
yeah, but
metaphorically, maybe the tide's going out right now.
Perhaps, but in 2016, Donald Trump won by, I think, 77,000 votes between 3 states. And that's what got him the Electoral College lead. Hillary Clinton was just really, really unpopular. And they really thought she could win. If they ran maybe anybody else, maybe could have beat Trump. Maybe not. They didn't have anybody else as part of the issue. In 2018, we actually saw the Democrats win the midterms. In 2020, while the polling was wrong across the board in 2016, 18, and 2020, Democrats still retained control in 2020. And now it's looking like right now, hey, I'm not saying it's over. Where we are right now in the night, the New York Times is actually predicting Republicans will not get the Senate. This was a potential scenario. And I think it was, 538 had a 41% chance this actually happened. So we're still in coin toss territory, sort of. It's looking like the initial predictions, from a month ago were more correct. Again, we don't know for sure. It may all start changing, but it's looking like less of a red wave and more of a typical election. Now, here's the crazy thing. What if this is the red mirage? They've already called it for many people, but what races are they going to hold out on and make us wait a few weeks? And then it's like, it does seem like Republicans are winning. And then a week later, it's like, oh, actually, Democrats swept. They control everything.
Yeah, Maricopa County is reporting right now that they expect to have 99% of their ballots counted by Friday. Right, so that's already a staggering figure. It's predominantly also a conservative area where there's a lot of reports of 4-1 Republicans voting there. So again, a lot of questions are going to emerge from this election. The Blue North is kind of very eye-opening to I think a lot of people, specifically Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that do look like they are going to be voting blue overwhelmingly. So it's still early, but that red wave doesn't look like it was true at all.
But don't be demoralized, because sometimes these polls, it's still early. I mean, in Arizona, what is it, like 8 o'clock right now, 8:30, 7:30, something like that?
And I want to stress, too, as much as the New York Times is saying, like, we don't know, I want to remind everybody, when Donald Trump was in 2016, the needles for the forecast were actually skewed all the way to Democrat the whole time.
Yeah, they had Hillary at 99%.
Greater than 99% to win. And then slowly throughout the night, it started rolling back the other direction.
Which indicates to me that's like ideology at work. Whoever owns the company that's running that poll is very much just wanted Hillary Clinton to win. They didn't care. They weren't doing due diligence.
It was all the polling was wrong. They missed the Trump vote. They didn't see it. But it is really crazy. I will predict that if the Democrats retain control, the crackdown on social media is going to be apocalyptic. If the cult is this strong, then they're going to do everything they can to make sure channels like ours, like Crowder's, are not able to have these conversations. And that's why I think Rumble is actually dangerous. I like Rumble. We use Rumble for Timcast.com. But the danger is that if everyone silos themselves in Rumble, then YouTube is the dominant platform that everyone uses. It's the number one platform for Gen Z. They say, when asked, the majority say YouTube. If everybody leaves YouTube to go to Rumble on some kind of like free speech principle, congratulations, you are now siloing yourself away from the average person who's not into politics.
That could change if Rumble were to have more fun creators. You remember back in the day, it'd be ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, right? And then it was the really fun creators that brought everybody to YouTube. But then YouTube went and demonized all those fun creators. So, not all of them, but many of them. So could Rumble begin to attract more fun, right? People that can actually get out there and have a little bit of fun. How much are you posting on Rumble?
My show's on Rumble, but I'm predominantly on Real America's Voice.
Got it. Yeah. What does Chris need to do to take it to the next level, do you think?
What is what?
Chris Pavlovsky. He needs help, I feel like. Like, what does he need to do to take that to the next level? He's got an amazing start. There's a foundation. There's a real foundation. Something amazing there.
That's a long conversation. Man. I don't know.
You got to take YouTube's partner program, make it better. So whatever YouTube's able to, they need advertising. They need to control their advertising network like Google does. Google's has 20 years head start on them. They also need to disperse their service platforms. So like their servers need to be spread out all over the place, and probably to the point where it's decentralized, because the NSA can shut down Rumble and then it's all gone. So that's a vulnerability in their system, like technically, but consciously, I think you're right that they need like rock stars on the site. They need like a hit song exclusively on Rumble.
Look.
You
Okay,
need people having
what
conversations on Rumble.
What do you think's going to happen if Carrie Lake doesn't end up winning? I mean, with all the rhetoric around corruption, I don't see Republicans believing that they could lose.
People will scream that it was fraud. That's what people are already screaming in the chat right now.
Sure. But what happens?
Roll with it. I don't know. We got to make a system where it's on the blockchain and we're able to look at the code of these programs. We have to. I mean, we cannot trust the systems.
We can't have voting machines that have proprietary code and that keep breaking down. That's for sure.
And I'm not claiming that they're cheating. I'm just saying you cannot verify whether they are or not.
Well, yeah. So paper ballots perhaps. But my question for you guys is, what happens if these locations where look, it's very early. Carrie Lake, she was up in the polls, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she was doing well in the polls. Let's pull up the governor projections.
And she was behind in the primary.
She's consistently been up in every poll. So I actually think she may still win. I think it's very early and she may still win. But Carrie Lake is up in all of the polls for November. +3, +3, +4, +4, giving her a 3.5 lead. And now it's with 42% reporting. Katie Hobbs is actually leading by a decent amount, by about 113,000 votes. So, what happens? What do you say?
I think we're going to see Arizona begin to decline.
Well, look at this. Arizona's 7th district has been called for Raul Grijalva. This is a border county, and it went Democrat 2-1.
Huh.
So if this is the area where the border is being invaded, one of Carrie Lake's main positions, is it really going to go her way? With 14% of the expected votes counted, they're calling it for the Democrat.
Can illegal aliens vote in Arizona?
No. I mean, technically, they physically they can. Legally, they can't.
Right.
So that's the issue.
They're just being counted towards the census.
Arizona's first is looking like it's going Democrat. Jevin Hodge with 117,000 votes to David Schweikert's 89, and he's the incumbent with 57% reporting. So considering all of the issues, man, Arizona's a messed up state.
It's a joke.
It's talk about insanity. If you keep doing voting like we're doing it with paper ballots and expect a new result, that there's going to be a transparent election, that's the definition of insanity. We need a new way of voting.
This border thing reminds me of how people in Vegas voted for Biden, right? A lockdown president. Like you're literally, almost every job is in the service industry. You need the casinos open.
Yep.
But they voted for blue. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's easy to manipulate people.
How could you want lockdowns if you're almost all of Vegas is all
Trump kind of started the lockdown thing. It wasn't really a left or right.
But he was trying to unlock it by that point.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. The amount of people that are checking independent sources and getting proof is small. Look, Trevor Noah's ratings for The Daily Show were lower than this show. But on YouTube, they put him on the front page. So his total views per month on clips was double what we get. How do you compete with that? The machine is working against you. Now, Elon Musk buying Twitter is a step in the right direction, but without YouTube, and now you've got people who are intentionally leaving YouTube on principle and then going to Rumble, which again, I like, but Rumble is predominantly one audience. So they're removing themselves from the potential of reaching Gen Z and younger. YouTube is already trying to make sure that we can't reach people on YouTube's main platform. We talked about this. This is why we're working on cultural stuff. We put out the song. We got a song, Timcast Genocide, Losing My Mind. Look it up, listen to the song, watch it. And we trend number 29. Only Ever Wanted, totally apolitical. We trended number 23 on all of YouTube. When we produce kind of that's not political, all of a sudden we're reaching the biggest heights of YouTube. This show never appear, even if we get clips with 1 million views, because they want to make sure this gets siloed.
Just because
And
politics. You got silent politics.
But it's the wrong politics. Trevor Noah, John Oliver, they get put on the front page. CNN gets put on the front page.
It's the corporations that are getting put on the front page.
It's
those big ones.
They
got deals behind the scene, I bet.
You can call it whatever you want, but it is left politics that are being put on the front page.
Yeah, they've been co-opted, those
Outright.
corporations, for sure.
Go on Reddit. You know why they're so mad about Elon Musk buying Twitter? Is because the government runs bots to control public opinion. And now they got to pay $8. But if you go on Reddit, it is so completely obvious the whole thing is astroturfed. Just not real political opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you'll see memes about why Republicans are bad, but there's no real substance to them.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just say like, "What are you, a dork? Vote Democrat." And it's like, okay.
Is anyone in the Republican Party aware how bad this could get if they don't do something about it?
Probably not. I mean, like, there's there's some good people in the Republican Party, but man,
Do you think it's like a
when I
generational
went
thing?
when I went to Austin and met with these tech executive guys, I was hanging out at a party. It's not like I had a meeting with them or anything like that. They were absolutely clueless as to what was going on. It was just, I was just like, man, all they do is they say like, the solution to our problem is controlling technology, and I was like, the solution to your problem is building culture and inspiring people, making them believe in you. You think you're going to build a car and that's going to convince people to go for a ride? You're wrong. You know, I got a really great car. It's got 50 miles to the gallon. It's like, so what? I want to ride in the McLaren. It gets substantially less. And then you have politicians who are like, we need to win the election so we can pass the votes, so we can get the votes to pass the bills, and that's how we'll win. And it's like, no, because even if the law is on the books, nobody follows it. Right now, you have protesters in front of the Supreme Court justices' homes, and the cops ain't doing anything about it. But the pro-lifers are getting locked up by the feds. That's called cultural dominance. And the Republicans don't get it. The tech bros don't get it. And the Democrats get it 100%. That's why Jimmy Kimmel is tapped to host the Oscars, despite him saying outright F Trump supporters.
I think
I'm paraphrasing.
The tech boys do get it. They just don't have it.
They don't get it. They don't
have it.
I've talked to them. They don't get it.
They understand they need something to spark it, but they don't have the spark.
No,
they're
I've
looking
talked-
outside.
I've talked
it's the
to
same
them.
with YouTube and Google in 2006. They didn't have it. They were looking for it.
Talked to these people. I went down to Austin, had a meeting with a bunch of people, a handful were billionaires. And all they did was talk about how if only we controlled the tech. And I'm like, you're wrong. The left controls the advertisers. Even when Elon gets Twitter, all the advertisers drop off. And now Elon's like, I don't know if I can fund this. He's like, we're losing $4 million per day. It doesn't matter if you have the tech, if the culture is against you. And advertisers are scared of Antifa because they burn buildings down. They're not scared of the right because the right does nothing.
I think that you have to have control of the tech and the culture. But if you don't have control of the tech, the person that has control of the tech is going to create the culture they want, because they can ban and silence and proliferate what they want to proliferate. Same person, if only one political party owned the printing press, we would all be at the behest of that political party. So I get the tech bros are doing God's work. They just need the inspiration.
New York Times update. The new prediction, 51 Republican seats
back.
in the Senate with new data coming in. We're back. We're back to slightly winning the Senate. It's just remarkable that the Democrats can win it all, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it's
maybe
actually
not.
that
You
remarkable.
called it.
I think we were looking at this red wave in part because we really wanted it, but you know.
No. But look, I look at my Twitter. I have tweeted several times the Democrats will surprise Republicans 100%.
Yeah. What do you think?
I learned my
it's the
lesson
young
in
people?
2018. I learned my lesson in 2020 that we see things we think we know for sure, and then we get surprised. And I'm like, it looked like a red wave. The polling was predicting a red wave, and I want to believe in a red wave, but I still say, everyone, get your friends. You better go out and vote. Otherwise, you will lose.
There was also a lot of pollsters speaking about this prior to, saying that the polls might not be extremely accurate because most people will not answer calls. When pollsters call, they don't answer the phone. They don't want to talk about it. And that there are a lot of people in younger demographics that won't answer polls at all. So that's kind of interesting too. I mean, what's that about? I know that like people were knocking on my door for because I was registered as a Democrat until like 3 weeks ago, something like that, maybe 2. Anyways, Max Rose people were knocking on my door like a couple of times a week, and I would open the door and they'd be like, "Can we?" And I'd be like, "Stop knocking on my door," and I'd just close the door. I'd be nice about it. But
this guy Jeff B on Twitter, he's got a tweet. He said, if DeSantis in Florida wildly overperforms all the hand-picked and Trump-supported Republicans in other swing states, well, then, gosh, that is going to be a fascinating new narrative that will be commented upon by positively no one. It's interesting. With Trump actually coming out and jabbing at DeSantis, but DeSantis winning so decisively, what does that mean going forward with who Trump endorsed? And what does it say for 2024? I think if the results of this are not a red wave, then I'm DeSantis 2024. The reason being, Trump is so toxic to a lot of people that DeSantis is clearly showing he has the means to win and win big. And his endorsement may be better than Trump's.
And then maybe we should reconsider the Oz endorsement over Barnett.
Absolutely.
I think mistake. Barnett was a lot better. And nobody liked Oz. Oz was definitely a hold your nose and vote for Oz kind of GOP candidate.
Yeah. He was talking about transitioning children 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct.
Barnett,
abortion as well.
Barnett was on top of it, talking about the core issues, talking about the ESG, talking about the larger issues that actually impacted America. And I thought she was clearly the more prominent person in that race, the person that was more competent for that race, the person that should have been in that race.
Yeah, she also had a lot more to say than Oz. Instead of having to run from her record.
We got Brian Stelter chiming in.
Oh.
He says, on PBS, analysts are talking about the red wave in the past tense. Had there been a red wave tonight? Agreed.
Yeah, Debbie Wasserman Schultz actually won her position as well, and so did
good for her.
Thomas Macy.
Oh, good for Tom.
Yeah, Thomas also.
T-Bone. I am almost done putting my faith in politics to solve this situation anyway. So I'm not really disappointed. I'm rolling with the.
I'm happy you said it
results.
that way. I never had faith in politics, but sorry, I just wanted to interject.
I used to
Go
think
ahead.
you could vote like morality into place, but it's become very apparent, especially with when they started 3D printing guns and they were like, no, wait, stop. And then they were thinking, let's make it illegal to have a gun. And I'm like, dude, they can print them. You can't stop it. And making an underbelly of criminals now or making a law that you can't enforce, it's just what a mockery that system has become. The way I understand Trump not wanting to send out the National Guard because he didn't want to look like a fascist tyrant, and maybe he would have. Maybe it would have opened the floodgates for people in the future to be like, well, Trump did it, so I can smash up 600 people's faces. Maybe it would have done that, but I don't think so.
J.D. Vance is also ahead in Ohio still.
Yes.
Which is a big major
it does
race.
seem like it's going to be, with J.D. Vance is decently ahead. He's ahead by kind of a lot now with 86 reports. He's going to win. I think the New York Times is saying Vance has got it in the bag. So let's see where they're at with Ohio. What am I looking at? Is this the key Senate races? Yep, greater than 95% chance that Vance will win in Ohio. It's just getting interesting with more data coming in. It's looking like Walker, they now have increased to a 58% chance of winning by 1.2. So is that the estimate, which means no runoff? They're estimating he takes it. Wisconsin, Ron Johnson expected to win. Greater than 95% chance for Bud in North Carolina. And Grassley in Iowa. Grassley's obvious, though. And then it's possible that Nevada still does go Republican because there's no votes in yet. In Washington, no votes are in, but they're giving it a 91% chance for Murray to win. So
that's too bad.
Yep. Hassan is projected to win with a greater than 95% chance after 38% of the vote is in. Fetterman is projected to win, 74% chance with 66% of the votes in.
Wow.
That's
Senator
the one,
Fetterman.
Man.
You know, that's so crazy because every time he was speaking, he was just so clearly brain damaged. It's hard to imagine that he has any idea what he's talking about or what he's doing.
He came out as pro-life. Do you see that?
Yeah, he did.
He said he celebrates the demise of Roe v. Wade.
Mm-hmm, that's right. He sure did.
Well, and they voted for him.
They voted for a man who has no idea what he's talking about, what he's doing, where he is, and who should probably be in a rehab facility.
You know, people thought a zombie apocalypse would require getting bitten, but apparently it just requires watching CNN.
Yeah, that's really just about
Well,
it.
what percentage of people do you think are not even looking at social media or even the news, just voting Republican or
Anyone
Democrat?
voting Democrat.
So what percentage is that?
I would say that actually, I'd estimate maybe 30% of Republicans don't pay attention to the news, and maybe 70% of Democrats don't.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that, though, is that Democrats have basically have a lock on culture. They have a lock on culture and academia, and conservatives really only have politics as something to consider and try to make change in society. That's really all there is. So if you're a Democrat, you can, make art, you can put on a play, you can go teach at university, you can get books published, you can do all of those kinds of things.
A lot of old people died.
Yeah.
And a lot of newer, younger voters. And this is what Republicans are completely unable to win at. Turning Point USA. I will be speaking there, and I'll probably be the only one not wearing a suit.
I'm not going to wear a suit either.
Okay, that's good.
I'm doing that.
And I'll be
I'm
speaking
not wearing
there.
a suit. I'll wear this.
I was going to wear a really cute dress, actually. That was my plan.
I think it's cool.
I'll wear something crazier than this.
Yeah.
The ideas they espouse and a lot of the ideas they have, they're important. They're good. But they're suits.
Well, it's liberal.
It's young people they look up to celebrity, to excitement. And I don't even think about what the media controls. I think about skateboarders. Skateboarders were very much trendsetters in a lot of ways with modern music. When a lot of the hipster music that came out became popular through skateboarding. So a skate video would get released and it would have a song in it that was brand new and cheap. So this is what happens. Skateboarders film tricks. They edit those tricks like a music video to the beat of a song or to a good song. They didn't have any money. So they would find indie label bands who would let them use the song for dirt or for nothing. Then skateboarders would hear the songs, like them, and put them on their playlists. Go to parties. The skateboarders were considered cool. People at parties would start hearing that music, and it, spreads around. It's not completely how it goes, but that was a large component, especially mostly where I grew up. That is one thing that sets trends. Like there's just, for whatever reason, whatever you want to quantify, people that are cool. Republicans, they're not cool. They've never been cool, at least not as long as I've been alive. Not suit wearing, stodgy, authority-minded.
Not really known for their artism.
No,
I think
never.
The liberal arts is what it was called. Like arts and entertainment was a liberal pursuit. And then it's because it's different, it's weird, it's new, it's unexpected. Whereas conservative nature is the same thing every time. You know what you're going to get. You can build off of that. You got to have both. But arts are very liberal.
This is why Tom MacDonald is so incredibly important, because of his massive success in making good music that actually inspires people. And it's crazy. He puts out a song and just how big all of his songs get. He was number 4 on trending with the release of Fighter.
Yeah.
Man. And it's an amazing song. It's my favorite that he's released. It's more melodic, But
I think it's just better done altogether.
I mean, it's just really well done. Amazing video, by the way.
Well
Tom
mixed,
MacDonald,
well
shout out.
mastered.
So good.
Yeah, good job.
And then that's why we're also trying to create music and put out content and cultural content. Because I know, man, you don't convince someone to vote through facts. Ben Shapiro was right when he said facts don't care about your feelings. But when it comes to winning elections, facts are meaningless.
Yeah.
As exemplified by Fetterman.
Seriously.
I mean, he was projected to win, and then it was only after the debate started to go, or slightly before the debate, and then with the debate, the polling went down. But at that point, people had already been voting early and voting by mail.
Yeah. NBC News right now is calling J.D. Vance for Ohio
All
as
right,
the official
that's it.
winner there.
We got it right here. Actually, as people were watching this in real time, it changed. J.D. Vance has won in Ohio, so there we go. As the night continues, it's 11 p.m. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to work tomorrow.
Taking the day off?
I don't want to
just keep it
We,
pushing.
we got a big day tomorrow.
I know.
We got a very big guest tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
But all right, we get to criticize Republicans now. I'm all in. I've been criticizing them from day one, ever since the Bush War on Terror days. And I think they do deserve a lot of criticism because at the end of the day, they failed people on COVID. They failed people on the war on drugs. They failed people on the war on terror. And they've been hijacked by war-thirsty neoconservatives who I think the general public now understands that, hey, at the end of the day, they're just going to do the same thing as Democrats, but only later down the line in a different way. And I think we live in a duopoly. I think there are some candidates that do represent a populist class, that do represent someone that thinks outside of the box and doesn't just want to screw people over and give all the jobs to China. Very few people represent that. And actually, not just talk the talk, but actually are able to walk the walk and back it up. So I think what we're seeing today is not a surprise. I'm not a fan of either political party, but I think the general public also has a consensus, also has a feeling. And Owen, you were talking about this a little bit. They want to go with the people doing something. They want to go with the action class. They want to go with the people telling people to be on their knees. They don't want to go with the people who are just going to be sitting on their hands and acquiescing to a lot of the bull crap, but just postponing it a few years down the line.
Yeah, it's that's such a deep. There's so much to say.
There's a lot of deep things you could go on that way.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed more compelling and more exciting, and so on and so forth. I mean, I think that maybe if we get into social decline, we could see the values change a little bit as well, right? So a lot of this sort of leftist thinking is also, in my view, probably a result of too much prosperity. Like freedom can become top heavy to where there's so much prosperity that people get stuck on kind of like issues that are maybe not as important. You know, this has happened in previous societies before societies go down.
I got fact checked. I got
Really?
fact checked on
Good.
Twitter.
Fact check.
Finally.
Ian, do you want to read my tweet?
Yeah. See if I can do
Mark
it.
of pride.
This is the most important day of your lives. If the Democrats win, they will arrest, says Tim Pool, and murder your children,
This, I saw
Tim
this.
continued. And historians won't be allowed to write about it. I felt like, I don't want to make fun of firemen.
And
man.
I noticed it says, readers added context they thought people might want to know. There is no evidence that Democrats will engage in this behavior. Rather, this appears to be a joke referencing a historian that appeared on MSNBC. Hey, I don't know if that ruins the joke or if it's really great, because my point was obviously to mock the Democrats because they had a guy go on MSNBC and actually say that. But then people like these people on the left are so ignorant to the news. This happens all the time. I actually think it's really hilarious, albeit sad and pathetic, that they will start sharing this as if I said it. Actually, a really good example is Lauren Boebert. She said Trinidad Shabbat pressure in a tweet, and they all said, wow, look how dumb she is, not realizing
That's what Biden
is
said.
what Biden said.
Yeah.
Literally.
So I like this feature, Birdwatch feature. So now when they all start retweeting it, it would appear and be like, this is a Biden quote. She's making fun of Biden. You need to watch the news. So I'm very proud that I got fact checked for saying that Democrats will arrest and murder your children. Historians won't be allowed to write about it.
I like how they explain the joke. It appears to be a joke.
Yeah, right.
Appears to
Wow.
be.
There was actually a different one. There's a couple.
Oh, wow.
We'll call it helpful. There were other. Okay, I'm not going to submit anything. Get out of your Twitter. A different one said it just said this is satire or whatever. I don't even know, how does the Birdwatch thing work? Like you can just add, you can write stuff on it, or what is that?
Yeah, so Birdwatch came out a while ago in beta form, and I signed up for it and then never used it. But what you can do is you can add notes and contacts. It's almost like the Wikipedia of Twitter.
So I actually, right when I tweeted this, I immediately linked the article from WLOS. Historian says children will be arrested and killed if the GOP wins. But there are people who just believe it. This is pretty far out there, even for you. The replies in this thread show us foreigners that while things are unraveling in the U.S., it still has a way to go before conditions are uniformly third world level. There you go.
Katie Hobbs is publicly saying it's going to take days to count the votes in Maricopa.
Really?
Yeah, I was just talking about that.
How would she
Until
know
Friday,
that?
they're saying.
Don't know if the check.
And that's a heavily conservative area that they're getting a lot of reports that mainly Republicans are voting in.
Well, we got more data has just come in with 51% reporting. Katie Hobbs has expanded her lead to 14 points in Arizona.
Any information about what's happening in LA with the race for mayor? Because that'd be
I don't have that on this website, but if someone wants to pull it up, I can then pull up the source.
Because I know that's a race that a lot of people are also looking into.
Save
since-
Los Angeles.
Yeah, Katy Perry and other celebrities are voting for. I forgot the guy's name.
Yeah,
Let's
Caruso.
hope.
Caruso.
Let's
yeah.
hope.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm keeping an eye on that too.
Yeah.
But Pennsylvania, it looks like it's becoming closer between Fetterman and Oz. Fetterman is at 50.1%. Oz is at 47.5%. 58%
Wow.
of the vote is in.
So 49. Fetterman has dropped to 49.5 to Oz's 48.
That's very close.
71% reporting. Let's jump over to our New York Times, The Needle, to see the updates. They've not changed it. They're still saying 77% chance Fetterman takes it. Hey, that's still a little bit more than 1 in 5 that Oz wins this one. Let's see what their Needle has. They have now updated the Needle saying it will be a 50-50 Senate. That is bad. Because even with the moderate projections, it was that Republicans would get 51 seats. There was like a 2-to-1 chance just about maybe 1.5 to 1, that Republicans would actually gain control of the Senate.
And now Kamala will come in and be the tiebreaker.
And that means the Democrats control it.
Yep.
But if Republicans take the House, it may be just like 2018, where we'll end up seeing impeachment. And then it'll fail, and then we'll end up seeing investigations. Maybe we'll get Biden Gate or whatever, and Petroleum Gate or Ukraine Gate 2.0, Biden's revenge.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Then what, they're going to make people beg for something better and then give it to them via a corporation?
Republicans' revenge.
A lot of people are in the chat room are asking for Lisa to come back in.
Oh,
by the
yeah?
way,
Yeah. You know what? I would love to step out, actually. Lisa, do you want to come on the show?
Also, do we have any super chats that we could read?
We have quite a few.
Because I know a lot of people are commenting a lot in here, and it would be good to get some of those voices and talk to some of the audience members, because I bet they probably have some questions that we can answer more directly when it comes to the communication with them.
Walker in Georgia has gone up. He's 0.6% away from winning this election without the need for a runoff. So how much you want to bet they're going to say it's going to take an extra week before we can figure out who won in Georgia?
Do you think?
Can I just point out real quick? I blame all libertarians for not voting Republican, because it is a moral and legal obligation that libertarians vote against their principles and for the establishment political class.
It is.
No, I'm just kidding.
What is it? 2% of the vote?
2%. If the libertarians voted Republican, Walker would have it right now. But I'm making a joke because I understand libertarian values and Republicans are not the same thing.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag too. There's some people who lean more to the left in the Libertarian Party, and some people who lean to the right in the Libertarian Party.
Maybe if there's a runoff, many of these libertarians would just vote for Walker anyway. I doubt they're going to vote Democrat.
Yeah. You have a lot of crystals there to
I've got crystals. I've got
to summon.
genderqueer. Ugh.
Yeah,
It's like
that's
bad juju. It's like,
that's Ian's
I'm Catholic.
section.
This is like all.
Heresy.
Yes, correct.
But enjoy your new seat.
Okay, fine. Hi. I'm going to move this too. Who's this?
A lot of people are calling shenanigans in the chat about Arizona right now.
Really?
saying
What are
that-
they saying?
They're
just-
basically
they're-
saying that.
They're saying shenanigans.
Yeah.
Put it simply.
That's the way we can say it.
Shenanigans. You ever go to a carnival game, like carnival, and then you yell shenanigans when they're clearly, pulling BS at the carnival games? I think the most fun carnival game I ever played was a bunch of plates, and you just throw quarters and try and land the quarter on the plate. Is just fun.
I think
I was there.
Yeah, that was
you were there
fun.
for a while. I was playing that too.
We won a giant monkey.
Yep.
Won a giant
Whack-a-mole's
monkey.
the fun one.
My dog was happy.
What I was doing was a couple of different things. I would throw the coins. I'd flat spin them and throw them high, and they would just plop down. The
This
lights.
happened earlier. I don't know what it is.
The lights just cut out.
Yeah,
it's that right there. The connection is loose. But I don't know if you're going to be able to fix it.
It popped on earlier. We
Maybe it will make me look less pale.
Actually, don't mind
the lighting
it.
in here.
Everyone
makes me
here
look
looks pale.
Ghostly.
Actually, one of the. So for those that aren't aware, the lighting in this room is actually LED strips. They're bars that click together and they wrap around the whole, just under the ceiling. You've got to push the connector in on the right side. There you go.
There we go. All right.
Yep. Oh, it was right there, right? Oh, that was easy.
Good job, Splurge.
Yeah. So they connect kind of like Legos. When one pops out, the whole strip will cut out and lose power.
There we go.
Man, you guys all got to go have kielbases and stuff. I'm jealous. It's too late now. I'm not going to eat.
I dug in your fridge for like spicy mayonnaise. And found
Oh, did you
some.
find it?
It was actually really good, yeah.
Was it the Duke's?
I don't know.
I just poured sriracha in the mayonnaise and shook it up.
See, that's what it was. I knew there was some. She knew there was something that had changed.
Well, that
It's
one,
good.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one looked like it wasn't original mayo, but it had like a really old expiration date, so I thought it
Yeah.
was sus. So then I found another one,
Oh, what was the expiration date on it?
like 5/22.
And it's made from soybeans.
And that was the one that was out?
What was it?
Was it like on the counter?
No, it was like in the fridge.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it didn't look like regular mayonnaise. It looked like somebody mixed it with something. So I'm like,
Oh,
is this new
yeah,
or
yeah. No,
not?
that was probably my secret family recipe.
But yeah, like it looked good. Like that's the one I wanted. But I was hesitant. But the other one was good too.
The secret is what you do to make the special secret family recipe is mix all of the condiments in their fridge into one bottle.
And then what? You
And
just
you-
put that
you
on
put it on
everything?
stuff.
Like
Yeah.
what? Like it's mayo, mustard,
Ketchup, mayo, mustard,
relish,
barbecue, no relish.
sriracha,
Yeah, sriracha.
chili paste. I mean, how deep
We
do
don't
you
have
go in the condiment?
Regular.
Kimchi.
No.
You just mix that in.
You can't. That won't
I
come
like
out of the
kimchi.
bottle.
No.
Ketchup,
Well, you
mayo,
could blend
barbecue,
it.
mustard. is usually the mix.
That's like the Chick-fil-A sauce, right?
It tastes just like Chick-fil-A sauce.
That's what Chick-fil-A
That's probably
sauce
what it
is.
is.
Correct.
Like at the Chick-fil-A factory, they were like, "What do we do with the crust at the bottom of the bin for all this?" They like mix it together, and then they did, and it was delicious.
I'd rather just have kimchi.
Kimchi's good.
Yeah.
Kimchi's good too.
Kimchi's good.
What's going on here? Masters is losing by a lot.
Wow.
By 250,000 votes, it looks like.
Yeah, but don't we remember we just had this issue in Arizona, and then it looked like Carrie Lake was losing, and that like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for the primary, she beat everybody and won. It's going to be the same thing.
With 1% reporting, Tiffany Smiley is winning. The Republicans winning in Washington.
You know,
Well, that would be
Let me
great.
go get my phone real quick because
Didn't we see? Wasn't the New York Times saying that Murray was winning?
Murray.
Yeah, didn't we see that? Weren't
Yep.
we talking about that earlier?
91% chance of winning in Washington.
Oh, these are chances. I see,
Right.
because we haven't started counting.
Yeah, in
On the
Nevada,
West
there's still
Coast
0% reporting. 2024 will be interesting. So it means we got to go through another couple of years of this. Yikes, man. I wonder if like this is a simulation and we're just being tested to see how much we're willing to tolerate. Like that's the real point of this.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's really frustrated and angry over everything that's going on, but the Democrats keep winning for some reason.
I think it's just even worse than being a simulation. I think it's just actually real life.
Seriously.
Well, you know, it's a test and challenge to see what you could do in the face of all this adversity. You know, that's the positive way to see it. Like, hey, there's a lot of things going against us. What are you going to do to make sure that you're not affected by it in the best possible way? And there's multiple ways of voting that I think personally are a lot more important than just casting a ballot in a voting box. Where you vote, where you move, where you pay your attention to, I think is way more important than just the ballot box. And I think we make those decisions every single day. And if we can make them more consciously, I think the world would be a better place if we would understand the consequences of our micro actions and expressions. I think, are you trying to say something?
No.
I'm sorry. I thought you were just leaning in there. But, you know, to me, again, I don't like the Republicans. I don't like the Democrats. I'm skeptical of all of them. I see the true solution towards a lot of our problems being personal, small decisions that all of us could be making. And the food you eat, the things you consume, the things you watch absolutely matter at the end of the day. So when you make your decisions, make them wisely and try to think about them a little bit more.
I'll tell you what I think happens. One of the things I think happened is that in Florida and Texas, Abbott won decisively by 800K votes so far with only 71% reporting. In Florida with 94% reporting, DeSantis is up 1.5 million. And it's because people were leaving their blue states who agreed with Abbott or DeSantis and going to Texas and Florida. That was the like the big areas people were going to. What that means is people in Arizona who would have normally voted for Carrie Lake left because of how bad things were getting and went to places like Texas and Florida where they were guaranteed to win, or where at the very least they were likely to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying definitively, but I'm saying that probably contributed to a certain degree.
Somebody sent me a text a couple.
Hey, 24% reporting, and Christine Drazen, how do you pronounce it, is winning in Oregon.
73% are reporting now in the Pennsylvania Senate race. And Oz is gaining ground, it looks like.
He is. He's very close. Oz is 0.9% away with 73% reporting. Oz may actually take this.
What do we think of Oregon?
37,000 more votes, and Oz can take this. Do they do runoffs in Pennsylvania? I don't think they do they? It's Georgia.
But is the governor race decided?
Pennsylvania
No, we don't do runoffs.
Yeah, it doesn't do runoffs.
No,
What are we looking at? Oregon governor, 24% reporting. And we have some parts of Portland, and we have Benton County, Lincoln County. They're going blue.
How great would it be if Oregon had a GOP governor? That would be spectacular. After everything that they've been through in the past couple of years,
seriously.
it's been such a disaster there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Carrie's going
what
to
a
win.
long day.
Carrie's going to win just like she did in the primary, by the way.
Right.
I'm calling that now.
I remember the primary. I was shocked at night when we were like, she was down. I was like, I couldn't believe it because she's amazing. And then I woke up in the morning. I was like, oh, she swept.
Why did that happen?
You have to see how many late, early mail-in drop-offs there are. So right now they're reporting that
those came in first or what?
Yeah, that so far, like Katie Hobbs has 484,000 and to Carrie Lake's 348,000, but there's still
That's
more
early
that needs to
votes.
be Yep.
So the day of hasn't tabulated yet.
Correct.
Ah, so Carrie Lake's gonna win.
Carrie Lake's going to be fine.
Fingers crossed.
The other thing is that I was told a couple hours ago that there were some big Texas flips from D to R in Texas.
The House?
Yeah. Let me see. House District 74, 37, 27, Corpus Christi area. So the Morgan LaMotta family from a was beat by a Republican. Or they were up. They were up. I don't know if they beat. This was a couple hours ago, so maybe I'm wrong.
So it looks
I
like
wasn't,
63%
checking
reporting in the 34th district. It's leaning Democrat.
Now it's still okay. So
In the 15th, it's leaning Republican with 74% reporting. That's really weird. And then in 60%, Cuellar is currently winning.
Cuellar.
Cuellar.
He's basically like a Republican anyway, for the most part. I mean, his chief of staff is a friend of mine, and they call him GOP Jake. Like he's
he
basically
really wants better border situation too.
absolutely.
He's, fighting
he's
for
a
that
good
lot.
guy, actually.
Yeah.
Cuellar doesn't bother me that much.
Look at these absolutely microscopic districts that just have massive population density.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Jeez. Lloyd
I don't care
Doggett.
about state races.
Oh, man, it's all starting to come in. Look at this. Montana going Democrat. How about that?
Wow.
No,
Really?
That's like
With
where I want to
21,
move.
it's only 21%
Okay,
reporting.
all right.
But this is the Bozeman area, so I wouldn't be surprised if it goes Democrat.
Yeah, Bozeman
Bozeman
population
would,
is
yeah.
totally different now. I was
Yeah.
up there recently, probably like beginning of last year.
I was
when
up there last year too,
Yeah.
and yeah, it did feel very,
It's very different.
very liberal.
Yeah, they have a large influx of people for the
It is not looking good for Bobert.
tech nomads.
73% reporting, and Bobert is down about 9K.
I shouldn't be happy about that, but I am.
Why is that?
Why are you happy about that?
Lisa's not a fan.
I don't like her.
Why don't you like
That's
her?
it?
Is there?
We were at the border. I told you this border story when she with the kid and the crying. All right,
Maybe it's been a
Would
long
she
time.
just like smack him or something?
No, she like fake cried, dude.
Oh, she fake cried.
and
You mean
Over
like
a 5-year-old,
AOC?
and like I have a 5-year-old.
Oh, she did
Like-
an AOC.
Like we were all like at the border, and like I actually was the one pounding on the bus. Like they're crossing here. Like let's get out and talk to them. And there was like this poor 5-year-old, and he legit was being used. He clearly wasn't like a kid of the people that they were with, you know. And so we go back to where like Customs and Border Patrol are like taking, like doing intake or whatever. She calls the camera over and she like kneels over and she like starts fake crying. And then as soon as the cameras are off, she's like done and she's like on to like doing whatever. And it was gross, honestly. Like, and I don't know. I take kids seriously. Like, I don't care if you're a migrant child or whatever. You're still a 5-year-old. Like, you didn't ask to be there.
Right.
You're not to be exploited. I wasn't a fan, and I didn't like the way she was so like camera hungry. Like, she just is inauthentic to me, and I think that reflects that. Like, I want people that are Republican, but that are in it for the right reasons. And I mean,
Hochul won.
Yeah,
She's celebrating right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 57% of the votes in.
she just
very
didn't
sad.
do it for me.
54% is in, and Hochul has 59.6% to Zeldin's 40.3.
She's just a terrible, terrible leader.
Somebody's probably going to clip me saying that.
Well, she's finally elected. Finally,
congratulations.
Finally,
She's
Kathy,
finally been
you
elected.
won something.
I don't know who elected her or why or what they think that they're getting in this governor.
Fetterman just gained a little bit, and now Oz is within 1 point from 0.9, so it got a little worse for Oz with 74% reporting. That's a close one. That's a close one.
Yeah.
Whoa, California, they're calling it for the Democrats in the Senate already. That's so surprising.
Yeah, that's
What a
really a
shock.
shocker.
Wow.
Hey, I mean, actually, though, it's 59 to 40%, so that's actually bad for Democrats. It's like a 2-to-1 Democrat state. What was that?
It is beginning to shift somewhat there.
North Carolina, they called it for Ted Budd. Whoa, there you go.
Hey, North Carolina.
That looks like it's going to be a pickup then, isn't it? No, they're still not calling it over the New York Times for. Is that a pickup? That was, right? Or no? Was that? Yeah. Was that Republican or Democrat?
Governor, North Carolina?
Yeah. Was it Republican? Was it an empty seat or something?
I don't know why I'm not even seeing it on the Reuters map.
What do you, North Carolina? It's
Yeah.
a state.
I know, but
Click
it's, but look, see how it's gray?
Oh, what? Are you?
Yeah.
You're on governors,
Yeah, I'm on governors.
and he's running for Senate.
Oh, well, there you go. Normally when I
What's
do this show,
going
I'm
on?
off 20 minutes ago.
Walker is still within 0.4 of taking this with no runoff. Come on, man.
He's gotta come through there.
Yeah, should be interesting.
And nothing from
Masters
Minnesota
is way
yet?
down, way down.
I want Minnesota.
Oregon, they just
results.
called it for Ron Wyden. Ron Wyden wins Oregon Senate.
How's Oregon coming in before Minnesota? Like, there's nothing even there.
Minnesota's not. There's no one up.
Tim Walz.
That's governor.
Governor, right? That's what I'm saying. Oh, let me go
We
back.
just did
click
the
over.
same thing. I'm so glad you did the same thing as
And
me.
Tim
fine,
Walz
fine.
is up 20 points. I just love this stuff.
It's driving me crazy. They should just have it all. Why can't I just click on the state and then have it all listed there?
Right.
Whatever.
That would be a different map. You could launch that map next season. Next election season. You can launch
I
that.
have no tech skills. I need to learn to code.
Yeah. I could do this map on paper really well. You could
All right, so here's the current. Currently, we're looking at 106. Republicans have flipped 6 seats, so that looks like they're basically getting it. The Senate has not changed. There has been no gain or loss for either side. Not looking good. We got 4 more seats to go. Well, we got more than 4 more seats, but we'll see.
I really care about Masters and Lake.
Yeah.
But so far,
That's
Democrats have gained 2 states governorships, and Republicans have lost 2 states.
That's a shame.
Oh yeah.
The media propaganda machine is strong.
Yep.
That's the only.
It's culture, man. The
It's
Republicans
really
don't
sad.
have it.
Or is it big tech social media? Is it the corporate media, or is it what people see online and what's curated to them? And I think we also have
Most people are not on Twitter.
Well, no, we also should consider, our experience online is curated for us. Other people's experience is in their own echo chamber and their own bubbles. So they're probably seeing a totally different reality than we are, and that's controlled by, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it.
They don't see the prices at the grocery store. They don't see the prices at the gas station.
I think they do, but I think also, the mass hypnosis mind control does work very effectively, especially when it comes to ramping up people's emotions and trying to get rid of their logic, and then talking about, MAGA dangerous and abortion and women's rights, I think were their key issues that they were running on. And then we had people like Lindsey Graham coming out and, of course, kind of playing into that during this election cycle. So that this was their strategy. Was it an effective one that worked? I think it's worth considering right now, as it looks like, yeah, it has. And again, our perceptions are skewed. So is theirs. So what we're seeing online is I think what we're seeing today is the importance of big tech social media with their influence on this.
I think
and it is big.
I think y'all should look on the bright side of Fetterman winning in Pennsylvania if he does.
I want to see him be president.
Think about all the memes.
The clips.
So right now, Oz is within 0.9% again. Yeah, the memes will be insane.
Clips are gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
If we think the Biden clips are funny, can you imagine what those Fetterman clips?
But just
are
bad for Democrats.
But they're gonna.
It's gonna be sad.
But the
it's gonna
thing is,
be-
look at how well they spun the whole Fetterman thing, right? He clearly has this brain damage situation from his stroke.
And a tumor
Walker
growing
just
off the
dropped
back
down.
of his neck.
Yeah, whatever's
So-
going on there. But then also you saw the Democrats and leftists jumped out right away and said that criticizing his, disability
His
was
neurodivergence.
ableist.
His
Right. They did
neurodivergence.
this whole thing with it. And that was clearly really effective. Saying that Fetterman was not actually, suffering the ill effects of a stroke, but that he had this auditory processing deficiency, which if anyone's seen it, that's not what's going on here.
And that he was so brave for being out there, regardless
with
of
his, whatever it is.
Walker has dropped.
Ooh.
He is now 0.8% away. 0.8% away from avoiding a runoff, which is not looking good. It's getting worse, and there's 88% reporting, so it's looking like it's going to be a runoff. Not all bad though. If the Libertarians do end up going Republican, then he wins. So we will see, but it's going to require everybody to turn out again, and it's going to get crazy. The media is going to go nuts.
You saw how that happened last time.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm getting more black pilled as the night's going on.
I can tell that
now?
the atmosphere is, yeah.
Well, it is kind of crazy that. So here we go. If we take a look at the meter here, while the Senate forecast for the New York Times does show the meter is 50-50, you can see there's actually more opportunity still for Republicans within their range to win, despite them saying it's a toss-up. But their meter is suggesting it's more likely to go Democrat, despite the fact there's more opportunities for Republicans. So look at that; it's shifted slightly to the left. The House, I think, is a done deal. Like, we basically know they've already picked up 6 seats. They're likely taking the House, and that's good. I mean, it's a midterm election. It's a president's first term. What more did you expect? It's not like
investigations will help, or at least be entertaining.
At least be entertaining.
Yeah, it's hopefully more entertaining than the January 6th committee. which was just tedious the entire time.
Yeah.
And that will be over now, right? Like we have an end to
Well,
that.
what's going to happen now is they're going to have inquiries on Hunter Biden, and then YouTube's going to make a new rule saying that if you question the integrity of the Biden family, they'll ban you.
Right, they'll have to do that. And then we'll just all have to keep going to Rumble.
Here's a question.
Yep.
I heard that like accounts that I know that happen to be demonetized and stuff are like when Elon, I guess, bought Twitter, that they started getting like remonetized on YouTube.
When they what?
Like when Elon bought Twitter, all of a sudden, like along with that, people are getting remonetized on Facebook and remonetized on Twitter. On YouTube. Did you notice any of that?
I don't know. I've actually been getting demonetized more right before the election than I've ever been in the past 3 or 4 years.
Like Elijah got remonetized on things like right when the Twitter stuff happened.
Well, I do think that with Elon Musk putting his foot down and the woke panicking and fleeing Twitter or getting banned, and Twitter's growing, I think the real red wave might actually just be 2024. And I think what we're seeing here is just relatively similar to what happened in 2018. You can't expect much. It's not looking like, the Democrats were like, blue wave, blue wave. Part of the reason for, championing the idea of a major victory is to rally people to go vote.
Mm-hmm.
So if Republicans get the House, then we'll probably see some inquiries, investigations, people start asking questions. And then, like I said earlier, we're probably ahead of the market. So maybe we'll see the swing go a little bit harder in 2024 with like a Trump resurgence or something. But I don't know. At this point, looking at how well Florida did, it's like DeSantis is probably the better candidate.
Yeah, Cernovich had a very interesting comment on this. He just tweeted a couple of moments ago, Trump as kingmaker or a viable 2024 general election candidate is over as of tonight. That's according to Mike Cernovich, what he just tweeted.
Okay, but again, it doesn't concern you that Ken Griffin is ready to invest $60 million in
why
on
should it,
DeSantis? Because these are these are the people that we as populists or whatever want out of politics. And now they're backing our guy, our DeSantis.
Because maybe they realized it's either him or Trump. Take your pick. And they're like,
but then now DeSantis is beholden to them where Trump's not.
I disagree. I think if they do go for DeSantis, it's more likely that it's the best we can do, and he's better than Trump because Trump's a loose cannon.
And Trump was more of a disruptor. So some of these individuals could be like, we could maybe calm down the situation and not have it as disrupted with Trump in power and have less chaos. That could be potentially the thinking there.
But you know what you're getting with Trump. Yeah. With DeSantis, you don't know if he's going to go along to get along. You don't know if he's going to, go with the GOP establishment that's been selling out the base for years.
If Trump couldn't beat Biden, why do you think he'll beat the next candidate?
I think Trump rallies Democrats. It's like
I do agree that
he. I mean, look,
he draws them out.
We were seeing polling that was predicting 538 showed that it was likely going to skew more favorably than it was. It's
but
looking
this isn't
like
a
it's
referendum on Trump. This is basically with Trump. For the most part,
but they campaigned on January 6th heavily, nonstop, and Biden came out and said MAGA Republicans are a threat to democracy.
He did say that.
And then you had Karine Jean-Pierre say MAGA Republicans, which was really cool.
But how many people actually when they were doing exit polling stuff, nobody cared about January 6th. It's not a top issue.
Well, but you know what? A lot of Democrats do care about January 6th, even though it's not really a top issue for anyone else, And so maybe those people turned out. I mean, I know that there's some Democrats in my life who were glued to the TV during the January 6th, and I'd just be like, you are kidding with that, right? This is a joke. This must be a joke.
Fox News.
It was so staged and trashy.
Sorry, go ahead. Fox News just said Oz is not doing as well as Trump did 2 years ago in Pennsylvania when he, quote, lost the state.
Woo!
So that's what Fox News is reporting, looking at the numbers still coming in from Pennsylvania and obviously saying that it's not looking good for Oz.
Yeah. I would be embarrassed to be from Pennsylvania.
Well, look, you got to lie. That's how they win, right? They have to lie and make sure people don't realize how bad it is. And it's amazing.
We saw a lot of lies leading up to this.
No, that's all it is. All they do is lie. Mm-hmm. And then while they're lying, they go, you're lying. And you're like,
so great.
Here's the video. I don't what's it? There's this viral video where I can't remember who did it. It might have been from Flecka's Talks or something. This guy asks people, do Democrats deny elections? And they all say no. And he goes, I have 150 examples of Democrats denying elections. Can I show you? And they go, no.
That was James.
Yeah.
James Klug.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah,
no.
that happened. Like we saw it
These
happen.
people are in a cult.
Yeah.
It's like, hello, friend. Please watch evidence. No.
No.
Okay.
Will not. Because we destroyed religion. We removed God from everything, and so it's been replaced with an allegiance to narcissism. And
this is their religion,
Yeah.
and we are breeding narcissists.
Clef the Misfit says DeSantis won his race by 20 points. All of Trump's competitive endorsements are imploding. Look past the cult of personality.
Yeah, they're saying that with Kerry like down right now, but she's going to win, and that'll take that right off the table.
It's close. We're gonna see.
It's very close.
I mean,
It was close in the primary.
20 points. No joke. DeSantis with 94% reporting is up nearly 20 points.
Wow. That's embarrassing.
Yep. That is
He got
amazing.
obliterated.
You know what's
My
funny with
goodness.
DeSantis too is like what he's doing isn't even that complicated. Like what he's actually doing, it's awesome. He's amazing, but like that should be the starting point,
right,
to what a Republican person is doing. Right, that shouldn't be exceptional. That should be the basics.
Yeah.
You know, I want to move to Wyoming at some point, and like, you know, I look it up. Yeah, and I go skiing there all the time. I spend a lot of time in nature. So I spent about 250 days a year in nature on average, even though I live in LA. So as I drive the country, I'm in nature. I ski every ski resort. I was always in nature, go to every national
Love
park.
that.
Yeah. So basically, so I'm thinking of moving to Wyoming, but the governor is not even ready to fully remove masks. You
In
know, or yeah, I mean, it was
Wait, in Wyoming? There's no people there. Who are they masking from?
I mean, this is what I'm saying right now. Jackson Hole, which is one of the trendy parts of Wyoming,
sure,
good place to move to, the great skiing. I think that they were kind of uniquely saying that for like the tourism component, but it's like, why isn't there someone like DeSantis in Wyoming? But that should be the bare minimum. So I don't know, maybe in 10 or 20 years from now, it'll catch up and there'll be more people like him.
So the New York Times says 49 Senate seats have been won or are favored to win by Republicans, 48 by Democrats, and there are 3 toss-ups.
we have reports that Oz will be addressing supporters in a few minutes.
Oh, where?
He's not conceding, is he already?
I don't know. I just saw this.
I wouldn't
on
be surprised if
Twitter.
he concedes.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Like,
Really?
it's Oz, you know.
Do you think he was hoping to be president? That was his end game.
Maybe.
Anybody at his level has a big ego and has big ambitions. I
Yeah,
bet you
I'm
thought
sure.
if he could win this, he could become
Yes,
president
that's what I was
someday.
going to say. Depending on how he did this, if he would go to the next step up, basically. I
Mhm.
think he was trying to gauge his support, and if he had support in this, maybe he would try. But
All right. Oh, Abrams conceded.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What if she just goes nuts? She starts throwing stuff.
It's really too bad if she concedes. I was looking forward to more. Stacey Abrams never conceded the election.
Thank you. Thank you, George. Thank you, Daddy. It is good to be here in this moment.
Oh, is it?
Surrounded by your love and support. And let me begin by offering congratulations to Governor Brian Kemp.
Oh, look at that. She learned.
Wow. She did it.
Our state has experienced one soul-crushing crisis after another over the past few years. But even during these trying times, the fighting spirit of Georgia has prevailed. We've seen what's possible when we stand up for our neighbors and protect each other. We've made sacrifices. We've pitched in. We've seen each other's fights as our own, and we've done things we never thought we could. It is in the spirit of that endurance and that persistence that I decided again to run for governor.
Okay. Do we want to listen to this?
Not really.
I'm surprised she conceded. That's
she
pretty
actually
big. 'Cause she
conceding?
didn't do that last time.
is she actually conceding?
Yeah,
She did. She said she definitely did.
Yeah. Which is surprising.
Cernovich says some clear takeaways. New Yorkers want crime. It's who they are. Stay out of cities. Arizona Today shows 2024 is unsafe. Indictments must happen. Highest priority. Trump can't carry a general. DeSantis can pull independent voters. Flipped Miami-Dade. It's his time. Yo,
Yeah.
I agree. He flipped Tampa and Miami.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. This was the main discussion that we were talking about: DeSantis and Trump, the future of the political party, and it's a battle. This is something that I was looking at for a very long time. I'm seeing it right now, and I think it's what I've been kind of seeing has been coming to fruition.
I think DeSantis is going to win.
2024.
Yeah.
I think he has a very good chance. Drew, you're coming back in here?
Yeah.
I don't think they can muster up against DeSantis what they could against Trump.
Correct.
Trump, they're just people don't like him. DeSantis, the average person's gonna be like, I don't know who that is. And they're gonna be like, he's bad. And be like, who? Trump was on The Simpsons. They made fun of him. People knew his name. He was a celebrity.
Do you also think the average person is getting sick of the culture war and just wants it to wind down?
I think the average person has always hated the culture war. But the problem is all of a sudden their kids were
But they're
getting
doubling
these
down.
books.
Right.
And then they were like, why is this happening? Make it stop.
Could you see DeSantis picking Tulsi Gabbard as a VP to try to calm down the culture war and just kind of, people are just sick of fighting?
That's one possible
That would be a
party
way
ticket.
to piss off the
Maybe.
base, like people like me.
You'd piss the base off, but maybe society right now just is sick of this and just wants to.
I see it in the chats. I see it in the
like,
comments in
play
these
that middle
videos. I see
ground.
people talk about it all the time.
Tulsi
They're
for
they're-
VP?
No,
But
no, they're tired of the culture war. I see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's the truth. Everyone is tired of it.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of it, but I also don't want that smut being forced down my kid's throat.
Do you
either.
do you ever feel like it's got to cool off at some point? Like,
No,
like
I think-
where's the end game of this?
A
When does
war?
this
That's what I
end?
think about, too.
That's where we should be going.
Well, I don't
Should
see
be.
us.
No one
I-
said should be.
Yeah, like I didn't say that's where I want to happen, but I don't see another way out of it.
Maybe Tulsi VP.
No,
Well,
because
how does
they're
that make
never gonna.
sense?
Yeah, like they're never gonna stop. You think they're just gonna leave us alone? You think they're gonna give us
Hold on. What does
not
a
the average
Tulsi,
person.
what does a Tulsi VP have to do with solving any problem?
It just begins to cool things off.
No,
but
then
she's
why-
a Republican. You're like, if a Republican runs as a VP, that'll change things.
It's just
No,
not.
it won't.
It's just not. I'm not saying it's a one magic pill, but it just begins to slow
These
things
books
down.
are
a bit.
everywhere.
She's already considered a traitor.
Why would a Republican running for Republican office slow anything down? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
What would you guys say would start to cool things down?
Getting
So-
rid of like naked pictures of other kids.
It
in
won't.
books
That
in
cools down the
schools.
culture war.
It won't. I mean, if you understand, if you look at what's been going on for the past 10 years, then you'd realize that this country is completely bifurcated culturally. That you can walk up to someone and say, "Can I please show you a video of Democrats denying an election?" They will say no, outright. There's nothing you can do.
Well, I learned that from you 4 years ago, right? And I started telling my friends that they didn't believe it, and
And now
I
here
agree
we
with what
are.
you're saying completely. But what's the way out of this?
I think what I would advocate for to people is to focus on having families, having kids, instilling your values in your kids, getting your kids out of schools, getting out of cities. That's the way out of it. The way out of it is not going to people who are already culturally divergent and begging them to come together. The solution is having a bunch of kids so that in 20 years they vote your way.
I think what happened in Florida is significant. And, I know you brought up Tulsi and DeSantis. This is something that I've been seeing online, even just a couple of days ago, saying that this could be a potential ticket together. Because if you look at Florida, it's a purple state. It could go either way.
You have to remember, you've
but-
also had everybody from New York and everywhere else that didn't want these radical, Democrat policies flooding into there too. So it's not like it's like a purple state that he just won all these independents from. You've also had lots of conservatives fleeing other states and then migrating
but
into
heavily
into Florida.
Democratic areas are voting for him, like in Miami. And I think that's a lot more significant than a lot of people let on when it comes to the bigger possibilities of what could happen in 2024.
You don't think like a lot of conservatives also moved into Miami?
I mean, I've been to Miami, and it's crime ridden in many places. It's like South Beach is a
I heard the mayor
hellscape.
I heard the mayor brought crime down like 30% or something like that.
Not if you go to South Beach. The one particular area is absolutely crazy. The mayor there also has like a Bitcoin currency and an altcoin currency. He's an interesting guy. But for that place that went 20 points in favor of Hillary to now vote DeSantis, I think is something to consider here, especially if he's going to try to create more of a middle line, not a hard Republican kind of ticket, but a middle line ticket with potentially Tulsi on there, who again is a CFR member who was anti-gun, now she's pro-gun. So there could be a potential for this that I think is worth considering because it might bridge that gap that you might be talking about.
I'm not saying it's a magic pill. I'm just saying I think you're right. I'm probably clasping straws to an extent, but it just there's got to be something to cool this off. The average person who I know doesn't care about this. We don't want this.
Yes, but listen, Owen. The average person wants their kids to go to a good school. The average person wants to put gas in their tank to go to work. Policies of Democrats are making that worse and worse. The reason Youngkin won in Virginia is because parents started learning about the smut that was being put in front of their kids. It doesn't matter if you want the culture war or not. It's been in front of your face for 10 years. And the problem is regular people have consistently ducked They're putting the signs above their home, hoping that they will be passed over, but it will not happen. The far left, they march to the neighborhoods with fire bombs and rocks and sticks and crowbars, and these people think if I just agree with them, they won't smash at my house until they do, and they do. So if you look at Berkeley, this should be like, you really want to wake your kids up, bring them to Berkeley. Every single storefront has signs in their windows begging for forgiveness and espousing whatever ideology they dictate. Because I'll put it simply, anybody who owns a storefront knows this. If you own a store, let's say you sell cheeseburgers, and you put an American flag hanging in front of your store, at 3 a.m, one person in a black mask throws a brick through your window. What will the police do about that?
Nothing.
Nothing. And how much will that cost you to fix?
Thousands.
So these people would rather put up a BLM sign instead of an American flag because they know there's no justice and there's no way to stop it. That is just going to keep happening. The solution, get out of cities, focus on making money, stand up for what you believe in, but build this parallel economy out. Become a member at Timcast.com. Using parallel economy. We use parallel economy. Dan Bongino co-founded this company. It's with Rumble. And that's the thing that we need to do. Start building up our resources, our manufacturing base, and have kids. I know.
Grow your own food.
Cue all of the comments saying Tim doesn't have kids. I get it, but my point is true. Regardless of what it is I'm doing, it is true. And my personal business is my personal business. But
I have 2. We can just pretend.
But have kids.
Right.
Have a lot of them.
Mine
and then in 20 years, all of those kids will vote for the right thing.
So I have 3 kids, and I made sure to take them out of school for about half the year. I took them around the country. I took them climbing into the mountains, took them around, safely with grizzly bears, took them skiing, double black skiing. And I tell them every day, being a coward is worse than death. And I make them repeat this over and over. I bring my kids up in front of crowds. They're literally in front of my 11-year-old kid is in front of a 200-person crowd leading seminars, right? I explain to him about the media. I show all this stuff. I show him what it means to be a leader. We work really, really hard on this. And he still gets straight A's and he's still in all the gifted programs, right? Even with missing all that school. So it's one of these things where, shocking, right? But it's like just experiencing the real world. I also bring him to homeless areas. I show him what homelessness is. I explain to him that he's not getting a penny out of me when he's older, that although we are, in our position that he is broke, in effect, I'm like, no, we're this way, but you're broke until you work. I want him to make his first $1 million by about 15. I'm going to show him how to do that. I'm going to bring him around mentors, get him around the right people. So I'm working on this, right? And I agree with you that there's probably going to wind up being a parallel economy. You were the person that I learned that from, and I tell it to all my friends. But what are some immediate things that we could do to cool things down as well, not a 20-year thing?
I don't get your kids out of schools, get out of cities, disengage. So focus on. I would advocate for, look, we're out in West Virginia now. We're building new facilities. We're looking at starting businesses so that we can expand the economy in these areas. We can create jobs in these areas, make life better for people in these areas. It's non-confrontational. It's not a conflict. It is just building something nice and doing something good. That's what people should be doing. Make money, have a family, and then start building businesses and creating parallel economies. I recommend people come to West Virginia. It's a great opportunity. Second most Trump supporting state in the country. Cheap land. Start building stuff. Be a pioneer.
But what happens, just like in the cities, when their Democrat-run cities turn to crap and then they're spilling over into the suburbs and it's leaking out everywhere else?
What do you mean?
Like, look at Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia is gross. And for a while, we were like gentrifying and it was like getting nice or whatever. Fine. But now they are the carjackings and all the crime.
Look at Detroit.
It's spread out.
I actually almost got carjacked there. It was crazy.
Okay,
it's
look at
spreading
Detroit.
out though into the counties that are not even part of Philadelphia County. It's in Devon now. It's in
and that's why we left, because I was in South Jersey
remember.
and decided to get out because the crime was spreading. But
that's going to happen anywhere you go.
I didn't say go to suburbs. I said, go to West Virginia, buy cheap land.
All right, and when they destroy the cities and then the suburbs and then they come for your land, like it's
you'll
never
be in West
stop.
Virginia with a Barrett M82, and you'll say, "Don't come on my property."
I think it comes down to making entrepreneurship cool, self-reliance cool.
I need to live on a ranch with a big, strong man with lots and lots of guns. Like that's what needs to happen.
Is that what
for
you're
my
doing?
Life. No, that's what I'd like to do.
Okay. This is what happens in
It's not
Detroit
happening right now.
The industry in Detroit was destroyed, so middle-class people fled. The city can't sustain itself. The water system can't sustain itself. When you build a city that can accommodate 1 million people, you have to build a water system, water pipes. You split the cost of that system as a tax on all the people who live there. So if it costs $1 million per month to run, everyone's got to pay $1. Well, 500,000 people leave. Now the price has doubled for everybody. It's $2. And all of a sudden they're like, well, I can't afford $2. That's double the cost. Then another 250,000 leave, and now it's $3. Now you're like, we have the highest water prices. This is actually what happened in the Detroit area. When the city was big and bustling because of the auto industry, they could accommodate this massive infrastructure. There are actually rumors. I don't know if this is true, but I had a friend from Michigan who told me the police would burn down houses around Detroit because they were dangerous, falling apart, and being used for crime. And there was never any chance for repairing them. No one wanted them. They were worth nothing. So they would go around burning them down periodically. I don't know if that's true. It's just what the locals would tell me when we'd be hanging out nearby. I would hang out in like Grand Rapids. So when people flee because of the collapse of industry, eventually the city becomes completely unsustainable. Everyone there starts doing substantially worse, and it becomes a wasteland. Stop supporting these places with your money. Stop being the person who's enabling all of that.
I agree with that.
You get out of these cities and you say, look, if you live in New York, you want crime. I'm not going to mince words. I know you listening in New York may have voted for Zeldin, but the people in this city overwhelmingly want lockdowns and crime. 30 people last month were pushed in front of trains in New York City. You should not be there if you don't agree with this at this point. I don't like the idea of saying cut tail and run. But there's a point where strategic retreat leads to victory.
Vote with your feet.
You get out of this place, say, you've got it. And what you can do as a pioneer is come to places like West Virginia or even Kentucky or Tennessee, find cheap and available land. West Virginia is just rife with it. And then start building something. I've heard from so many people who say they've begun homesteading. That's a great start. That's an excellent start. So one of the reasons I wanted to come to West Virginia, we were originally going to launch our business and expand in New Jersey. I'm glad that didn't happen because that was a terrible idea. And so we're expanding in West Virginia, where the towns are very small, but the land is cheap. Proximity is there. It's not too far away from airports, not too far away from other big cities. It's a great opportunity to start bringing jobs to a lot of people who have been negatively impacted by failed Democrat policies, particularly with the energy policies and the opioid crisis. And so I'm looking forward to not just expanding this business, but we're actually looking at purchasing a building and doing a storefront and a new show, selling products and just building. And they say society grows great when people plant trees whose shade they know they will never sit beneath. Maybe we launch this media company, we launch some stores, we build culture in West Virginia, and 100 years after I'm dead, it's the new Hollywood. Maybe. And then the values that are born here will expand, and this will be a Hollywood-like ecosystem that has libertarian-minded values and not socialist-minded values.
Do you think that individualists need to collectivize maybe then? Like, is that maybe the problem right now? With social media, it's so lending itself to collectivism.
A little bit. The challenge is that individualists don't collectivize. They don't organize. Mm-hmm. They don't boycott. Mm-hmm. They say, let's not do that.
So maybe that has to happen. Also, I really loved what you said, but I was just for a added question, how is that different than people leaving YouTube and going to Rumble?
Like going to West Virginia.
Well, for example,
and building
so I live in the Hollywood Hills. I live in LA, so I get to associate with a lot of other people in the entertainment industry, things like that. And so as soon as I would leave, say that I do go to Wyoming, which I've been thinking about, well, then now my influence is no longer in Hollywood, right? So that's kind of like what you guys were saying with YouTube.
But are you being
Rumble.
Suppressed by Hollywood, or are you changing their minds?
We're definitely changing their minds. I think that a lot of people now at the cutting edge that are forward thinking are thinking very differently. I think what happens is that what do you think is the percentage of people that are just deeply, deeply locked in a group think? What do you guys think? They're just in group think. So in other words, they're only willing to think the safe thing that will keep them safe.
Then I will agree with you. And perhaps another potential outside of building a parallel economy is more of a cultural invasion. Mm-hmm. So if you're willing to remain in a state full of high crime and horrible policies, but continue to expand your business and gain influence, that's also a good thing.
Well, it also depends how much money you have, right? So if you have a lot of money and you're in LA or New York or San Francisco, it's a paradise, right? If you have money in LA, it is a paradise. Yeah. There's nothing in Austin or even in Miami as good as what's in LA if you're rich, okay? If you're a person of typical means, you're dealing with a lot of crime, right? That was something that came up in the in the video from yesterday, I was saying how I love LA. And I'm talking about the crime. They're like, why does he say he loves LA and likes the crime? Well, it depends what neighborhood you're in, right? If you're in a gated community, it is paradise. If you're in Malibu, it's paradise. Hollywood Hills is paradise.
Beverly,
there's nothing.
Bel Air.
Yeah, Beverly.
There's nothing
like
no
it.
crime there. People don't understand
Beautiful.
that there's police, etc., that make sure that there's no homeless people, no crime, there's no destitution anywhere on those streets, anywhere in those neighborhoods. And that's the part of LA that is what people that are voting in these bubbles are voting for. They're not voting for like 6th Street or 7th Street. They're not looking at those situations downtown LA. They rarely even go there. If they ever did, they live in their bubble. They don't have to ever go.
Yeah, I think there's also a misconception about people think of leftism as, they associate that to redistribution of wealth. They don't realize it's often very top down. Right?
Yeah.
So it's basically it's basically that the ultra rich get money, right? So I was just in Martha's Vineyard. I was just in Nantucket. I was I live in some of those nicer areas in LA, right? So it's like I'm around people that are like that, and I see those bubbles, and it's completely crazy. And the amount of wealth that is kind of combined into one little place, it's just a completely different world.
It is. It is, and that if you've seen it, you understand why they remain in this bubble, why it's so easy for them to make these decisions, and why they think the way that they think, because you understand why they're thinking these things.
It's also reinforced. I think also, when I ask you, Drew, why you do what you do, the first thing that you said is I'm a Christian, right? So you have the belief that what you're doing will be judged by God after you die. So you're not as much in the body, you're more in the spirit, and that's motivating you, right? But a lot of people, they don't have that understanding. They're more in the body, and so they're saying, well, what can I get right now, right? I assume that you do what you do because of what happens when the body dies. Is that accurate?
Well, in a Christian biblical perspective, my sins have been judged at the cross. So everything I do after that is because of grace and the gift that God has given me of salvation. And I'll be judged for rewards, not to get into heaven when I see him face to face, but because the new life I've been given, I'm now responsible to really do the most I can with what he's given me moving forward now that I'm born again.
When did that happen, by the way?
I think that was February 1st, 2012, when I gave my life to Jesus Christ. The real question is, how do you get someone out of a cult? Right?
Yeah, that's
Step one. You separate them from the cult.
I'm serious. Number one.
And you separate them from the cult, but with phones, you can't anymore.
Yeah, so how do you get someone effectively out of a cult that doesn't even know they're in a cult, that is fully functioning for the cult without even realizing it?
What do you think are the main elements of the cult?
I think New York is the perfect example, right? Because what I was watching with Kathy Hochul and all the propaganda that these people were speaking during this whole midterm campaigns, all this, they effectively created this problem, right? Defunded the police, the crime is out of control, the lockdowns added to that. They're releasing criminals and pedophiles out onto the street because we don't want them to get COVID and all that crap, right? They created this massive problem, right? Which they know was destabilization in New York. So now in the midterms, Kathy Hochul, Mayor Adams, their narrative went from, we know there's crime, and then they shifted and said it's because of gun crime. That was the pivot that they took, which was interesting. But that's part of the cult-like propaganda, because the same people that were isolated and abused in New York that haven't fled yet, that are still allegiant to the cult, that slapped on the masks, took multiple jabs because they were afraid that they were going to lose their jobs, their children are being targeted, all these crazy things, the riots were going on. These people that stick with the cult, they still stay with the cult at this point. What I'm saying is they stay allegiant to the narratives because they don't even realize that they're being isolated and abused. Every step of the way, it's through fear. Look how they switched and pivoted that message so effectively. How did they go from, we started this problem, but it's because of the guns, we're going to solve it? An abuser, okay? An abuser will always isolate you.
You're thinking a conservative.
An abuser, no, I'm not. I'm thinking as an individual that has been abused before. When an abuser isolates you, this is what they do. Through fear, they get you to believe that they're the only ones that can get you in a situation and outside of a situation. Through fear and through manipulation,
you're overthinking
that
it.
is how these people are being dealt with. And that is why it is repetitive, like Stockholm. They believe that no matter what happens, their overlords will take care of them no matter what.
No, they don't.
Even if they are the ones
In New
that
York,
are causing the problem. That is the
way it
continual
works-
simulation that we are experiencing across
The way it
this
works
country.
in New York is that someone is sitting on their couch watching Office reruns on Netflix or whatever wherever it is now, if it's on Netflix, and their friend goes, "You're voting Democrat, right?" And they go, "Sure."
Yeah, they don't even think about it.
That's it.
There's no more thought.
Or it's what we see a lot of in these places, especially universal mail-in voting, is their friend who is zealous will be like, "Did you fill out your ballot?" And they'll go, "Oh, I didn't." Like, "You're going to fill it out, right?" And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do it right now. A Democrat, right? Here you go. Cool." They're doing it because their friends are doing it. That's it. They don't know anything. If you walk up to them and ask them who's running for governor, they'll be like, "I don't know." Be like, "Who is Ocasio-Cortez running against?" "I don't know." Which policy of AOC's do you like? She's like going to get health care and stuff.
They don't even
They
know
do not
what the
know.
capital
That's my
of
point.
this country
That's
is.
what I started saying. I said they're in a cult and they're allegiant to the cult and they don't even know that they are.
Right. But what I was disagreeing with, we said that they look to their leader as if the leader's going to take care of them. They don't even know or think the leader exists. They're just marching along.
That's my point.
And their friends are like, we're going to vote Democrat. I remember when I was 18.
You're saying that they're very apathetic, right? And
No.
Okay.
No. They want to just do what their friends tell them they're supposed to do. That's what they all are doing. That's what their sole motivation is. They can't
Groupthink.
But even groupthink might be an overstatement. It's just social groups. That's it. And because the social norm of New York is vote Democrat, many of them will just do it and not think about it. And if you ask them why they voted, they'll be like, "What do you mean?"
It's a cult. That's my point.
Right. There's no
If
rhyme or
you're in
reason.
a
There's
cult,
no,
do you know you're in a cult?
No. And my point is, they're not going, "I hope leader keeps me safe." Some people are, but most of them are just like, "My friend voted Democrat." And then you're like, "So what are you hoping to happen?" And just, Republicans are bad.
It's just more simple. I think what Tim is saying. It's just there's way less thought going into it. It's just like this simple as making sure that my friends did this, so I'm going to do this too.
I actually thought that what Drew said is true under the surface.
The average
under
person,
the surface of that apathy is the belief that they'll be okay if they just vote that way.
And the average person in New York, if you're part of a friend group, there's going to be a social structure. And if you're the cool, well-known, popular guy and you say, "I don't know, I'm probably going to vote for Zeldin because, they'll go, "Oh, for real? Yeah, I was thinking about that too." That's it.
Yeah, so this is the challenge is that, in 2020 we saw groupthink versus people who think for themselves as becoming really the main issue of the entire year, right? Is like, do you think for yourself or do you go in the groupthink? Do you believe that 2 + 2 is 4 or 5? So what I think is happening is somebody's thought process. Like what I tend to study is I like to go inside people's heads, right? Like sometimes when I ask you questions, I'm saying, can we go into the other person's lens of the world, right? How are they seeing it? So I keep asking myself that. How are they seeing it? And I try to really have a deep awareness of how the other person is seeing it. Even that Trump conversation with the rioting and all that stuff. Okay, I'm just asking myself, how's the other person seeing it? So what I see in a lot of people is that they're not capable of thinking, is this true? All that they're thinking is, does this keep me safe? So in my view, there's two types of people that can say, is this true? One is somebody who's very, very confident. That'd be somebody like yourself. You're just really confident. So like even when I talk to you, you're like, I talk to this person, they don't understand this. I talk to this person, they don't understand this. It's like the curse of intelligence because you're doing your own research.
And I think you're projecting right now.
Could be.
When you say, like these people want to feel safe, I'm telling you, they don't feel anything.
Well, okay, let me finish. Tim, we got to finish the point at some point. Okay, so because otherwise we're just not hitting it. So the main thing that I've seen is that if somebody feels confident in themselves, then they can think for themselves because they're not afraid of being attacked to think for themselves.
No, you're overthinking it.
Well, let me just finish the point though. So then the other one would be if they have a spiritual connection. Drew, you're a confident guy. You also have a spiritual connection, so you care about whether or not what you think is accurate. But what I see in a lot of people is what they're thinking is, does the group think this? Like, how do I just twist my thoughts to stay within the bandwidth of what it is that the group thinks? And as soon as they go past that, they get scared.
How do you convince a dog to vote for a Republican or a Democrat?
I have no idea. That's a great question. I wouldn't know.
Well, put yourself in the dog's shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that dog to food, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens when you tell the dog go vote Democrat? What does the dog do?
Wants food.
Crap on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're doing is you're an intelligent guy, and so you're assuming these other people have the same capabilities as you do in terms of thought process. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of people, just watch these videos from like Flecka's talks. These people do not think the way you think they do. Mm-hmm. When it's not Flecka, it's the other guy. Do you know who works?
James Flecka. Who else does it? James Flecka's.
Savannah Hernandez.
Sav's doing.
Right.
Sav's doing a lot
when
of
you
good stuff,
see how they do these man on the street interviews, when they talk to someone in Times Square and ask them the question, you have to realize like these people. I'm not trying to be mean to them, but they don't think the way you do in terms of A plus B equals C, or point A to point B to point C. They don't think at all. And I know there's a lot of mean-spirited man on the street interviews that target people for a lack of knowledge. Like, what's the capital of Uzbekistan or something? They're going to be like, I don't know. Or they might say, like, name a country that begins with the letter U. And they'll go, and then you go, United States. Oh, I got you. No, these questions are actually like a lot scarier. And these people, like, it's just, I watched these videos and I was like, there's no way.
It's less about them being afraid or fearful and more about them being a slave to their desires. They're a slave to their desires. That's what 90% of the population is. They do not have a higher God. They do not have anything else. They just want to be happy. They just want to get their drugs or their friends to like them or the likes on Facebook. They're a slave to their desires.
You ever play a video game?
Yeah.
What's your favorite video game?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, very, very good game. Name 2 characters in Horizon Zero Dawn.
Aloy.
Obvious choice.
I'm not a good guy with names, so I don't know.
All right. How about let's just say, I don't know the names of the actual robots, but there's that giant Tyrannosaurus robot you fought, right? How do you play as that?
I don't know.
Well, you've played the game. You beat it, right?
I did.
How do you play the game as the T-Rex?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't.
Okay.
But have you tried convincing the T-Rex to vote Republican?
No.
It's an NPC. It looks like it's functioning. You say these people are slaves to their desires. I also disagree. I don't think they're slaves to anything. I think they're NPCs. You go to them and they'll say, I just do what people do. There's no deeper thought. There's no deeper quest. There's no deeper meaning.
Yeah,
some people just don't have that in them.
What I see is you'll be talking to someone and there is a light in the eyes. But as soon as you go outside the bandwidth of what they're allowed to talk about, you'll see them retreat and they even change their tone, right? So they're like, oh, hey, Tim, what's up? And then you go a little bit outside the bandwidth and they're like, well, I think, and then they go into NPC mode.
There's a reason the NPC meme became so prominent because people started to recognize that there are some people where, like you mentioned, the light in their eyes. There's something you can see when you're talking to someone that even if you disagree and even if you really hate each other, there's a conversation happening. But the reason the NPC meme emerged isn't just because someone wanted to insult someone. It's because they realized some people just weren't processing things the way they did, and they felt like they were talking to an NPC in a video game.
But no matter what,
autopilot.
people are going to pursue their own interests and they are going to do whatever it is that makes them happy. Like it's just like in basic econ, right? That everybody is self-interested. And so while they may be a non-NPC or whatever, they're still going to pursue the little tiny things in their lives that make them happy. So, rather like sitting there and playing on their computer and watching video games instead of doing work all day is still them pursuing their self-interest because that in that moment makes them more happy. They don't have the foresight, like you're saying, to think through those things, but they're still pursuing their desires and they're a slave to them rather than being a slave to a higher being or having some other calling in life. They are only pursuing their own happiness and therefore will never be free.
Yeah, versus being surrendered to God, not a slave to God, but surrendered to God.
What kind of person do you have in your mind, Tim? Like just someone that's
watch Flecka's videos.
Not interested in politics at all, or someone
about politics,
or someone that's like engaged, that's on the left, a Democrat, or just someone that's totally just out of the loop completely.
Maybe you're not your average person, but the lower bell curve people, I suppose. And again, I'm not saying this to be insulting, derogatory, or to diminish human beings. Is that governor just got called for Tim Walz in Minnesota? I'm saying that like. Watch Flecka's videos or spend time, and you will find people that behave as if they're NPCs in a video game.
Yeah, and I think
there's no amount of words you can say to get them to behave differently.
And the cool part of this conversation that it brings up is that to what extent do certain political factions actually try to encourage that mindset in order to get elected, right? And this is. You've got to start asking yourself, like, what is the state of consciousness of the average person? What is causing that state of consciousness? And then what kind of political interests does that serve?
I wonder if that's the right way to view it, is that it's not just about, people can say intelligence. Are you a smart person? Are you a stupid person? Do you have book knowledge? Do you have wisdom? Maybe there's also a question of to what degree is someone conscious?
Yes.
Like, do you experience the world to a high degree of sharpness where you're thinking and calculating? I'll put it another way. Did you know that there's a large amount of people who don't have an inner monologue? Have you ever heard that?
Yes.
They don't actually communicate in their mind and think about what they're doing. It's the craziest thing. I didn't know that was a thing until I read the stories about the scientific studies talking about testing people for inner monologue. Some people don't have it.
So this is actually what I teach in seminars. So I bring people up to the front of the class and I've got to wake them up. This is what I do. 15 hours a day.
Yeah, I've actually I have some friends. We talked about this because a long time ago. We my friends are all smoking pot or whatever. We're hanging out playing video games, and they would say they didn't have one. And I had a friend who was like, I don't do that. I'm like, you don't like think in like words and visuals and experiences. You don't imagine. And they're like, no. There's a test they do for it, where they tell you to imagine an apple. Then they show you cards and ask you which one represents what you see. And there's varying levels of consciousness that people have. Some people, when you say imagine an apple, they'll say, I'm picturing a vivid 4K or greater realistic image of an apple. I can see the rot in it. I can spin it around in my head and rotate it. I can see it hanging from the tree. I can now see myself pulling it from the tree. Some people say, I see a flat, still image of an apple in my mind. That's it. Can you spin it? No. Can you think of, I just see the apple. Some people report seeing a black silhouette of an apple. Some people report just thinking the text word of an apple, and some people report literally seeing or thinking nothing. And so this is a series of tests they've done, and that's, I guess, perhaps a varying degree of consciousness.
Well, I think also there's a lot of political disenfranchisement. I think there's a lot of people sick of the two-party duopoly, and a lot of people don't know this, but the majority of people don't vote. Even in the last presidential election, the biggest election of our lifetime, the biggest turnout, more than half of Americans didn't vote in that election. 154 million people voted in the last presidential election. There's, what is it? Was there 333 million people inside of the United States? So a lot of people are either apathetic, don't care, or just know that the political system is rigged against them, as they have these two parties that clearly have been screwing them over one year after another year. So I think that's another element here that we have to understand. And I do think what I've been saying earlier, specifically with Facebook investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a voter outreach program, I think that worked very significantly, because when you have the average Joe who doesn't care about politics and is watching, The Office or whatever, you have someone knocking at their door being like, you don't have to provide ID, you don't have to do anything, you could vote right here, right now, right where it says blue, right here, just vote right here and I'll do everything for you. And when you have ballot harvesters, when you have mail-in ballots, when you have this Facebook $100 million effort by Mark Zuckerberg, you're going to have a bigger turnout than you naturally would. We did. Still, the majority of people said, I'm not voting. So that's something to really consider here.
So we're past midnight, and I am going to get up and start recording again, and I'm already losing my voice, so I think we'll wrap it there. My friends, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, become a member at timcast.com if you want to support the work that we do and so much more. We will have more tomorrow. We have a big guest coming tomorrow, and hopefully two big guests, but probably just one big guest, unfortunately. And then we'll mention it on the show. It's a guest who works for another guest who would be really great to have, but we'll probably just get the one person.
No, I want to know who it is.
Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out. So you can follow the show at Timcast IRL. You can follow me at Timcast. If you really want to help us out, you can buy our new song, Genocide, by Timcast. You can buy it on iTunes or Amazon. Go to losingmymind.com. Really do appreciate it. Drew, you want to shout anything out?
Yes, thank you guys for having me. It's always fun. We'll see what happens in the middle of the night with these numbers. You guys can follow me on Twitter at DrewHLive and watch my show Frontlines nightly on Real America's Voice. You can find all those links in my bio, Twitter, Getter, Truth, all that good stuff.
If you'd like to see some examples of transformations of people that are unconscious to becoming very conscious, go to my YouTube channel, Owen Cook Self-Help. I actually have two YouTube channels, Owen Cook Self-Help, which we shoot videos all over the country. We just shot one from Montana at Jackson Hole. But the other one is Owen Cook Free Tour. I actually do free seminars all over the world. There's hundreds of people there. We do them completely for free, and we post them and actually bring people up to the front of the crowd and actually show that kind of unconsciousness that we're talking about, and then show the kind of transformations that we could do. We do it on the spot. It's super eye-opening. You can also follow me on RSD Tyler. My name's Owen Cook. You can also look that up on Instagram. Hit me a DM on Instagram. I'll hit you back. I was really, really excited to see the people who jumped onto Instagram yesterday. We had some great conversations over DM and on YouTube. Really excited to see people that came over to the channel. Excited to chat with you more and respond to the comments.
Oh no, it's me. Okay, so Lisa Elizabeth on Twitter. Make sure you subscribe to the Libs of TikTok Substack. Oh my gosh, can't talk. I'm very tired. And that's about it for me.
I'm tired too. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was fun. This was a great conversation. My website is lukeuncensored.com. I did an interesting video on the Rothschilds that you guys could watch right now on lukeuncensored.com. See you there.
And I'm Serge.com. There's a lot of people out there saying that they're me. They're not. It's at Serge.com. Wherever you find me, like whenever you want to find me on any social media, etc. Thanks, guys. Good show.
We'll see you all tomorrow. I'm tired. Thanks for hanging out.
Big guest tomorrow.
Yeah, big guest.
Thanks for
guys.
having me,
Cheers.
Tim.
Thanks.
Let's go.